Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry's struggles didn't end with Voldemort's defeat. Here is short summary. After Voldemort's defeat, Harry struggles to find peace in a world forever changed. Haunted by trauma and unexpected challenges, he must face a new battle, one within himself, to rebuild his life and define his future. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry wondered whether it was just his mind or if Voldemort was influencing him. As he was putting on clothes that now fit, he considered that it could be both, but the only way to find out was to get rid of Voldemort, and that wasn't going to be happening soon. So he went downstairs to get what breakfast he could and see what chores Uncle Vernon would dream up for today. His one bright spot for the summer so far had been that Dudley had gotten a summer job at a cinema, so he was gone a lot for either work or else just hanging out there with his friends. It wasn't until 2 evenings after Remus's visit that anything unusual happened, other than the fact that Harry was eating well at the Dursleys for the first time in his life, thanks to Dobby. At a little before 5 on a Wednesday, Harry was setting the table for dinner later on when the doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon wasn't home yet, so Aunt Petunia answered it. There was a woman in the doorway that looked like she was in her 50s, Harry guessed, with a clipboard in her hand. "Are you Petunia Dursley?" the stranger asked. "Yes, may I help you?" Petunia said a little stiffly. "My name is Cynthia Drury, and I'm from Social Services. I need to see Harry Potter. One of your neighbors thinks he is in danger and I'm here to make sure he isn't." The woman gave a disappointed look, as if she had already made up her mind that the charges were true. Petunia Dursley was beside herself. This was not something they ever wanted to have happen, to be scrutinized like this, much less to have a neighbor report it. She wondered if she could just deny Harry even existed, but to her misfortune, she heard a voice behind her. "I'm Harry Potter." Petunia thought she was going to faint from embarrassment. The social services worker just pushed past her and walked in and shook hands with Harry. "Mr. Potter, I'm glad to see you're not as bad off as I was led to believe, but I still must investigate." She said as she looked around. "At least the house is generally clean. Let me see your bedroom, young man. I've heard they lock you in there. Plus we can talk in private." Harry wasn't sure what to make of her. She was firm but not unfriendly. Sort of like a younger McGonagall, Harry decided. Okay, this way." He led the two of them went up the stairs. Petunia was left leaning against the doorframe lest she fall down. When they reached his room, the woman all but shrieked, "It's true, they do lock you in your room." While fingering the many locks on his door, Harry heard a whimper come from the bottom of the stairs. The woman strode into the room and looked expectantly at Harry to join her, so he did. Standing in the middle of the room, Harry saw her reach into her long sleeve and pull out a wand and wave it at the door so it closed. He almost fell over in shock. Then he heard her mutter and wave it over herself, and the drab paisley dress became camo fatigues and a black t-shirt. Now he did fall back on his bed as the face changed to a familiar one and sprouted her trademark bubblegum pink hair. "Tonks. Watch her." Harry, not being able to take it any longer, he flopped back on the bed and roared with laughter. "Fooled you too, huh?" Tonks was being her cheeky self when he recovered. Harry sat up on his bed and offered his desk chair to her. "Oh yeah, but why did you do it? You could have just walked in like Moony did." "Yeah, I could have, but this will put the fear of God, or maybe the government, in them, and maybe they'll treat you a little better." Harry shrugged at that. "And besides, this gives me great cover for anyone watching the house and whoever they talk to, and I can come back for follow-up visits to make sure they haven't taken out any anger on you," she said with a caring smile. Harry nodded at her. "We'll see. Now Harry, what's this crazy idea you have about me being a godmother? Do I look like a mum?" She managed a serious look despite her present appearance. Harry smiled and looked down for a moment and managed to contain his blush. Looking up at her he said, "I think you can do it. Besides, it's not the pink hair or anything else on the outside that counts, it's the you on the inside. And the fact that I feel like I can trust you." He was quite serious now. Tonks got a thoughtful look on her face at that. Trust doesn't come easily for you, does it, Harry? No, at least not lately. He turned a bit morose at that thought. Thank you, Harry. Your trust means a lot to me. Remus and I talked quite a bit about this last night. Her expression softened at the mention of Remus' name, and while it seems like it could work, I guess I'd just like to hear it from you. I would think the Weasleys would be better, or perhaps others. So why me? Harry did his best to repeat what he'd told Moony and ended with, and I love the Weasleys. I think it would have been great to have been raised by them, but they're not what I need. Tonks, I've got a task in front of me that I can't seem to get out of. He didn't want to mention the prophecy right now, so he left it at that. So if I'm going to do it, I've got to get ready. I need training. I need someone who can help me understand things. Someone who can let me be me. Does that make sense? Her admiration of the young man, and Remus was right about that, grew. From somewhere inside of her came a new feeling for Tonks, motherly love. She scooted up on her chair and put both of her hands on his shoulders. Harry, I'll do my absolute best to make this happen, to become your guardian and to be a good godmother. There was such a look of happiness on Harry's face she couldn't help but pull him into a hug. Now then, she said as she let him go, I think this can be done. As Remus mentioned, family ties are important in the wizarding world. Since Sirius was your official godfather, and I'm related to him, I should have a pretty strong claim. The fact that you want me to be so helps as well. Speaking of which, grab your quill and write me a note about that so I can present it as evidence. When Harry had done so, she took it and blew on it until she was sure the ink was dry and stuck it in a pocket. Right, there are a number of things we need to talk about, but they can wait until later. She crooked an eyebrow at him. Unless there's anything else that you need to talk about before I leave. Harry thought about that for a moment and shook his head. There were all kinds of things they could talk about, but he wanted to wait until he was sure this was going to happen. He still didn't want to share private thoughts with just anyone, and although it would be just a piece of paper in many ways, it was an important piece of paper tying her to him, and until that time, no, they can wait. Very well, I'll leave now. I'll let you know when something happens. As Tonks stood up, a few thoughts clicked into place as she considered what he had said and the look on his face. Harry, this may sound strange to you, but you do need to talk to someone about what's going on inside you. Harry's head shot up and looked very intensely at her. She knew she'd struck a nerve and needed to be careful. I'm not saying it needs to happen now or even next week, but you do need to work out what's happened to you and how you feel about it, soon. It can be with me, your friends at school, or if you want someone totally neutral, I'll set something up with one of the mind healers that work with the Auror department. Everyone approaches problems differently, but the common fact is that keeping hurt bottled up inside you will make you worse, and hurt those around you that you want to hurt the least. Harry dropped his head and studied a hole on his faded jeans. Does that make sense, Harry? He picked at a loose thread then slowly nodded. It will be hard. Tonks squatted down so she was closer to eye level with him. Yes, it will be. Most things like this are, but it will help you in the long run, and I want you to be around for a very long time. Harry looked up from his jeans into her light blue eyes, while wondering if that was her real eye color. Thanks, he whispered fiercely, I think I needed that. As difficult as this was, it gave him a good feeling that he'd chosen well with Tonks. After squeezing his shoulder to end the moment, she stood up and waved her wand over herself to resume the role of the social services worker. Ah, did you know there really is a person like this? How boring. That made Harry laugh, and then she was off. Standing in his doorway, he could barely hear her talking to his aunt. How he survived I'll never know, but you're not out of the woods yet, Mrs. Dursley. I'll be back to make sure he's all right and no harm has come to him. Yes, we'll be watching your family very closely. Harry closed his door and wondered how this would play out. If his aunt and uncle did nothing and just left him alone, he thought he'd be the happiest, but who could really foretell the future? The next couple of days went by fairly normally for Harry, though the Dursleys did feed him a little better, which disappointed Dobby. The nightmares were still coming, but with a little bit less intensity. He wasn't sure what to attribute that to, as he still did his occlumency in the same way, with difficulty, but he was grateful anyway. Friday evening a small gray owl brought him a short note. Harry, inspection tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Be ready for some fun. Your fairy godmother. That made Harry smile. He wanted to believe that meant she had worked everything out to be his guardian, but he didn't want to get his hopes up. He'd been back at Privet Drive for 2 weeks now. Some fun would be good. At 9 the next morning Harry was working in the front garden and doing his best to look like he was working while avoiding getting dirty. He had his lists in his pocket for reference if he needed them, and of course his wand that was in his waistband but under his t-shirt. Glancing around to keep an eye out for Tonks, or any danger that might spring up, he saw a small black car pull into the driveway. His curiosity got the better of him, so he stopped what little work he was doing and watched Miss Drury get out and walk up to him. Are you ready, Mr. Potter? Taking that as a cue to keep in character, he replied, Yes, ma'am, though I suppose my aunt and uncle should be informed. Drury, Tonks smiled at him. And so we shall. Come along. They walked up to the front door. Though it was open, the woman still rang the doorbell. Uncle Vernon answered, and it was obvious he knew who she was even though he had not met her. Harry could tell his uncle wanted to tell her where to go, but she was from the government, so that left him at a slight loss, which Tonks took advantage of. Mr. Dursley, I'm Cynthia Drury from Social Services. Her outstretched hand was ignored, as that was Vernon Dursley's way to insult her. As you have ignored this child's basic needs, the government will step in as necessary. Mr. Potter will accompany me to our warehouse where I shall give him some proper clothes. Vernon was starting to sputter at her implications. And finally, Mr. Dursley, because of the way you do not watch out for this boy, I will be by every day for the next few weeks to make sure he is taken care of. If he is not, I shall bring the full force of the law upon you, so I suggest you keep a low profile and be a decent human being for once. Good day. Tonks had built to a furious ending. It was all Harry could do to keep a straight face. Come, Mr. Potter. She led him to the car. Once they were inside the car, so Harry, how did I do? Do you think they'll be a bit nicer now? And by the way, it's safe in here, you can say anything you want. Harry chuckled slightly. Maybe. They have been feeding me a little better since your first visit, but other than that, it's about the same. So if you're going to be seeing me every day for a few weeks, is that when I'll get out of here? Tonks pulled out of the driveway and guided the car down the street towards her first stop. That's the plan. I don't have an exact date, but it'll probably be around August 1st, or that's my guess. We've recently made the borough unplottable, which should help safety somewhat. You can stay there and spend time with your friends until it's time to leave for the Hogwarts Express. Besides Ron and Ginny being there, Hermione will be arriving about the same time you do. Thanks. That will be so great. He really did feel good about this, well, mostly. He also knew he'd get the 3rd degree from his friends, especially Hermione, about some things, but by actively trying to avoid bad feelings, the good appeared to outweigh the bad. That evaluation caused him to consider one of his major concerns. Tonks, any word on being my guardian? Several words actually. Harry raised his right eyebrow in question. Her face quickly grew warts and her nose became long and pointed, and in a crackly voice she exclaimed, I've got you now, my pretty. Before she cackled in laughter. Harry snorted because his laughter had escaped from him so quickly. I've always loved that movie, she said in a normal voice, and her face changed back to the matronly Miss Drury. I sent the owl to you last night as soon as I had the signed paperwork. Yes. Harry pumped his right arm in triumph. I should tell you a few things though, my boy. Harry's face fell as he wondered what the bad news was. Glancing at his face while she drove, Tonks tried to quickly cover herself. No, Harry, nothing bad, but you do need to know what I said. Harry tried to look happier, but he didn't succeed very well. He was still expecting hassles from either the Ministry or Dumbledore. I played up the family ties to Sirius very heavily, and that went very well. Dumbledore raised some questions about where you'd be staying, about you staying in school, and so forth, and I pointed out to him and the judges that nothing in that area of your life would be changing. You'd still be at Hogwarts, same friends, still back at Privet Drive during the summers to keep up relations with your Muggle relatives, and so forth. Judges. Yes, Harry, or 3 members of the Wizengamot if you want to be picky. It was essentially a hearing to decide who had custody over you. I didn't have to be there. Because you're still a minor, no. But that's why I wanted the note from you, so you'd have some input even so, and that note was useful. Stating your age and that you had finished your owls with only 2 more years left at school was a good thing. That was a stroke of luck. That's good, but why do I feel like bad news is coming? Tonks, smile faded, because I had to misrepresent you slightly. Harry looked hard at her but kept silent. I had to portray you as you were last year, or more actually an exaggerated version of you last year. I told them you were a very unhappy boy, and that you looked at most authority figures with disdain. So the fact that I had family ties, was someone you liked, and in order to help with your safety, allowed me to win the case. So I'm really sorry, Harry, but then again, that's the way you were a month ago, and how everyone, but Remus and I, thinks of you at this moment. Does that make you angry at me? He considered that carefully before answering. Amusingly, that consideration was somewhat ironic, because a month ago, he probably would have flown off the handle and berated her for what she did, something that had been helpful to him. I'm not sure I'm happy about it, as I don't really want to appear that way to everyone, but I'm not angry if that helped you win the case. I guess I'll just need to show everyone that I have changed, or at least want to change. You really have changed, you know. Though I've only been around you for a short while this summer, I can tell. Remus also noticed and liked the new you. And who or what is the new me, Tonks? You're someone I want to be friends with, Harry, and someone I think being a godmother to will be enjoyable. You may not believe me on this, but what little I got to see of you in action at the Department of Mysteries last month, how you 6 students took on 12 Death Eaters and basically fought them to a draw, is quite amazing. You are an equal to many adult wizards now, and will become a very powerful wizard in the future. If I can help you get there, I will, because I want you to stay alive and enjoy life. I don't feel like a powerful wizard, but I do want to become one. I need to become one. That got Harry thinking, and before he could think too much and chicken out, he asked her. Do you know why I need to be? Do you know the prophecy? No, I don't, but it's not hard to guess, or at least guess the main point. Do you want to know what it says? You know. Tonks was shocked. She had to pay careful attention to driving, and she was wondering if she needed to pull over so she didn't crash. In fact, that seemed like a good idea if this conversation was going to go where she thought it was. Do you want to know? Because I know it. Now Tonks was shocked, and she quickly found a car park to pull over into. Just a second, Harry, I don't think I want to be driving while you tell me this. When she found a parking space, she pulled in but did not turn the car engine off in case she had to get away quickly. All right, Harry. She turned to face him so he'd have her undivided attention. She also wanted to watch him to see his body language. He'd thought about it so much it was easy to recite, so he did. Tonks just sat there stunned to finally hear it. When she got her voice back, she told him, well, for once the Daily Prophet is right. Huh, the Daily Prophet, haven't you been reading it lately? No, said Harry, all they print is lies. Or at least they did whenever I read it last year. You'd be right, last year. Most of this year too, now that I think about it, but they are correct in calling you the chosen one. Harry sighed and shook his head in disbelief. Do you know what the power that he knows not is, Harry? No, he told her and looked down dejectedly. Dumbledore seems to think it has something to do with love, but I can't imagine what it would be. I just don't see love as a weapon. There's a song called Love Hurts, I think, and enough hurt can equal death, of a sort. She was joking with him, but he didn't bite. Turning around to drive again, she turned more serious. So Harry, you are planning to restart the DA as a club this year, aren't you? I don't see why. We only did it because Umbridge wouldn't teach us anything. You're not looking at the big picture, Harry. He looked over at her as she continued on. Here, let's see if this will help you. Let's say that you and your girlfriend are walking through Hogsmeade on a weekend visit. You do have a girlfriend, right? No, not really, he replied with a slight blush. What, a good-looking young man like you doesn't have a girlfriend? Who would have me? Though I hate to admit it, you did describe me pretty well a while ago. If I was 5 to 10 years younger I'd be interested, she joked with him, and he blushed again. All right, got any candidates? She said with a smile. He thought about that. Cho was out. He couldn't take any more of her, though he still admitted she was good looking. Parvati, whom he had taken to the Yule Ball in his 4th year, was pretty decent. Lavender Brown was always worth looking at when she walked by, though he thought she might be a bit flighty for him. And at the last second, he considered Ginny Weasley. A bit feisty at times, but he did like her mane of red hair, and he'd noticed on the train a few weeks ago that she had really started looking grown up. Yeah, I can think of a few that might do. I thought so, she said with a large grin. All right, so you're walking through Hogsmeade with your cutie when 50 Death Eaters apparate in surrounding you too. Now, how many bad wands are there? That's easy, 50, right. Oh sorry, Voldemort is there too, so 51. Now how many good wands are there? Well, R2. There's always some teachers there. Maybe a few order members, and various citizens. I don't know, 50 or 60. He guessed. I would disagree. Yes, there will be the two of you, plus a few teachers, and a few more order members, maybe 25 total. The rest of the wands are just trying to run away and not get hurt. So you've got 2 to 1 odds against you just in Death Eaters, and Voldemort is there too, but behind all the Death Eaters. Think about that for a minute, then run the scenario forward in time and tell me what's going to happen. She glanced at him while she was driving, watching him think for a minute, and when the scowling face looked up at her, she asked him again, so what do you think about restarting the DA club at school this year? You know, Tonks, if I have time, I think restarting the DA would be a good thing. It'd be really nice to have a number of extra wands able to watch my back, he said with a cheeky grin. She teased him with, good idea, I'm glad you thought of it. They both laughed as they joked with each other. Changing the subject, she asked him, now what classes did you take last year, or at least what did you take owls for and how do you think you did? Defense obviously, and I'd be surprised if I didn't get an O. Professor Tofty was impressed with my corporeal patronus. I am too, Harry. Most Aurors don't learn how to do that until they get to Auror school. Charms. Yes, I think I did pretty well in that. An E for sure, maybe an O if I got lucky. Good, and Transfiguration, definitely an E, I doubt an O though, Harry admitted. Alright, those 3 are going to be your core classes. Work very hard on those, Harry, and to make sure you do, I'll be giving you extra work in them all. Harry groaned. Tut tut, Harry, you must do well in those areas to be able to defeat Voldemort. You said you watched Dumbledore fight Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries, what skills did he use? Harry thought about all the stunning and blocking, the fountain statues moving around, the column of water, the conjuring. Right, damn, he did use all 3 areas heavily. What else, Harry? Astronomy, divination, and history didn't go so well, especially as I passed out during the history owl from a Voldemort attack. Don't worry about them, Harry. Of those 3 subjects, only history of magic can be useful to you for your fight, and that's only to help you plan, but I don't care if you take them or not for your newts. Harry smiled in joy, but don't think you're going to get totally away from it though. I'd like you to do some independent study for history and take the newt anyway. If you need sleep so bad that doing so in bins class is the only way you can get it, then you have other problems we need to take care of. Harry wasn't so happy now, and it showed by the slight petulance in his voice. If you say so. A little laugh came from Tonks. Don't worry, Harry, it's not so bad with a good teacher, or at least a good book, and I can get you that. Magical creatures. Yes, I took that one. I think I did pretty good in it too, I'm guessing an E. I know Hagrid will be disappointed, she told him, but you're skiving off that one too. I have plans for that time block. How did you do in herbology? Pretty well, I think. I definitely passed and probably got an E, though I'm not so sure. I'll get you a tutor if I need to, but you'll continue that one. There is useful information in there, especially when dealing with potion ingredients. Speaking of which, how did that go? Considering how little Snape taught us, surprisingly well. I'm pretty sure I got an E, but I know I really need an O to get into Snape's Newt Potions class, and I need potions if I'm to get into Auror School. You'll need to continue with that class too. Sorry, since I know how much you dislike Snape, but potions can be very useful, not like your 3 core classes, but useful in a supporting way, and that can't be ignored. But what if I don't get an O? Harry's concern came through in his voice. Don't worry, you'll make it in. Harry looked dubious. Hey, I don't know your scores, but I have heard that only 3 people made an outstanding on their potions owl. That has forced Dumbledore to force Snape to take people who made an exceeds 2. So buy the book and ingredients when you go shopping for school supplies. Understand? Yes, Tonks. Harry wasn't sure if he was pleased or not. He knew he needed a potions Newt to get into Auror School, but he hated Snape only a little less than Voldemort. The fact that Snape was part of the Order didn't change his prejudice at all. Good, that will give you 5 classes, plus you'll have several independent study classes. I'll handle some, others I'll have guest teachers for, and the rest will be to pick up extra study material for your Newts, like history, and I'll have you start runes. Harry looked at her like she had 3 eyes. Yes, Harry, it's another one of those useful support things. Don't worry, there are ways to learn the academic stuff quickly. If I have my way, you'll be taking your runes owl and Newt at Christmas break, and your Newts for defense, charms, transfiguration, and history at the end of this year. Harry all but choked when he heard that. What, you can't be serious. Nope, I'm Tonks. Harry didn't laugh at the joke, that was still a bit too painful. Seeing the look in his eyes, she apologized. I'm sorry, Harry. It just sort of popped out. It was an old standing joke with Sirius, Remus, and myself. Harry only nodded. Taking a very audible deep breath and a sigh to try to clear the air, she tried to get back on track. Actually, she used a gentle voice to try to help him. I am quite serious, Harry. You can do it if you apply yourself. I know you're a smart person. By getting those out of the way, you can concentrate fully on advanced defense next year, not that you won't this year too. All right, if you say so. Harry didn't sound normal, but Tonks figured it was best to ignore it and go on. About that time, Tonks turned the car into a big car park and stopped the car. That got Harry's attention. Where are we anyway, and what are we doing here? His curiosity was getting the better of him and was distracting him from his temporary depression. One of the biggest stores in the area, and we are going on a shopping spree for new clothes and anything else you need. Harry's face lit up at hearing that. Think of it as making up for about 10 years of missed Christmas presents, but first, we need to fix something. Pulling out her wand, she lightly tapped Harry on the forehead, then on the top of the head. Not too bad. It should do considering where we are. Pull down the visor and look in the mirror and tell me what you think. Harry did so and was amazed to see his hair was as blonde as Draco Malfoy's and was swept to the side, showing a forehead without a scar. He did look like a different person. Cool. Thanks, she exclaimed and grinned. I did pretty well at disguises in Auror School. It's only a simple glamour, but it should do. Now let's go shopping. Oh, and you're to act like my son and I'll be your mum. They selected some jeans and shirts for him before Tonks happily pulled him over to the smarter clothes. Why do I need these? Harry asked, giving her a very confused look. You never know, Harry, she said, looking as if she did have a very good idea why. You might need to look good in this world sometime. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he didn't argue. The fact that she was grinning at him didn't put him at ease. When she dragged him to the underwear section, he blushed and politely but adamantly said, no. Harry, I can tell you're embarrassed, but everyone needs these too. Pick out whatever you need. When he still refused to do so, she pinned him with a stare worthy of Mrs. Weasley as she leaned over and quietly told him, Harry, select what you need or I'll charm all of your existing ones pink, with red hearts. After he figuratively picked his chin up off the floor, he grabbed the first 2 packages in his size that he saw, threw them in the cart, and practically ran away from that area. He did his best to ignore the chuckling from behind him. By the end of their time, Harry thought it had been a pretty good trip. Besides the clothes, he'd also picked up a few Muggle things on his list, like pens and a few spiral notebooks, plus a toothbrush. Now where Tonks? Besides lunch. Yeah, that would be good too. There's a spot near here where we can eat, then it's off to Diagon Alley for a few things we can only get there, she told him. What? The topmost thing on my list is a backup wand. I think you need something you can keep hidden on you in case your normal one is taken away from you. As an Auror, I can help you get one, she explained. They went to a Muggle pizza place, which Harry thought was wonderful, and had a late leisurely lunch. Tonks hurriedly took him through the leaky cauldron and out towards Ollivander's. It was late afternoon and nearing closing time for most shops, which was what she wanted. As they went into the shop, she pulled out her wand to make his sign say, "Closed," and then closed his one open curtain. Harry was surprised the wizened man didn't object, but instead greeted her. "Miss Tonks, how nice to see you again. And who have you brought me today?" "Mr. Ollivander, we need a backup wand for this young man." "Certainly." Turning to a still blonde and scarlet-looking Harry, he politely asked, "May I see your current wand, young man?" Harry carefully reached under his shirt and pulled his wand out from under his waistband and handed it over. It didn't take more than a few seconds for the old man to start smiling and say, "Good to see you again, Mr. Potter." Harry knew his face was filled with surprise since his eyebrows were up as high on his forehead as they would go. The wand maker chuckled at his reaction. "I thought I told you before, Mr. Potter, that I remember every wand I've ever sold, no?" Not waiting for an answer, he turned back to Tonks. "What did you have in mind for Mr. Potter, a normal wand, or one of the shorter or backup wands?" "A short one if you please." Harry didn't know why she'd requested that, but it did sound interesting. Turning to Harry, she told him, "The smaller ones are easier to hide somewhere on you." Ollivander turned and started hunting through boxes, much like the first time he'd been in this store. Nearly 5 minutes later he came back with 3 boxes. "Let's try these first." He handed over a wand that wasn't quite as long as the palm and fingers on his hand, maybe 6 inches at most. Harry gave it a short wave and a gust of wind nearly blew Ollivander over. "No, I think not." He took the wand back and handed him the second one. When Harry waved it, it appeared to do nothing, but Harry could feel it vibrate a little. Most curious. "Try this one." He was handed the third short wand. With a wave, Harry felt music. That was distinctly weird because he knew he hadn't heard it, but he did feel it. Looking up in astonishment, the wand maker smiled at him. "Phoenix feather in you. You seem to have an affinity for the magical birds, Mr. Potter." "We'll take an arm holster for that too, Mr. Ollivander," Tonks mentioned. "Two, sir." Harry spoke up. "I'd like one for my normal wand as well." "Good thinking, young man. 2 it is." A few minutes later they let themselves out of the shop with a small bag of goodies and 20 galleons lighter. With a quick check of their surroundings, she took him to a small shop a few doors down whose window was filled with spectacles. In here was an older lady who looked almost as old as Mr. Ollivander. "Madam Bunn." Tonks greeted her and showed her something. Harry guessed it to be some sort of ID. "This young man needs an eye exam, and I'd like to see if we can get him contact lenses." Harry was surprised at hearing that, but didn't object. He didn't mind his glasses, but he did wish he didn't have to deal with them at times, like during a fight when he did worry he'd lose them or have them broken so he couldn't see an enemy. She smiled in a friendly way and directed Harry to a stool. She asked for his glasses and looked at them very carefully, then took her wand and did some sort of diagnostic spell on him. Heffing. She searched and found a device, which looked like omnioculars to Harry, and asked him to tell her when the picture in it became clear. He held them up and she tapped her wand on it very lightly a few times until Harry told her it was good. Looking at the device, she told him more than she asked him. "You've been having headaches lately, haven't you?" Harry was stunned by this and apparently it showed. "Yes, poor vision can do that to you. Hold on a minute and I'll get you something. It should help you with your studies too," she said before leaving abruptly for the back room. Harry looked at Tonks, who smiled at him and ignored the obvious question. "She does work for the department from time to time. It costs a little extra, but there will be no records of this visit." Harry was still thinking this through when she returned a few minutes later. "Sit very still, I'm going to put these lenses in your eyes." Holding his head and one eyelid open in one hand, She put the contact lens on his left eye with the other hand, followed by the other eye. Though she was quite gentle, it was one of the hardest things Harry had ever had to do. Seeing that finger come at his eye and knowing he had to trust her. In what seemed like a long yet short time, she was done and asked him to read a sheet of paper. It was incredible how much easier it was. "Thanks. I didn't realize what had happened to me," he told the eye specialist. "Don't worry about it. Most people don't realize how much their vision affects them. I guess you don't need these glasses anymore. Do you want to keep them for a souvenir or shall I toss them?" The eye healer looked at him patiently. But before he could answer, Tonks jumped in. "Can you make them into normal glass so he looks like he still needs them?" Without a word, she tapped each lens with her wand before handing the glasses back to Harry, who put them on. "By the way, those lenses will repel dust, water, and most everything else you don't want in your eyes. Also, you don't have to take those out until you need new ones. That's also part of the magic," she said with a smile. Tonks gave the lady a small bag of galleons, probably around 100 Harry guessed, and they left after thanking the woman again. Both of them tried to watch around them for danger without being too obvious as they walked back towards the leaky cauldron, and neither said anything to the other until they got back into the car in Muggle London. Tonks, how is it that you can drive? I've never seen any other magical person do it." Tonks chuckled. "I really need to get you out more. You know someone else who can. Arthur Weasley." "Oh yeah," he said sheepishly as he remembered his ride in the Old Anglia, causing her to chuckle again. "Arthur is an exception in many ways. Most of us who drive are either Muggle-born or have Muggle-born parents. In my case, I have a Muggle-born dad who taught me." He said it was good to know both worlds. She took a deep breath and slowly sighed. "I'll probably teach my children too, but the reality is that after a couple of generations beyond the Muggle-born parent, the desire to able to live in both worlds is usually lost." Harry considered that. "I suppose I can understand. I know how I grew up, but the wizarding world is so fun, I think I'll stay mostly in it after I grow up." "And that's why the worlds are so separated," she replied. They talked about inconsequential things the rest of the way back, until Harry mentioned looking forward to returning to school. Not knowing how to bring up the last important thing she wanted to talk to Harry about, she used that opening. "Harry, there was one more thing I need to ask you about." Harry was unconcerned as he looked at her. The day had gone quite well, he thought. "When you return to school, you're going to have to talk to Dumbledore from time to time. How do you feel about that?" She tried to watch him out of the corner of her eye as she drove. It was so obvious it couldn't be missed. Harry closed up. "Why do you ask?" Tonks caught the few deep breaths before he answered, as well as the chilliness in his tone. "Harry, you're going to have to work with him at least a little while you're there next year. He knows a lot of things that can help you, and he is the headmaster. But I asked because I saw a reaction to his name when I mentioned it earlier today, and Remus also told me you reacted badly to Dumbledore in front of him as well, though he didn't tell me exactly what you said." This was something Harry really didn't want to talk about, but he wasn't sure how to avoid it. "He's just not my friend right now." He hoped she would leave it at that, but he didn't get that wish. "Why not, Harry? If you tell me, maybe I can help." He sat there for a very long moment thinking about how to answer, and how much to tell. Tonks kept quiet and kept driving, though she continued to glance at him. "He's hurt me, Tonks. I respect him, but he's hurt me and I don't know how much I trust him right now." Now what happened? Tonks wondered. This was something completely unexpected. The Dursleys, she understood. They had never treated the boy right, but Dumbledore. "Oh, right, the Dursleys. You don't like him for putting you with the Dursleys, do you?" "That's one." Harry's voice was very far away. "He finally told me after the Department of Mysteries fight why he'd done it. I guess I understand, at least from a protection point of view, but I wonder if he really knows what I went through there." Tonks didn't know a whole lot for sure, but being an Auror, she'd investigated a few child abuse cases and those gave her a good idea. It almost broke her heart. "I'm sorry, Harry, I truly am. I'd fix your past if I could." He just nodded. "What else, Harry?" She didn't let up. "Last year, I became a nobody to him. He dropped me like a rotten tomato. He was like a grandfather before, then last year he seemed to avoid me unless he couldn't, like at the trial. He said it was to protect himself, but if he's the greatest wizard of this age, why did he treat me like dirt? Harry never raised his voice in this complaint, it was just cold and heartless. Memories of old order meetings came to Tonks' mind as she listened. She hadn't disagreed with Dumbledore then when he said what he was going to do, but she hadn't really agreed either. Now she could see that the full cost of that decision hadn't been thought out. She hoped that she would never forget that she was dealing with a living human being and not a tool. She also hoped that was the last problem. Was there any more Harry? He sat there a moment. Yeah. Damn. This was worse than what Remus had imagined, thought Tonks. A stronger voice, one starting to fill with anger, went on. I really feel like he's set me up to fail by withholding information from me. Now he was starting to let go of his restraint. Did you know he told me he thought about telling me about the prophecy and why all of this was happening back in my first and second years? Imagine if he had. Think about how much more prepared I'd be. But no, I'm having to cram it all in now. His voice was just below a shout. And look how he's let Snape treat me for 5 years now, not to mention the abuse and nearly worthlessness of Snape's occlumency lessons. Surely there's someone else who could have taught me. He's also could have told me about the prophecy so I didn't go to the Department of Mystery and get Sirius killed. So after all that, tell me Tonks, how can I trust him now? Though Tonks didn't fully see it the same way, she could see his point of view. Damn the old man for his short-sightedness. After that vent, she knew there was almost nothing she could say to make it better, and almost any defense would make things worse. Harry, what do I say? She paused, groping for the right words. Look, I know this is not an explanation that will make you happy, but he is only human, and we can fix some of this. Right, to err is human, to forgive is divine, sarcasm dripped from his comment. Sorry, I don't feel like being divine right now. Maybe later, a lot later, but not soon. If you want to know why I've tried changing recently, this is why. I don't trust him with making choices for me, so I'm going to have to do that for myself. I understand, Harry. I said we can fix some of it. Will you let me try and help? Like how? The anger in his forceful tone was still there. First, I can get you information. You're going to have to promise to keep it to yourself, but I'm willing to bend some rules and make you an unofficial member of the Order. I won't bother with all the mundane trivia that happens at most meetings, but if something is happening, I promise that I'll make sure you know. How's that for a start? Harry considered that. That's a start. What else? The anger was reduced to petulance. Second, you and I both know you need to return to the Dursleys a little while longer this summer and for a month next summer. That's about 6 weeks total. Hang in there, Harry, and I'll continue the charade and keep the abuse to mere unpleasantness. If I can get lucky, I'll get your aunt and uncle to let you live there and ignore you. Can you live with that? That condition was what he was asking for the other day, but he didn't want to give in too easily. I suppose. I believe I can shame Dumbledore into treating you right, plus get someone else to give you occlumency lessons, but Snape is a git who you're just going to have to put up with for potions, though I may have a way to make it a little better. With that description of the potions master from her, he had to fight to keep the smile off his face. Tonks noticed the struggle on his face but didn't say anything. He was growing up, but he wasn't there yet, she thought. Okay, that she'd gotten to this point she considered a minor miracle. Now she just had to deliver. In an attempt to continue the save, she took the conversation to Quidditch. Oh, another detail about school. If you had the chance to be Quidditch captain or not, what would you choose? It'll be between you and Katie Bell. That's tough, he told her, glad to have changed topics. It would be great, but I also know I'm going to be really busy. From what you tell me, I'm not sure I'll have enough time to do it justice. That topic carried them the rest of the way back to Privet Drive. As they pulled into the driveway, Tonks changed topics again. One last piece of advice I just remembered. Harry looked at her a little warily. When you get up in the morning and sometime after dinner, do some exercises. You know, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, whatever you can think of, and do as many of each as you can. I'd tell you to go for a run, but I know you don't have space here and I don't really want you to leave the house. That exercise will have to wait until later. He gave her an incredulous, "Why?" "Because extended battles require a lot of effort, and I want you to get used to the physical exertion. I have another plan for you too, but that will also have to wait." She winked at him before opening the door to escort him to the house. With another small lecture to the Dursleys threatening them that if even a single thread on Harry's new clothes was harmed they'd be done for, Tonks Drury left after telling them she'd return on Monday. As he went to take his bags up to his room, Uncle Vernon told him he could just stay up there for the rest of the day. Harry knew the threat of no dinner was supposed to be a punishment, but Uncle Vernon didn't know about Dobby. In fact, Harry rather preferred Dobby's meals and his company to his Muggle relatives. Other than a few topics he'd rather have not discussed, it had been the most pleasant day of his summer holiday yet. Because of the daily inspections, and because the Dursleys had yet to catch on to the fact that his social services worker was a fake, life at Privet Drive was actually quite tolerable for the first time in his life. A few days after the big shopping spree, life got even better when Harry finally realized that Aunt Petunia wasn't always around the house all day and he now had a house elf who excelled at cleaning. So when he started having Dobby help with housework when Aunt Petunia was gone, he suddenly had a lot more free time on his hands, plus a busy Dobby was a happy Dobby. After a couple of days of catching up on his sleep with some small naps, since he didn't seem to have nightmares if he kept the naps short enough, he was feeling pretty good. In fact, he was getting a little bored. So he got his Gringotts key, gave it to Dobby and told the elf to go withdraw 1,000 galleons, then go by the bookshop. Harry felt that this was one area he would follow Hermione's example and get ahead on his reading for the first time in his life. It had to be a good thing considering all the work Tonks had outlined for him. So he gave Dobby a list with his standard grade level class books in his 5 subject areas for both 6th and 7th years, a number of classics in defense, especially the advanced areas, all 5 years of school books for runes through newts, and finally a couple of books in spell creation theory just because the topic sounded interesting. By the time Harry had finished mowing the lawn that day, Dobby had all the books in his room and a still sizable sack of gold left over. Glancing through the rune books, he all but fell asleep and wondered how he was going to make it through them, but the spell creation books proved so interesting he almost got caught laying down on the job by Aunt Petunia. During Tonks' visit that evening, Harry showed her his new stack of books. "Very good, Harry," Tonks told him with a big smile. "I'm proud that you're thinking ahead and helping yourself." Harry glowed at the praise. "I'll see if I can get an older Auror training manual for you. Kingsley is my team leader and he should be good for something," she said with a wink. As she was about to walk out the door, she suddenly whirled around and gave Harry a questioning look. "Wait a minute, Harry, how'd you get all those books? A stack that large would have taken a flock of owls, unless they were shrunk and then the underage magic detectors should have caught you enlarging them." Harry gulped as he realized he'd stepped in it now, tripped up by a small detail that the Auror's mind had not completely missed. While considering what to tell her, she adopted the hands-on hips stance and gave him a "you'd better come clean" look. Harry couldn't take it and looked down at his feet while he meekly admitted, "I had a little help." "Who?" Her tone was firm. Not knowing what else to do, Harry walked the couple of steps over to his closet and opened the door. "Dobby, will you come out please?" An elf head leaned out from inside as if trying to shield his body. The Auror looked from elf to her charge, and back and forth a few more times. When she recovered she addressed Harry with a tired acceptance in her voice. "How long has he been here, Harry?" "About a couple weeks now. I accidentally called him a few days before Moony came over." "Accidentally? It doesn't work that way, Harry. House elves only answer to those they're bound to in some way, either family-wise or employed by." "Don't look at me, I just said his name and he came." Both humans now looked at Dobby. "Harry Potter sir called for me and I came." He stated it like it that made everything obvious. Tonks and Harry just exchange unknowing looks. "All right," she started slowly, "why did you call him?" How did he want to say this? I was thinking that I might need a few errands run and knew I couldn't leave." Being able to have dinner regularly sounded good. Well, and maybe have a little magic done too. Tonks glared at him. Oh, and I figured a protector wouldn't hurt either. How did she make him feel about 5, he wondered. Her eyes narrowed. Why would you need a protector, Harry? Surely you remember that we always have someone watching this house. In a very neutral voice he told her, they don't protect me from what's inside the house, Tonks. Without hesitation, she rushed to him and pulled him into a hug worthy of Mrs. Weasley. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. You're right, you shouldn't have to live in fear, or miss dinners, or be locked up. She let him out of the hug, but left her hands on his shoulders. I'm not angry, Harry, I guess I'm just really surprised you'd have to do this. Even though I had a muggle father, I still grew up with magic and I guess I forgot what it could be like to be living in a house like this. You be careful with what you have Dobby do. I don't want either one of you to get into trouble. Understand? Being relieved at being let off so easily, Harry readily agreed. Changing back to her social worker appearance, Tonks left. On Friday, Tonks told him that he would indeed be leaving on the 1st of August. As that was a Thursday, it should make things easier since they'd only have to deal with Petunia. He was to be ready at 9 o'clock in the morning, though she wouldn't appear if Vernon was still there. Harry debated on whether to tell his aunt he was leaving next week, but decided that he'd leave everything alone, lest they try to give him a lot of last-minute chores or something. He eagerly started the countdown to next Thursday. Though not much changed over the week, on the morning of the 1st of August Harry was in a disagreeable mood. He'd had the Department of Mysteries nightmare twice last night. While still laying in bed, he tried to clear his mind of emotion, or at least caring about his emotions. It had helped a little but not much. Of course, being awakened early by Uncle Vernon for chores didn't help. His bad mood on his last day there added fuel to his rebellious fire. He started to get out of bed like normal when he stopped and called for Dobby instead. He had a plan. Dobby, will you please lock the door so no one can get in? Fortunately he'd gotten up and gone to the bathroom between the nightmares, so that wouldn't be a problem for a while. With a wave of his hand, Dobby locked the door. Will Harry Potter sir need Dobby for breakfast since he can't leave? Yes, please. Bring whatever is easy and something for yourself. I'll start packing and then we can have breakfast together. Dobby bobbed his head and winked out. Harry got dressed, choosing his new jeans and one of the nicer polo-type shirts. Tonks had picked it out for him saying it matched his eyes so nicely. That done, he started gathering all his things, including the letters he had hidden under the loose board in the floor. He'd managed to write Hermione a couple of short letters, the last asking if she thought arithmancy was actually useful. He knew he was asking for it by sending her that question, but he was mildly curious. Sifting through her long reply, he came to the conclusion that he really didn't need it, or at least not a lot of it. She also seemed quite pleased that he'd written to her for advice. Ron's letters were as short as Harry's had been. Pretty much everything is okay sort of thing, though he did talk a bit about the Chudley Cannon's prospects for this year in one of them. The letter from Ginny was quite the surprise though. Sure, his letter had been to Ron and Ginny. It seemed natural enough to do since she was his friend too, but he really hadn't expected an answer back from her. It was a very friendly one, more of a stream of consciousness describing a relaxing summer. She'd also expressed interest in seeing all his books. Hermione had said the same thing, which was to be expected, but this was a side of Ginny he hadn't seen before. That got him to wondering what else he didn't know about her. He idly thought about her while he finished packing. Dobby returned with food as Harry finished packing. Just as he was sitting down on the floor and making himself comfortable with a plate of bacon and eggs, he heard Uncle Vernon pounding on the door and yelling, "Boy, get out here right now and get to work." The foul mood he'd woken up with returned to replace the almost good mood he'd found while thinking about his friends. He almost shouted back before he remembered the imperturbable charm on his room. Taking a deep breath to calm himself somewhat, he turned to Dobby. "Will you please remove the charm on the door so Uncle Vernon can hear me? Be sure the door stays locked." Dobby snapped his fingers. Now Harry had to choose wisely, or throw all caution to the wind. His mood made up his mind for him. "I don't think so, Uncle Vernon, not today." And in a quieter voice, Dobby, would you please pass the pumpkin juice? What do you mean not today, boy? It was obvious that his uncle was upset, but Harry really didn't care. He had already decided he was not going to be taken advantage of today. After all we've done for you. How dare you be ungrateful? Harry imaged his uncle's face was quite red by now. He wondered if he could make it go towards purple. Not today, Uncle Vernon, and not anymore this summer. I'm leaving shortly, so there's no use in starting anything. While he had to talk loud, he was making the effort to be distantly polite, not because he cared but because he knew that would infuriate his uncle even more. He heard his uncle growl an obscenity and shake the door to come in, but the magical lock held. I don't know what you've done to the door, boy, but if you don't want to come out, then you can just stay in there. Harry heard several of the locks on the outside of the door being snapped into place. The boy who lived smiled at his house elf, whom he thought of more as a friend than any of the Dursleys. Nice job on the bacon, Dobby, crisp without being burnt. Dobby blushed, or that's how Harry interpreted the greenish tinge. When breakfast was finished, he let Dobby take care of all the dishes while he searched the room one more time for anything he might have missed. Not finding anything, he grabbed his spell creation book and sat on his bed to read and use up the last half hour or so of his imprisonment there. One last thing crossed his mind that he had to know. Dobby, will you be going back to Hogwarts now? Yes, Harry, sir. There is cleaning to be done for next term. If something should happen and I need you, say to run an errand, will you be able to hear me if I call for you? Oh yes, Dobby will hear Harry Potter and will answer immediately. The elf looked eager for more work from Harry, so he smiled and thanked the elf as he went back to his reading. Shortly after 9 he heard the doorbell ring. He didn't get up. A couple of minutes later, he heard Alohomora several times on his door. Watching the door, he saw it open and a very cautious and natural-looking Tonks peer in. Since there didn't seem to be a problem inside the room, she slowly walked in, seeing Harry sitting on the bed with his book, his trunk and owl cage with Owl in the middle of the room, and Dobby sitting on the chair at the small desk. Remus Lupin followed her in. In a puzzled voice Tonks asked him, Harry, why didn't anyone answer the door, and why were you locked in here with both Muggle locks and a spell? So he had to explain what had happened that morning. Neither of his escorts said anything to him, but merely looked at one another in puzzlement, each awaiting the other to say something. Harry broke the silence. If you'll excuse me, I need to take a quick trip to the bathroom before we go. The pumpkin juice is kicking in. As he reached the bathroom door, he heard laughter coming from his room. Upon returning, both of his minders were casually talking as if in their own world. He stood there for a moment listening to them discuss a play both of them had seen but disagreed on what the premise of the writer was. By the way they stood and looked at one another, Harry could tell something was going on between them. He thought that was a good thing, that both of them needed someone. Each not only had a lot to offer the other, but also needed someone very special in their life. He hoped it would work out for them. Finally he walked on into the room. I'm ready. They both immediately straightened from their relaxed pose and moved slightly away from the other. It was amusing to the teenager. Moony grabbed the trunk. Tonks pulled out a short length of rope, then grabbed the cage with Hedwig in it, while Harry picked up his book. They all grabbed onto the rope. Portkey and Tonks, with her wand in the same hand as the birdcage, tapped the rope and said, "Activate." The familiar pull and spin enveloped Harry, and before he had breathed more than twice, he was standing in the living room of the burrow. Harry only stumbled one step on his landing, which was an improvement. Looking around he saw Ron and Hermione look up from their chess game. No one else was waiting in the room. Ron rose to greet his friend, but his chess opponent got there first with a big hug for her friend. With the book still in his hand, he gave her a quick hug back and noticed that she seemed to be slightly shorter than he remembered, though looking at Ron seemed to be about the same. Odd, he thought. When Hermione let go, he shook Ron's hand and they slapped each other on the shoulder. "Hey mate, come on, let me give you hand with the stuff." Ron grabbed one end of the trunk and Harry picked up the other end in the owl cage. Or at least he tried to get the owl cage, but his book was in the way. Seeing his difficulty, Hermione grabbed his book and told him, "I'll hold this until you get back." He smiled at her. "Thanks." You might like to borrow that one when I'm done." The two boys left the room. Of course they barely entered into the kitchen when Mrs. Weasley shouted, "Harry!" and went over to give him one of her famous hugs. Harry barely put the trunk down on the floor in time. Marveling at the welcome, Harry couldn't quite figure out why it seemed like home here. Sure, the Weasleys treated him like family, but it was more than that. There was also the smell of food in the air, which was always good, and yet there was something more and Harry couldn't quite put his finger on it. Eventually, the boys continued their journey up. The boys had barely left the living room when Hermione whirled around to face the two adults. "He's changed. What happened?" She watched the two of them smirk at each other. Realizing she had a fairly thick book of his in her hand, she looked at it. An introduction to the theory of spell creation. Harry never reads books unless it's about Quidditch, so what's he doing with this? She looked intently back and forth between the two. Remus decided he'd answer since he'd known Hermione longer and she had once been his student. He's trying to change Hermione. He's been looking at his life a lot lately and decided there needed to be some changes. A big hopeful smile crossed her face so fast Remus felt he better rein that in a bit. "Hold on, girl," he told her and put a friendly hand on her shoulder to steady her. Harry is a work in progress. Just like Rome wasn't built in a day, Harry needs more than a month to get where he needs to be. So please don't get too hopeful and push him too hard. He raised an eyebrow at her with the implied understand. The bushy-haired girl physically deflated a bit, but still kept her huge smile. He's finally doing it, isn't he? He's becoming the wizard to defeat you-know-who. Tonks put her hand on the girl's other shoulder. He's trying. The Auror smiled at the young lady. I know you want to help him, and you will, but please heed Remus's warning and don't help him too much. I already have a blistering pace set up in front of him and he's only beginning to realize it. Gentle help is what he needs, and he'll take care of the rest. The words, "I understand," came out, but none of the fire had left her face. After the boys had dropped off the trunk and started to return downstairs, Harry almost literally ran into Ginny as she came out of her room right when he was walking past it. "Oh, hi Harry, I'm glad you're here. It's always so much more fun when there's four of us." She gave him a nice smile, but he didn't fail to notice that she had not given him a hug as Hermione had done. There were several very valid reasons for her not doing so, but he secretly wished she had. "Hi Ginny," he replied. "You're right, four does make things better when you're playing games and such." That seemed like a safe reply. She, ahead, and followed them down. Ginny wasn't sure what to make of that answer, but did it really matter? She wasn't stuck waiting on Harry anymore, and Dean Thomas was there if she wanted him. That was also a question she would have to answer soon. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley was talking to Tonks, Remus, and Hermione when Harry, Ron, and Ginny entered the kitchen. The topic was Tonks' schedule that was about to change. It was then the youngsters learned she would be spending a lot of time at Hogwarts over the coming year. Partially as a guest instructor in defense and partially as a security guard. There was concern over the security of the school, and Dumbledore had convinced the ministry to assign a person there to help out. To Harry, it was expected, but the other three were excited. Hermione picked up on the fact that Harry didn't seem surprised, but she didn't have time to quiz him right then. Mrs. Weasley had them set the table so they could have an early lunch. Remus and Tonks stayed for lunch, but then left afterwards saying they each had something to go take care of. As lunch ended, Molly Weasley smiled at her kids and their two friends. "Go enjoy the afternoon outside and catch up with each other. The chores can wait until tomorrow." That was unusual enough that her two all but ran out the door before she could change her mind. However, just as Ginny reached the door, her mother called her back over. "Ginny." "Mum, you said we could go," Ginny complained. "I did and you can Ginny, but come here just for a second before you go, unless you want me to change my mind." Ginny pouted on the inside, but went over to her mum. Hermione waited by the door for her while the two boys hurriedly went ahead outside. Mrs. Weasley bent over and whispered in Ginny's ear. Ginny smiled at her mum and nodded eagerly before she hurried out the door. Outside, Hermione asked, "What was that about?" "We have to keep Harry outside until 5:30. "Is that the plan?" her brown-haired friend asked. Yep. At that point the girls came around the end of the house and the clearing came into view. The boys were visible up ahead at the end of the clearing. Harry was jumping up into the air and caught a mostly horizontal branch of a tree and started doing pull-ups. The girls walked very slowly watching the boys. He looks good in that shirt, doesn't he? Hermione whispered. Matches his eyes, the redhead said. But look how he's filled out, he must be exercising a lot. Must be. I wonder if I could get him to get Ron to join him. Ginny gave her friend a light laugh. Maybe you could get Harry to get Ron to say something about how he feels about you to you too. Hermione blushed a bit at that. Hermione had also been silently counting too while she talked. Harry was up to 34 and was only now starting to struggle. She looked at her younger friend as she teased, I bet those arms would feel good around a girl. Now it was Ginny's turn to blush. I'd swear I had to look up at him more too. I thought I was only a couple of inches last year, but now, it's got to be more. I think you're right, Ginny, and it looks good on him too. Ginny nodded in agreement. He'd barely hit 40, but Harry had made it so he dropped from the tree and shook his arms. Noticing the girls had caught up, he looked at Ron. So where are we going? I was thinking down by the pond. There's a nice shady spot there. Looking at the girls to get their reaction, both of them sort of shrugged like, whatever, so he told his red-headed friend, lead on then. A few minutes later, they came to the pond and Ron took a seat in the grass under a big tree. Harry sat next to him but at a right angle. Hermione sat next to Ron facing Harry and forming a U. That left the spot next to Hermione and Harry for Ginny to complete the square. Ginny wondered if her friend had planned it that way or if it had just happened. While Harry had seen what she was wearing earlier, it seemed like he noticed it for the first time, or maybe it was her in her fairly tight faded blue jeans and light blue sleeveless blouse that he really noticed and appreciated. Somehow, Ginny wasn't just Ron's little sister anymore. So Hermione, what did you do this summer? Hermione was surprised that Harry had asked her. Normally she would have started this. Another interesting thing about him, she thought. Hermione spent the next 15 minutes talking about her trip to Italy. She ended it with how much fun it had been to see all the historical sites, as well as spending time on the beach. She was trying to decide how to turn the conversation back to Harry and his summer when she saw him lazily turn to Ron and say, I think Hermione must have enjoyed the beach quite a bit, Ron. The tan looks good on her, don't you think? That surprised Hermione, but it surprised Ron even more as he seemed to have the deer caught in the headlights look. A quick glance to the right showed her Ginny was only barely suppressing a giggle. A pinkish-colored Ron eventually muttered, How about you, Ginny? Harry asked her, what have you been doing? Not a whole lot worth mentioning. I've been mostly relaxing in between bouts of cleaning for Mum. At least I haven't had to continue cleaning all the who knows what at Grimmauld Place. The second Ginny said it, she wished she could have taken it back, and sure enough, Harry had heard the reference and his head dropped down, causing him to stop looking at her. She could have kicked herself for mentioning a reference to Sirius. Hermione saw it too and tried to quickly jump into the gap. Ron, what did you do this summer? Noticing but not fully comprehending his friend's mood swing, he launched into his tale. Like Ginny, not much, until Bill took me to a Chudley Cannons game. Harry, you should have seen it, it was wickedly awesome. Hermione saw Harry look up at his friend with an almost normal look. She would have key-ed Ron for that save if she could have. It was almost as good as the World Cup match we went to 2 years ago. I think they all had the new Firebolt 2 broom. Have you seen it yet? Oh yeah. Harry was becoming more animated as he warmed up to the topic. I've got a quality Quidditch supplies catalog that features it with all the specs. I really want to see that. Ron appeared to be nearly beside himself in anticipation. Hermione couldn't believe mentioning a new broom model should have this effect on people. She turned to share her skepticism with Ginny, but found her as enthralled as Harry. Afraid they'd be stuck on this topic for hours, she tried to redirect the conversation. So Harry, what about your summer? How has it been going for you? There was so much she wanted to ask him. How he was dealing with Sirius's loss, the Department of Mysteries experience, nightmares, the changes Remus had alluded to. But she somehow remembered the gentle advice too, and tried her best to be patient. As she watched him sit there thinking about how to answer her, she also couldn't help but notice this was definitely a changed Harry. Last year's model would have told her nothing or some other trivial answer. He was thinking things through more now. After a more than a few seconds of pause, which caused the other three to wonder if he was going to explode, except that his face didn't show it, he said, "If we're only counting the holiday, then this has been one of the best I've ever had." His smile looked genuine. "How's that, Harry?" Hermione just had to dig deeper. "Well, I've kind of finally figured out how to deal with the Dursleys." He smiled at an inner thought. They're still abominable to be around, but there have been a few small changes that make it bearable now. One reason it's better, and another thing that's changed, is that I've now got a real legal guardian and godmother. Harry beamed with that statement. "Oh Harry, I'm so happy for you." Hermione's face showed it too. "Who is it?" With both pride and embarrassment on his face, he blurted out, "Tonks." "Tonks." She was shocked. "Still, I'm happy for you. Harry, I'm happy for you too, and I think she'll be good for you as well." Ginny was quite sincere, and Harry told them thanks. Hermione thought she must have missed something having been away. It was so unfair, because Ginny not only didn't seem surprised at the news, she thought it a good thing. There must be more than meets the eye here, she thought. Harry's face suddenly changed. While I have all of you here, there is something else you really should know." A large part of him wanted to run from this, but he'd been telling himself for weeks he needed to do this. "I am a Gryffindor. I am a Gryffindor." The mantra running through his head, he plowed on. "I've been thinking about a lot of things lately, and, one of the things I noticed was how badly I treated you, all of you, last year." Harry, and, "It's okay," came at him, but he held his hand to stop them. "Please, I really need to do this." Thankfully, that stopped them. Taking a deep breath, he went on. "I'm really sorry I was such a prat. While a lot of, ugly things were happening to me, I still shouldn't have taken out my frustration on you. I'll do my best not to let it happen again." That said, he turned and looked at Ron. Ron easily told him, "It's okay mate, we're good." They smiled at each other like only two little boys could. Hermione was touched to see that, but then the smile slipped from his face and a questioning one replaced it as he turned and looked at her. Her breath caught. While a small part of her loved looking into those green eyes, the analytical part recognized he was looking for forgiveness. She slowly smiled at him, which he returned. "Harry, I understand. You were already forgiven." She started to go on, but he had already nodded and was turning his head. Now Ginny felt his gaze come upon her. She felt lost in his green eyes, and she was glad she was sitting down. That kind of gaze always made her weak in the knees. Ginny felt she could have just sat there and looked at him for a very long time, but a small part of her brain functioned just enough to let her know he was waiting for a response. She more breathed than said, "Of course Harry, you are like family." It felt so good to hear that from them, but Ginny's family comment really struck a chord within him. Again, there was that elusive something about being home that he couldn't quite pin down. "Thank you," he told her. Another observation hit him. She had some of the most wonderful brown eyes, understanding light brown eyes. Then the moment was broken. "So Harry," Ron spoke up, "what else has changed this summer?" Harry pulled himself back into the present and turned to look at Ron. "Well, let's see. Better at Privet Drive, godmother." He looked up as if searching a list. "Doing a lot of reading. I noticed your book." He gave Hermione an easy laugh. "No surprise that you wouldn't miss the book, Hermione." "Yeah, actually I have. Not much to do in my bedroom there. But spell creation, that's pretty advanced, even for 7th years, and we're only in 6th. "I suppose," he said nonchalantly. "It seemed like it might be useful. Tonks and I have been talking about what new classes to take this year, so I've been reading some of those books too." "What?" Ron looked incredulous. "You're reading school books during the holiday? Have you gone mental?" Harry only laughed and was not upset. Hermione liked this Harry. A few months ago he would have snapped Ron's head off for that question. "I told you it was boring at times. Besides, I've realized how much I need to learn as I was thinking about things." Hermione noticed a brief sad look flash across his face just before he looked at her with a very plotting look. I've also decided that you're not going to get the top grade in every class, Hermione, especially in 3 of them. Harry knew he always beat her in defense, but he thought he could beat her in charms and transfiguration too if he really tried. Though some had called her the smartest witch in the school, Hermione was flabbergasted to hear that. His look turned into a most mischievous grin and he nodded his resolve at her. Yeah, right, Harry, like you're going to outstudy me. She heard a giggle from Ginny's direction but didn't break eye contact with Harry. He held his grin. I've already got all of my new textbooks and have read the first several chapters of all of them, have you? He asked cheekily. Laughter exploded from her right as she looked over to see that Ginny had fallen over and was literally rolling on the ground laughing. Ron was chuckling too, enjoying the moment at her expense. Well, she was indignant, then the hilarity of the moment finally caught up to her too. After a moment she went on in a more graceful manner. Very well, Harry, I look forward to the challenge, and the extra free time from not having to help you with your homework. That set Ginny off again and Harry good naturally took the ribbing with a touche. But how can you know what classes you'll be taking since we haven't got our OWL scores yet? OWL scores, classes to be taken, and wondering who would be the next teacher kept them occupied for quite some time. It wasn't until the sun hit Ginny in the eyes as it approached the horizon that she even thought to look at her watch. She almost cried out in alarm when she noticed it was 20 to 6, she was 10 minutes late. Hey, we gotta go. Dinner is soon and Hermione, we have to go help. Good idea, my stomach could definitely use some food. Ron, when does your stomach not want food? Ginny complained at his complaint. For a few minutes after I've eaten, he joked back. Come on, Hermione, Ginny encouraged her friend as she stood up, and she ran a little bit to get back faster and to put them ahead of the boys, who were taking their time walking back lest they get asked to do extra work. I hope Mum doesn't kill us, we were supposed to be back 10 minutes ago. Ginny was walking fast. It'll be all right, Ginny, she'll be in a good mood. So what do you think of the new Harry? Both girls glanced back at the boys to doubly make sure they were far enough ahead not to be overheard. Ginny seemed to purr her sigh. What's not to like? Sure, he's still got some moodiness to him, but I swear I almost lost it when he stared at me when he was apologizing to us. It was Hermione's turn to giggle at her friend. So what are you going to do about it? A groan escaped Ginny now. I don't know. I gave up waiting on him and have been mostly happy, but seeing him like this, so happy, like he should always have been. I don't know what to do. You better figure out what you really want, Ginny. That Harry you just talked to is going to be noticed by a lot of other girls when he returns to school. But Hermione, I want to know that he wants me for me, not because I used to have some stupid crush on him. He's never been rude or anything, but I've always been Ron's little sister to him. As they reached the house, Hermione got the last word in. Maybe it's time for the little sister to grow up and show the man who she really is. Ginny took in the big sisterly smile, but her heart was thumping madly at the thought of winning Harry. The boys sauntered towards the burrow. Harry was in a good mood due to spending the afternoon with his friends in a normal teenager conversation. They're looking pretty good, aren't they? He told his red-headed friend in a quiet voice. Ron looked up at the 2 girls a ways in front of them just in time to see them give a quick look back at the boys. I don't know, I suppose. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't see your sister that way, and while I do see Hermione as something like a sister, I still notice they've, filled out a bit, wouldn't you say? Especially the brown-headed one. A slight blush came over Ron. Yeah, I did notice actually. Of course your sister is growing up too. There was a pause and Harry was about to tease his friend some more when Ron finally spoke up. You fancy her, Harry? That hit Harry hard. He wasn't bothered that Ron asked, but to consider the question point blank like that was a bit frightening. I don't know, Ron. He started thinking out loud. You know, we've been in school together now for 4 years, and I think it's only today that I think I've really noticed her as someone other than your sister. Though if you don't mind me saying it, I've always thought she was cute. Ron didn't say anything to that, so they walked in silence for a moment. Finally Harry decided to ask Ron the question that was on his mind. "Do you fancy Hermione?" A look of fear crossed Ron's face. Harry heard some gulping sounds before he heard a soft, "I don't know." Harry smiled at his friend as he thought, "He's got it bad." Each of them carried their own thoughts about his girl of choice. Harry was becoming more and more enchanted by the long red hair and faded blue jeans as he watched them disappear into the house. When the boys came in, only Ginny was in the kitchen. She was getting cups for dinner. "Oh Harry, Dad came home and he's got some new Muggle object he wants you to explain to him." "Oh, yeah, he's in the living room. Hermione is trying but isn't having much success. Maybe you could try." She gave him a winning smile. Suddenly his heart felt a little fluttery, and again that elusive thought of home filtered through the back of his brain as he walked towards the living room. As he opened the door and stepped into the doorway, he was met with a yell of surprise and many shouts of "Happy birthday, Harry." He took a half step backwards in surprise, and was surprised again at a pair of strong but small hands in the middle of his back. A quick turn yielded a meek-looking Ginny with her hands held out a bit from her body. "Sorry," she told him with embarrassment, "I didn't expect you to back up." Something about her being there trying to get in on the moment made him wonder if she had something to do with the party, besides being the decoy. "That's okay, I didn't expect anyone to be behind me." "Sorry about that." Again he smiled at her and Ginny felt pulled to him, but then everyone was coming over to Harry and pulling him into the room and away from her. She sighed to herself and followed. Harry could hardly believe everyone was here for a party for him. Besides the Weasleys, minus Percy who was still being a git to his family and Charlie who was in Romania, Remus and Tonks were back, Mad Eye had come, Neville and Luna were there, and even Professor McGonagall had shown up. Fred quickly put a party hat on him and Harry wondered what was going to happen to him. George came up and handed him a box wrapped in brightly colored paper. "A small token of our appreciation, Harry, which we expect you to use wisely this year," Fred continued. "Since we can't be there," George took up. "And someone must carry on the tradition," Fred completed. Harry was always amazed at how they could talk as one person without missing a beat. He opened his first present to find a box labeled, "A complete WWW starter kit to fun." "Thanks guys, I've been wanting to come see your shop." "Anytime Harry, stop by any time. Do make sure the Slytherins get to see some of this," the other twin added joyfully. "And pass out the brochures we tossed in." "Sure guys, thanks." Harry knew this could be fun, though he did his best to ignore Mrs. Weasley's disapproving look. He didn't even try to look at Professor McGonagall, afraid of what he might see. Ron shoved a box in his hands. "Here's something for you to enjoy, mate." Unwrapping this box he found a large pile of chocolate frogs and a little golden ball that looked like a. "It's a practice snitch," his friend told him. "Just like the real thing, but this one will come back to you with a special spell." "Cool, thanks Ron, that will be handy." His friend beamed. Mad Eye gave him a faux glass, about half the size of the big one the Exor had. Luna gave him a scrapbook that had every article the Quibbler had ever printed on Harry. He didn't know what to say to Luna, so he just told her, "Thanks Luna. That was very thoughtful. I had a great time searching the archives, it was amazing what I found," she told him. Harry decided the wisest thing to do was to let it go at that. Bill came over and handed him a medium-sized box. "It's from Charlie," he said simply. Opening it, Harry pulled out a pair of boots made from scaly green hide. Seeing a note in the top of one of them, he pulled it out. "Harry, in my last letter from home, I was invited to your birthday party. She said you'd understand if I couldn't make it and I hope you do, but I hope these make up for it. We lost a green dragon last week and when I saw the hide I thought it'd fit you perfectly. If you still think they're too much, then consider it my thank you for saving my favorite sister. Enjoy, Charlie. P.S. I think you'll like the silencing runes I put on them too." "What does it say?" Ron queried. Harry wondered who the she was. There were only two choices. He was starting to wonder if the obvious answer was wrong. "Charlie says sorry he couldn't make it, but they lost a green dragon and thought I'd like these." He stuffed the note in his pocket so it couldn't be grabbed. "Put them on Harry, George encouraged him. Yeah, Harry. Fred egged him on too. Let's see if you look as good in them as our dragon vests look on us. Others encouraged him too, so he pulled off his trainers and put them to the side and grabbed a boot. As he started sliding it on, he wondered how Charlie knew what size to get him, but it didn't seem to matter as they went on him like they were tailor-made to his size. Magically self-sizing, Harry presumed. Dropping his booted foot to the floor to stomp it down and make sure his foot was all the way in, he noticed it didn't make a sound. Pleased, he pulled the other boot on, then pushed down his jeans and stood up to see how they felt, and the feeling was good. With a nice shirt and good-looking boots that both matched his eyes, and the black jeans to match his hair, he was stylish for the first time in his life. Hey Harry, Bill called, be sure you wear that same outfit on your first free day at Hogwarts and you'll have so many girls available to you, you can have your choice. Harry looked up at him in horror at the thought and missed the scathing look Ginny shot Bill, who just smiled back at her. Harry did his best to ignore Fred and George who were making cat calls at him, and saw Remus and Tonks smiling at one another, sharing the unspoken thought about a young man who'd rather face Death Eaters and a Dark Lord than face a bunch of girls who'd like to be his girlfriend. When he turned, he caught Ginny giving him a look he couldn't quite fathom but thought it was how she normally looked at food. Hermione surprised him with a look like she'd just found a missing rare book. His scrutiny fortunately came to an end as Bill handed him another present, this time from him. It turned out to be a book called The Curse Breaker's Handbook. An industry standard, he'd said. Neville gave him a book called Plants That Can Defend Your Home. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley gave him a set of books on wards, Volume 1, Using Wards Effectively, and Volume 2, Breaking Wards. Hermione gave him a book called Charms for the Adept. As Tonks brought a small chest to him, Harry grinned and asked the room at large, why do I sense a theme here? Ron jumped in with, yeah, this seems like a birthday for Hermione. That got a laugh from everyone and a blush from the mentioned girl. Remus, who had also stepped forward, answered, because there is Harry. He laughed with the boy and everyone else. This is from Tonks and myself. Tap the top with your wand 3 times. Harry pulled out his wand and had to reach out because she'd put the small chest so far from him. On the 3rd tap, the chest suddenly expanded and became the size of his normal trunk. Cool. Open it, Harry. Carefully he opened the hasp and lifted the lid. The inside of the lid appeared to be covered with parchment that had words that he'd almost swear looked like book titles. The bottom part of the trunk was a flat wood surface with an inlaid square in a darker color of wood. Put one of you new books on the dark square, Harry. Grabbing Neville's book, he placed it on the square and after about a second it disappeared. He looked up at Remus in astonishment. Do it again with another book, Harry, but this time watch the list in the lid. Harry picked up Bill's book and put it on the square and tried to watch the list carefully. He saw the book disappear in the bottom of his vision, and a new line appeared on the list, in alphabetical order. Wicked. He borrowed Ron's favorite term. Now take your wand, Tonks told him, and touch the title for the book. Harry held his wand up to the list and touched it to The Curse Breaker's Handbook, and it suddenly appeared on top of the dark square. Harry heard a gasp from his right and looked up to see Hermione with envy written across her face. A portable library, it was said with much reverence. Harry took the rest of his books and added them in, as well as Luna's scrapbook, which showed up as Scrapbook About Harry Potter. As he was about to close it, Professor McGonagall handed him one more. Unwrapping it, he found a book titled Winning Transformations. Thanking his professor, he added it to the chest, and closed the lid. He looked up at Remus with his wand raised. Remus nodded and Harry tapped the chest 3 times and it shrank back down to be almost the size of half a loaf of bread, and about as light too when he picked it up. Where did all the books that were already in it come from? He looked at Remus then Tonks. It was his godmother that answered. Ask me later, Harry, there's a story with that. He smiled and nodded. Thanks. He really meant it too. Oh Potter, McGonagall said, it's not really a present, but the headmaster and I both thought you'd like to have this. Reaching into her cloak she pulled out a little stick that she put in Harry's palm. Hope sprung to his face as she enlarged the shrunken object. Yes, leapt from his lips as his firebolt materialized in his hand. And Mr. Potter, Harry's attention moved from his broom back to his head of house. I've grown accustomed to the Quidditch cup sitting in my office lately, so I expect you to make full use of that broom this year to make sure it stays in my office. I can play again, of course, Mr. Potter. All those silly decrees left with that vile woman. McGonagall looked even more disapproving than ever at the thought of Dolores Umbridge. Harry looked over to Ron and saw him with a happy look, probably already thinking about the first game. Let's go eat, his friend said. Before he could get up, he heard, one more, in his ear, and turning he came nose to nose with Ginny, who was bending down and trying to put a present in his hands. As they looked at each other from inches away, she seemed to have trouble getting it into his hands and he was having trouble grabbing it, as neither broke eye contact. Somehow the present found its place and she stood back up looking a bit shy. Opening the present, he saw another scrapbook-looking volume, but it was leather-bound with a clasp over it. He looked up at her. It's a journal. I've got one like it and it's helped me to write things down in it, to sort of get them off my mind. I thought it might be helpful to you too in dealing with things. He looked at her in surprise as this was the second time today she had said or done something that hit home with him, and he sensed an understanding from the girl who had been possessed by Tom Riddle. Thank you, he told her very sincerely. The instructions are on the inside cover, but once you make it yours, no one else can open it. Again he told her, thanks. Hermione and Tonks were watching the scene with great interest. Mrs. Weasley was too, but with more disapproving thoughts in mind. Can we eat now? Ron complained again. That made everyone laugh and start moving into the dining room. Professor McGonagall made her leave, but everyone else stayed for dinner. The four teenagers and the twins spent most of the evening playing Exploding Snap. The rest of the adults sat around the living room talking about various topics. Harry decided this had to be one of the best days of his summer. As it neared 11, Mrs. Weasley began shooing the kids upstairs and the rest of the guests started to leave. Tonks, comment almost forgotten, he barely remembered to pull her aside before she left for home. Tonks, you said you'd tell me about the books. Oh right. Hold a sec. She turned around and almost tripped over her feet and fell. Fortunately Harry caught her arm. Thanks Harry. Then, hey Remus, come here. When the werewolf joined them, Tonks took a deep breath and launched in. Knowing what you need to do, I decided you needed as much information as you can get. As you'll find out when you look, most of those books are on defense, or otherwise dark art related, two sides of the same coin, you understand. Harry nodded. Remus bought a few of the books, but most of them came from Sirius's library. Harry's face fell at the sound of the name. You need this information, Harry, and we decided to spare you the difficult feeling of having to go over to that house for a while. Though Harry was looking down at the floor, he nodded in understanding. Thanks. It was flat sounding but he did mean it. I know it'll get better in time, and I do really appreciate the gift as well as not having to go over there yet. Tonks looked at him with great concern. You going to be all right? He thought about that and with a very small smile he said, Moony says I will be one day. That's the spirit, Harry, Remus told him. Harry bid them good night and went upstairs to join Ron in his bedroom. They talked for a few minutes before turning out the light and going to sleep. Even after the wonderful day with his friends and the party, Harry visited the Department of Mysteries again in his sleep. Instead of Sirius falling through the veil, it was Ginny this time. He must not have screamed for Ron was still lightly snoring away as he awoke with a start. Grabbing his glasses and robe, he went to the bathroom to wash his face. Not wanting to go right back to sleep, he went downstairs. He was surprised to see a lamp burning on low and a red-headed girl sitting on the couch staring at an unlit fireplace. Ginny, he spoke softly and tentatively. The head snapped up and looked at him. It was not a happy face. Harry, what are you doing up? Nightmare, and you. She was quiet for a few seconds, so he sat down on the other end of the couch, taking up one seat and leaving an empty seat between them. I was back in the chamber again. The first time I've done that in a month. I was back in the Department of Mysteries. He didn't want to mention it was her who had died. Happens most nights for me. A nod was her initial reply. I've always tried to stay up for a while, write in my journal, or something, before I go back to bed. Didn't feel like writing tonight. Harry watched her watching the unlit fireplace, sitting with her knees up to her chest and arms wrapped around them as if wanting to become the smallest size she could become. Ginny, what's it like growing up with a family, especially a large family? Ginny had been somewhat lost in her thoughts, talking to him with only half her brain engaged, but that out-of-the-blue question grabbed her full attention. Slowly she turned her head and looked at him. His look was quite intense. She couldn't for the life of her understand why he would ask that. It's usually good. Why do you ask? I just want to know what it's like. Tell me about it. Tell me about your family and your childhood. There was something in his voice that tugged at her heart. She couldn't name the feeling though. The obvious first impression I can remember is busy. But when you're the seventh child, I suppose that's natural. I was never alone. There was always someone around to pick me up or do something with, though sometimes it was only because Mum made them. She rambled on for the next half hour. The most amazing thing was that he never interrupted her and kept his piercing gaze on her, soaking up everything she said. She was fully awake now, and part of her brain jumped to the thought that this was a perfect example of the saying, a captive audience. As she wound down the highlights, she asked him, "What was your childhood like?" Thinking back through her memories, she could not ever remember him talking about his childhood in any great detail. There had been a few details here or there from Ron and maybe a passing remark from Hermione, but never from him to her. His face changed from rapt attentiveness to complete downcast in the blink of an eye. He looked down from her to the empty cushion between them. That really got her curiosity up. After what seemed a long enough pause that she was wondering if she'd ever get an answer, he mumbled, "Not much to tell." With a very soft voice he continued, "I grew up in a Muggle family who didn't like magic. Getting my Hogwarts letter was the first time I even knew about magic." That hit Ginny's sympathy button, but she stayed quiet as he went on. "Though it's hard in the wizarding world at times, it's been the best thing that's ever happened to me." That was a confusing statement, she thought. She was about to ask him what he meant when he asked her, "What's it like being the youngest?" Mentally shrugging at the topic change back to her, she tried to tell him more of life from her point of view. She was somewhat spoiled when she was younger, what with being the only daughter too. Of course in this house, since they never had much, no one could stay spoiled. There were too many chores to do, too many jokes being played. She went on for a bit. Harry was again watching her with concentration. She noticed. The analytical part of her kicked in again and wondered why this mundane detail about her and her family was so interesting to him. She did enjoy the attention, and she also realized this was probably the first conversation the two of them had ever had of just talking about stuff uninterrupted. Here was a boy who wanted to just talk. She liked that too. She ended up this long explanation about her life with, "Of course, not everything is a bed of roses here, I've had some good rows. Considering we're all redheads with a temper to match, I supposed a good row is something of an understatement," she ended with a soft chuckle. For the first time in their conversation, a smile appeared on his lips. "Like what? It seems too wonderful here." Her shocked look must have been noticeable because of his question. "Yeah, I know no one's perfect and disagreements will happen, but a good row." Thinking about what she'd said earlier, she supposed she had painted a pretty rosy picture of things. "Would you like to know about my last good row?" He nodded. "Okay, but remember you asked." He briefly gave her that little smile again. "It was maybe 3 weeks ago." She turned her head a little and looked up as if searching the ceiling. "Yeah, that's about right. Anyway, it was the 4 of us having dinner. Everything was normal until Ron mentioned going to the Cannons game with Bill. I of course said I'd like to go too, not knowing that Bill was given only 2 tickets from a friend. If someone had told me that, nothing would have happened." A sigh escaped her as she mentally played, "What if?" Harry hung on during the short pause. But no one did. Instead, "Mum tells me it doesn't matter. I don't need to go anyway." Ooh. Exasperation was now in her voice. That was the wrong thing to say to me. Still, a part of me wondered if maybe I'd just misheard her. So I asked her why. She had the stupidity to tell me it was because I was too young. Ginny's voice was starting to rise as she relived the moment and got caught back up in the emotion. Realizing that, she tried to get softer again. "That really set me off, let me tell you. I can't remember everything I said to her, I was so hot, but I do remember both of us shouting by the time we were done. Ron had wisely left the room, though I think he was standing around the corner so he could hear but not be the target of any comments. Dad just sat there and watched. He couldn't do much else until we wound down. She paused again and shook her head at it all. Harry, I did my best to be logical about it all. I pointed out I'm almost 15. She was married almost on the day she was 18 with a baby on the way shortly thereafter. I played on the Quidditch team last year. I can hold my own in tussles with my brothers. I am not a little girl anymore. I swear, I wanted to scream that little girls don't have. Ginny thought about what she had almost said and turned red, but went on with only slightly different wording, curves and other things. She went on, skipping only one beat in her tirade. Harry didn't react, he was watching and listening. Dad finally stepped in. He told me he'd ask Bill about the tickets, but it was possible he only had two. And while he knew Bill loved his sister, Ron was a Cannons fanatic. Dad, he always seems to know what to say, at least if you'll give him a little time to think about it. Then he turned to Mum, and I swear this doesn't happen often, but he stopped her with one statement and a question. He looked her in the eye and said, Molly, I know Ginny likes her ponytail, it's only practical considering her beautiful hair, but she looks like a young lady to me. Mum took a breath to argue when Dad hit her with the question. When does she stop being a little girl to you and get to do young lady things? Mum let her breath out and just sat there. I decided that was a good time to leave and did. Ginny stopped, but Harry still didn't say anything. It's been getting a little better between us day by day, but I still don't think she's letting me grow up in her mind. She's putting it off again. She sighed and paused again. So you see, Harry, life is not always good here. Harry seemed to nod in acknowledgement, but his face didn't totally agree, she could tell. Still, she cares for you. That came out almost wistfully, Ginny thought. Again Ginny wondered about him. Yes, she does. I do wish she was a bit more, grown up about it though. They both chuckled softly, though Harry's turned into a yawn. I better go back to bed. She nodded in agreement. And thanks, Ginny. For what? Telling a few stories. Yeah, and for sharing. Now Harry seemed to go bashful, or so it seemed to Ginny. I've never really talked to a girl like this before. That was a surprise. The Harry Potter had never had a normal conversation with a girl. What about with Hermione? Not like this, not just talking. He stopped in what almost sounded like mid-thought. Then looking back at her, he gave her a simple, good night, before he got up and left. Ginny wasn't sure what to make of all this. In some ways it created more questions about Harry for her than answers. Giving him a minute to go up, she got up to go to bed too. Still not quite tired, she suddenly felt a journal entry was in order. When Ginny awoke the next morning, Hermione was already gone. She could tell it wasn't that late though. Getting up and grabbing her clothes, she headed for the bathroom to take a shower and saw Harry coming up the stairs in a t-shirt and shorts, both with sweat streaks. You're up early, she commented. Doing my exercises. Tonks got me started, and said I should add running when I got here, so I've been up and down your road a few times. As they were nearly half a mile from the main road to town, Ginny was impressed. A fun thought came to her. You should talk to Ron about joining you, Hermione would like that. Harry gave her his melting smile. But what about me? Does anyone appreciate the work I put in? Her face changed color to almost match her hair. She'd really jumped in it with both feet this time, and he continued to stand there waiting for an answer. Squeaking out a yes, she all but ran for the bathroom. Harry watched her blush to his comment. He wasn't sure what had made him say that, but her reaction was most interesting. Chuckling to himself, he went into his room to find Ron still asleep. Knowing he'd have to wait a bit for the shower, he picked up his book again and started on the next section. Mrs. Weasley's breakfasts rivaled the ones at Hogwarts, Harry thought as he sat down. When Ron joined the other three of them a few minutes later, Mrs. Weasley assigned chores for the morning. The girls were to see to the garden and the boys were to take care of the upstairs bathroom. Ron groaned at that, but Harry nodded at her and grabbed another piece of toast and the marmalade. They had all finished eating and were just chatting when Mrs. Weasley came back in. That caused them all to get up and take their dishes to the sink, then clean up the table under a matronly smile. Ginny grabbed 2 hand baskets, handing one to Hermione. The two of them walked out the back door. I saw you with your lit wand writing in your journal late last night. Couldn't sleep? Hermione inquired. Ginny concentrated on the question and not what she had been writing about, or rather who in conversation they'd had. Yes and no. Bad dream woke me up, then I needed to get something off my mind, so I wrote a while. She completely left out the downstairs part, and her friend was apparently none the wiser. I thought you were over those. Mostly. Then Ginny admitted, they still come from time to time. They were almost to the garden. Not as bad as Harry, I would imagine. Hermione looked at her strangely. You would know better than I how many nightmares he has to choose from since you were there for most of them. At least I only have the one. You were there for the last one too, Ginny. Yeah, but it doesn't really bother me for some reason. With unsaid agreement, they each took a row to go down and pick the ripe vegetables. As she was bending down to check out the peas, Ginny decided she needed more information. Hermione, do you know what Harry's childhood was like? I mean, really like. I've never heard him speak 2 sentences at a time on it. That got an unusual stare from her friend. Why? With all the casualness she could manage, Ginny explained. I was wondering what in his childhood happened that causes him to do some of the things he does. Some things about him come from Hogwarts and his friends there, but others he must have brought with him. She hoped that was vague enough to avoid suspicion from her friend. Hermione didn't answer immediately. She inspected a tomato vine instead. Harry doesn't speak of his childhood often. I've had to listen very carefully to how he talks about it and to read between the lines, so I'm still having to guess. The short version is that it was really hard on him, Ginny. I know he grew up with muggles that didn't like magic, then to suddenly find out there's a part of your being that's been ignored, well, that must have been traumatic. That is true, Hermione agreed, but that wasn't what I meant. Ginny looked up from the carrots with a puzzled look. What could be worse, she wondered. The older girl picked the last ripe tomato from that vine and carefully put it in the basket before continuing very softly. I mean, he was essentially abused, Ginny. Ginny looked horrified. Yes, he doesn't mention it, but I'm almost certain his uncle used to hit him. I've heard him talk about his cousin beating him up so he could take something from Harry, for the few times Harry ever got anything nice. I'm sure the things all 3 of them said to him would reduce me to tears. Except for this year. You've seen how he is after every summer when he comes here or back to school, how thin he is. I don't think his aunt feeds him very much either. Ginny hung her head at the imagined scenes playing through her head. She wanted to cry for his difficult times. I'm reasonably sure he has a bedroom now, but he once mentioned he lived in a cupboard under the stairs when he was little. Now Ginny was turning angry. No little boy deserved all that. Bat bogies weren't good enough for his relatives, perhaps she could do elephant bogies. Then she felt a hand on her arm and looked up and saw a sad but concerned face. I know, Ginny, I cried about it myself when I figured it out. It's so unfair for all that to happen to one of the nicest people I know. He's almost like a brother to me. I sort of think of him like that with him being an orphan. Hermione saw her friend nod, but the fire hadn't left her expression. But now that you know, Ginny, you can't let him know this feeling you have right now. That confused the redhead. Use the knowledge to understand him, to help him, but never ever pity him. If you pity him, the tirades you saw him have last year about Umbridge would be considered small. Ginny's eyes widened at that thought because Harry had had a few spectacular outbursts. Hermione nodded, understanding Ginny's unspoken thought, then let go of her friend's arm to check out the cucumbers. Ginny carefully poked a finger into the ground to see if the radishes were ready while she considered what her friend had told her. That explained last night so much, and his like of the burrow. Harry was desperate for a family. She moved to the lettuce, which wasn't ready yet, but she slowly looked anyway. How do you do it, Hermione? I don't know that I can look at him the same way again. The brunette gave her a small sad smile. I try not to focus on the past, but instead try to focus on the friend currently with me, and on the person he's becoming. The past is helpful to understand the present, but it's not the place to live. Ginny thought about that statement, and Harry, as she went down the last row. Do you think he's ever known love? Hermione considered the question. As you or I have had from our families. No, at least not that he can remember. I'm sure his parents did before they were killed, but not his aunt and uncle. I think that's at least partly why he has such trouble with girls. Ginny thought that explained a few more things too, at least for Harry. Ron had no excuse though. As they finished and slowly started walking back toward the house, Hermione spoke a bit hesitantly. Ginny, is there something going on between you and Harry? Ginny shot her a, what? Look, which was its own kind of answer to Hermione. No, not really, I don't think anything's changed, just friends. It was said a bit hurriedly, but with a straight face. Hermione didn't totally believe her. What's happening with Dean Thomas? There was hesitation with this answer. We're good friends, and writing each other about becoming friendlier. Ginny gave her friend a smug smile with that, but Hermione wasn't buying it. And if you had to choose between Harry and Dean? Ginny was saved from answering by their arrival at the house, but both of them knew what the answer was. Molly started the girls on cleaning the vegetables and putting them away. While the girls headed outside, the boys trudged up to the bathroom. With 4 teenagers using it, it was a mess. I hate doing the bathroom, Ron announced. Harry shrugged. He was used to doing cleaning at the Dursleys. Looking around he said, I think the tub is equal to the sink and the toilet, which do you want? Ron grinned and said, I hate the toilet the worst, I'll take the tub. Harry didn't really care. He took a rag and cleaner from Ron and started on the sink. He decided this was as good a time as any to talk to Ron about something that had been on his mind all through breakfast. Got any plans for who you're going to ask on the Hogsmeade trips? Ron dropped the bottle of cleaner and had to quickly grab and upright it before too much went down the drain. Why does that matter now? He looked at Harry like he was going mental. Planning ahead, Ron, that's all. For what? Remember the Yule Ball in our 4th year? Who could forget? Ron looked like he'd swallowed something wretched. I don't want that to happen again. Maybe ask someone out early in the year when the other blokes aren't thinking about it, before all the good ones are taken, you know. Harry thought that didn't sound too bad. His friend was a bit slow in moving where girls were concerned. Why not just wait and see who shows interest? Harry was trying to be patient, but damn, Ron was thick sometimes. Look, I don't know about you, but I've finally realized I need all the help I can get. Unlike you, I don't have a sister and don't really understand how girls think. Having a sister wouldn't help you with that one, mate. Harry thought he saw an opening. I know Hermione has tried and the explanations didn't go so well. Maybe I need someone like Ginny to explain it to me. Do you think she'd do that? I don't know, I guess you'd have to ask her. This was going much better than Harry had expected. He finished the sink and grabbed the brush for the toilet. He wondered if he'd need it to defend himself from Ron after the next question. So, you wouldn't have a problem if I asked her to help me with girls? And, asked her out. Ron ceased scrubbing and stood up to look at his dark-haired friend. Harry also just stood there, each boy looking at the other's neutral expression. Finally Ron broke the stare. Yeah, I guess I'd be okay with that. I trust you with her, but even so, don't you dare hurt her. Harry took in the serious look. Never. Ron nodded his acceptance and turned back to the half-done tub. Harry started scrubbing the inside of the toilet. So, got anyone you fancy? The red-headed boy didn't stop scrubbing this time, but he took his time to answer. Not sure. Wanting to help his friend, well, both of them, Harry decided to go for it. What about Hermione? There was no hesitation in the answer this time. What about her? Harry smiled at the toilet since Ron wouldn't look up from the tub. I'm only a bloke, but I think she might like you. A very bitter, what would she see in me? Came out. Harry considered how to respond to that. There were several ways, but caution was required. She must see something good. I've seen her look at you when she thought you weren't looking at her. Ron didn't say anything. Maybe you should ask her out, Ron. And, harumph, was the answer for that. Harry finished the toilet and looked around. A spotted mirror looked back at him. He grabbed another rag for that. The silence had gone on long enough that Harry felt he could safely change the topic. Who are the new people that you think will make the Quidditch team this year? Ron seemed happier for the new subject and was soon his normal-sounding self. As the teens were finishing lunch, Ron, still pumped from his discussion with Harry, had a suggestion. Why don't we play Quidditch this afternoon? Ron, his little sister said with exasperation, that's not fair to Hermione. You know she doesn't like to play. Whatever Hermione was about to say was lost as Harry jumped into the conversation. That's not a problem, Hermione. I can give you a quick flying lesson, then we can play 2-on-2. You can be a keeper, which will make it easier on you. But Harry, she started to object. Really, Hermione? Harry overrode her objection. Surely you, as the smartest witch in our class, know that even if you don't like flying, it is a very useful skill to have. Hermione didn't know what to say and just looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Ron was practically open-mouthed at his friend's comment, and lack of comment from his other friend. On the other hand, Ginny was pressing her hand to her mouth hard to keep from making a sound, though her body seemed to shake anyway. When she didn't say anything, Harry took that for a positive response and stood up with his empty plate. Right then, let me go up and get my broom. Ron, get her the most stable broom in the shed. He left to take his plate to the kitchen. With his firebolt in hand, Harry met his friends outside. You guys go warm up, he told the two redheads. We'll join you in about 15 minutes. As the two left, Harry put his broom on the ground and faced an unusually quiet Hermione. Now, what gives you the hardest time? The speed, heights, maybe hair in the face? He'd had added the last one because he'd seen Ginny pull a ribbon out of her pocket to pull her hair into a ponytail as she walked away. She seemed almost scared, but didn't back down either. She was barely hanging on by her Gryffindor spirit. Right, a little at a time then. Harry thought about this. I have an idea. Let's fly together for a minute, simple straight line flying, then I'll ask again. He took the broom from her hand and mounted it, and indicated she should get on behind him. After a pause and a big breath, she swung her leg over and sat down behind him. Now, you can hold onto my shoulders, or my waist, but don't bury your head in my back. You need to be able to look around. I won't do anything fancy, just simple flying. Ready? He didn't hear anything, but felt her arms come around his stomach and hold tightly. Kicking off slowly, he only took them to about 6 feet off the ground and indeed went very slowly in a straight line, stopped, then pivoted in the air and came back. Stopping and hovering, but not landing, he turned his head to look at her as best he could. How was that? He received a shaky, okay. Hold on, he told her, I'm going to change to the height we play at. He started forward and up to about 20 feet, same easy speed and path. She was fine with that. He continued on, slowly adding a little speed, some turns, and more stops and starts. After nearly 10 minutes, he landed back by his broomstick. How was that, Hermione? Is flying still bad? That was all right after a few minutes. You make it easy, Harry, and thank you for not doing what you do in a real game. I think that's part of my problem. I see someone like you do all that and I know I could never do it. A thoughtful look came upon Harry as he considered how to say what she needed to hear. You do know, don't you, that if you develop the skills we just did in the last 10 minutes or so, you'll be a good flyer. The high speeds I go, and fancy tricks are partially because I enjoy doing it, but also partially because a seeker has to do that. You don't need to be a seeker, Hermione, just a skilled flyer. I know Ron likes to do some tricks now and then, but watch him when he plays. He smiled to himself because he knew she already did. He only does basic flying like what we just did. He makes it look easy because of practice, and that's all you need really. He hoped that would build her confidence. She looked at him a little differently now, but he could see her thinking about what he'd said. Ready to try on your own now? I'll fly right beside you. Some of the fear returned to Hermione's face, but she nodded and mounted the broom. Harry held out his hand and his broom jumped to it and he mounted it. Low and slow, okay. They did the basic circuit, and then built on that for another 10 minutes. At the end, Hermione wasn't great, but she had achieved some real confidence for the first time. They flew down to the play area where Ron and Ginny were tossing an old quaffle. "Ready, guys?" Harry called. "Sure. But what are the teams?" "I can't figure out anything that would be fair for everyone," Ron commented. "How about brother and sister teams?" Harry suggested. "Hermione is like a sister to me, and that will make it more fair because my firebolt makes it unfair for Ginny." "What do you mean unfair, Potter?" Ginny sounded a bit indignant. "Only that my firebolt does go faster, and I have a bit more flying experience as far as school games, so I have an unfair advantage over you." "I don't think so, Potter. You couldn't outfly me if you had to. I've been flying since I was 6, and you've never played Chaser before." Ginny's temper was building. "I'm sorry, Ginny, I'm not trying to say anything bad, but that seems to me the best way to make the teams fair for both sides." Harry tried to bring the tension down, but couldn't help adding that last bit about fairness again. He didn't know why he did it, but it was fun baiting her like this. "You can't handle my flying, Potter," Ginny told him with more intensity. "You don't think so? I bet I can handle you easily all by myself." Harry purposely put a smug look on his face knowing what it would do to her. "All right then." She was in full fury. "First team with 25 goals wins." "Fine," Harry told her nonchalantly. "You can even start off with the quaffle." His noble gesture was not lost on her and only fueled her fire. Harry finally took his focus from the fiery redhead, who he decided was cute when she was like this, and looked at his best male friend, who seemed to be afraid for Harry. Turning to his teammate, Hermione had a most comical look on her face. As they walked back to their goal to get ready to start, she whispered, "You enjoyed that, didn't you?" Harry felt a smile struggling to get out, and finally let a little of it show. "Actually I did. I have no idea why I did it, but it was fun." Hermione giggled at him. "Now, Ginny is going to come out fighting. I'm going to try to fluster her a bit, but she's going to come at you. Remember, this is only a game for fun. I don't care if we lose, though I'm going to try to make sure we don't. Block with arms, legs, and your broom as best you can. She's going to score on you, but don't worry about it. When you can, catch the quaffle and toss it to me in a way she can't intercept it. I'll take it from there. I know a few tricks to get by Ron." "Okay. That's a lot to do, Harry." "Not really, it's easy when you get the feel for it." "Oh yeah, this game is all about instincts. She's going to try to trick you. Do what your instinct tells you, not necessarily what your analytical brain tells you. You can do this, Hermione." "Hey Potter, losing your nerve," taunted Ginny. "Just do your best, Hermione." Turning around and mounting his broom, he called back with a grin. "No, just explaining to my teammate why you're going to lose." "Potter, you asked for this." With quaffle in hand, she started flying toward him. Harry acted as an extra keeper and did manage to get a hand on the ball as it was tossed. Using his broom's greater speed, he picked it up on the bounce and flew around Ginny. As he got to Ron, he faked twice and then threw. Ron fell for the second fake and Harry's team was up 1-0. Sure enough, Ginny scored almost every time she threw the quaffle at the ring, and it was only Hermione there, but Harry was there more often than Ginny could help Ron. Harry was also better at stealing the passes from Ron to Ginny than Ginny was at stealing passes from Hermione to Harry. The game was one of the fastest and most furious of all the pickup games Harry had ever played. Ginny was going all out and was making him work hard. Near the end of the game, Ginny had the quaffle and went streaking down the pitch with Harry behind her. Sensing an easy goal, she shot the ball only to have it go off target because Harry had bumped into her. The result was an easy catch for Hermione. Harry dropped straight down several feet and zoomed under Ginny and went by Hermione to catch the throw from his teammate. Laying flat on his broomstick for maximum acceleration and speed, he zipped to the other end of the field and did a high-speed turn around the ring like he had seen the girls at school do, which Ron wasn't expecting, and scored from the other direction, making it 25-19. Going up and doing a barrel roll as he crossed the field, Harry landed by Hermione at the bottom of their ring and they hugged in celebration. "See, Hermione, I knew you could do it. I wasn't very good, I let most of them through." "So what? You flew as a keeper. Not falling off your broom is always a good thing." They laughed together. Ron came over. "Good game, you two. Harry, have you ever thought about being a chaser?" Harry laughed. Ginny slowly came over and grudgingly held out her hand to Harry. "Good game, Potter." He shook it and nodded as he told her thanks. "You really are better." She paused and then added, "At least for this game." Harry smiled at her while Ron added, "Why do you think he's the youngest seeker in a century?" "You know, Ginny." Harry did his best to sound good-natured, "You're quite good yourself. If you had a firebolt too, it would have been a very tight match." Genuine appreciation spread over her face at that comment. "Let's go see if dinner is ready," Ron called. The other three chuckled and they all headed back to the house. When the foursome arrived back at the house, Mrs. Weasley was indeed starting dinner. She made her usual choice of pulling the two girls to the kitchen to help her, and sending the boys to prepare the table and then to clean it off after dinner. However, Harry had a different idea for this evening. "Mrs. Weasley," he got her attention, "do you mind if I help in the kitchen instead of Hermione? Aunt Petunia makes me cook at home, but it's the same stuff over and over. I'd like to learn something new." A surprised look crossed the older woman's face, but she told him, "Of course, Harry." "Hermione, do you mind working with Ron?" The brunette didn't mind at all, and gave Harry a smile which he returned. Ginny wondered why he was really there, but he did pay attention to what was going on with preparing the food. He was frequently helping her, yet he wasn't really crowding her either. She decided her mind was playing tricks on her. After dinner, while Ron and Hermione cleaned up, Harry suggested a game of chess in the living room. Again, Ginny wondered if there were other motives, but her dad was there reading the paper, and her mum came in later. Harry's behavior never changed. Though he was friendly, he wasn't overly talkative either. When the other two joined them, they played gobstones for the rest of the evening, when they weren't talking. It was an easy evening until Mrs. Weasley determined it was time for she and Arthur to go to bed, and the teens had to go to their rooms too. Harry changed into only a pair of exercise shorts when he got to his room and started on his nightly routine of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Ron watched in amazement and questioned why he did it. Harry gave him the answer Tonks gave him, and then asked Ron if he'd like to do it too. Ron politely declined. Ginny went into her bedroom and flopped down on her bed. Laying on her stomach and chin in her hands, she looked up at Hermione as she closed the door and sat on her bed. "I don't know about you, but I'm tired," the brunette said. "That game this afternoon wore me out." "You did quite well, Hermione. I wasn't sure what was going to happen since you don't normally play, but I've got to admit you showed a lot of courage doing so." The older girl blushed a bit. "Thanks, Ginny. I really didn't think I could do it, but it wasn't so bad after a while. I know Harry told me I did a good job when I know I didn't, but I did have fun trying." "I'm glad then. Maybe you can play some more. You will get better the more you practice. It could be a fun way to spend time with everyone occasionally." Then a big smile crossed her face. "By the way, what happened between you and Harry? I thought it was going to be a full-blown fight ending in bad bogeys." Ginny groaned and dropped her face into the bed for a moment before rising back up to answer. "Honestly, Hermione, I don't know what came over me. It was like when my brothers used to tell me I couldn't do something, that it always set me off. But this time it was Harry telling me I couldn't do something. He kept going on about fairness and I couldn't stop the responses." She dropped her face back into the bed and gave a little scream of frustration into the covers before raising herself back up with a smile on her face. "You know, we were sort of acting like you and Ron in one of your rows," she said impishly. "We're not like that," Hermione argued. Too." Ginny grabbed her pillow and threw it at her friend. The pillow fight lasted for several minutes until they both collapsed from laughter and then went to bed. A couple of hours later, Ginny awakened. She didn't know why at first, and then her senses told her there was something not quite right in the house. A noise on the stairs confirmed her suspicions. Quickly and silently getting out of bed, she grabbed her robe and her wand and left her room, closing the door behind her. As she got to the bottom of the stairs, she saw a light come on in the living room. The oil lamp was on low again. She silently padded in there on her bare feet and looked to the couch. There was Harry making himself comfortable and looking into the empty fireplace. She walked in and sat at the other end of the couch, sideways facing him with her legs crossed and pulled up under her old robe. Nightmare. Yeah, which one? Are you sure you want to know? She beeped her breath in at what he was implying, but she nodded yes anyway. I was fighting the basilisk. She held her breath as he talked. Only this time I didn't win. I'm amazed I didn't wake Ron. That's what had awakened her, but she wasn't going to tell him that. She didn't want to hear this, but perhaps he needed to say it. Want to talk about it? He didn't say anything for a minute. No, not really. It's not fun when you don't win. Part of her really didn't want to hear this either, but perhaps for the greater good. Tell the version where you won. I don't think I've ever heard the whole story from your point of view. That got his attention and he looked at her carefully and saw fear in her face. Seeing her feelings and yet she'd asked anyway increased his respect for her. You sure? She nodded. So Harry told her from the point of going into Myrtle's bathroom and opening the chamber for the first time, with Ron and Lockhart there. What happened after going down and him going on alone and finding her. He even told her how scared he was for her when he first saw her and didn't want her to die. Then there was the fight with the basilisk and Fox coming to help, all the while the specter of Tom Riddle was there. He ended with stabbing the diary and how glad he was to see her wake up. It was very emotional for him. This time it was Ginny's turn to stare in rapt attention. She'd heard some of it immediately after she'd been rescued, and a bit more from Ron later, but not all of it together. She decided it was a good thing she hadn't heard all of this back then. If she thought her crush was bad before, this started giving her a case of hero worship. And yet, he sat there more little boy than man while telling it. He didn't boast or brag, and she could tell how deeply it had affected him. Though in a very different way, that year seemed to have affected him almost as much as the diary affected her. Silence filled the room as he finished and she contemplated him and their shared experience. I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm sorry I wrote in the diary. I'm sorry that I threw it away where you found it. I'm so sorry you had to take on Tom Riddle and that horrid snake. I'm sorry you had to risk yourself to save me. Harry had looked up when she started her "I'm sorry" rant. He was dumbfounded that she thought it was all her fault. He wanted to take her in his arms and comfort her, but he couldn't do that. It's okay, Ginny. How could you have known? I know, that's what everyone tells me, but that doesn't remove all the guilt I feel anyway. You know what hurts the worst though? He shook his head. No. It's all the evil things he put in my head. I know about curses, how to hurt people, the dark arts, or at least portions of it that he knew just before he turned 17. Harry's eyes were wide. I never thought about that aspect. Oh God, Ginny, I'm so sorry for you. I'd give this up in a heartbeat to have skipped the whole experience, but there is one good thing that came from it. Harry tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. Since I do have that knowledge from him, I know things others my age don't. My classes are a lot easier, and will be easier until near the end of my 6th year. Now both of Harry's eyebrows shot up. That's why I do so well with my studies. I only have to fill in some gaps. The only hard part is all the boring homework, the zillions of essays. I get full marks on most all of them because I already know large parts of it all. That's amazing. And our secret. He looked at her for a moment before he caught on. Oh yeah, sure, no one needs to know. She smiled at him. It was nice to share this with him finally. It wasn't nearly as bad as she had feared. Of course there was a second good thing. What? I got to be rescued by you. She gave him a devilish smile and laugh. Harry just blushed. Feeling better. Some, he told her. Are your nightmares in general getting better? Less, I mean. How does one rate nightmares? I guess they're getting a little less intense, but I'm still having them about every night, he finally admitted. Used your journal yet? No, I've personalized it, but I haven't had time to write yet. She smiled at him. Go write something in it now. You can do Lumos, you know, and not get into trouble with the restriction on underage magic. Have you ever thought about why that is? No, I guess I haven't, but yeah, you're right, I have done it a few times. I thought they were being nice to me. Could be, but her tone didn't sound like she really agreed. I think it's so low-powered, it falls beneath their ability to detect it. Makes you wonder what else is like that. Anyway, go write something, see if it helps. Sweet dreams, Harry. He watched her unfold herself from the couch and leave. Maybe she was right, he considered, so he got up too, and after turning off the lamp, he went up and wrote in his journal. He wrote about Guineas, I'm sorry's, and how she was wrong. It was Tom Riddle's fault. That got him thinking about his situations. So often he mentally took the blame for it all on himself. Was that the right thing to do? He closed the journal and thought about that as he went to sleep. Saturday morning, Mrs. Weasley continued her practice of giving out chores in the morning and mostly letting the teens have the afternoons to themselves. Ginny would have sworn that Harry made sure he was always partnered with her, but she couldn't ever catch him actively doing anything. She enjoyed his presence, but her curiosity was up. Bedtime came and went, and Ginny was still awake though Hermione was breathing deeply with a slight wheeze. She knew what was bothering her, but didn't know how to deal with it. Finally she couldn't take it anymore and picked up the stack of letters and went downstairs to her spot on the couch. Starting at the beginning, she skimmed through the 4 letters from Dean. One thing that caught her eye she hadn't really noticed before, was that while he expressed interest in her, he had been as non-committal as she had been. What was she going to do? How did she really feel? Deep down she knew who she really wanted if it would only work. She was so lost in thought she didn't know Harry was there until he sat on his end of the couch. She turned her head towards him and raised an eyebrow. The Graveyard one, in my 4th year at the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament. Ginny nodded. She knew most of this one, but not all. What are you doing? He asked and pointed at the letters. She looked at where he was pointing because she'd forgotten she'd had them in her hand. Ginny wanted to hide them so he wouldn't see, but it was too late. A memory of something Hermione said the other day unexpectedly came to mind. Maybe she needed to show another part of herself to him, the part that wants someone. Trying to decide what I want to do about Dean. That shocked Harry. Ginny was a little happy to see that look on his face. She wondered if he was the jealous type and if she could use that to her advantage. Harry didn't know what to do, but playing it cool seemed like a good thing, if he could figure out what being cool was like in a situation like this. I thought you said on the train that you were already going out with him. While there were several ways she could answer this, she decided that perhaps the truth would be the best way. That was mostly a story to mess with Ron. That's a secret, by the way, even if he is your best mate. Harry nodded his understanding. Anyway, we've been writing over the summer getting to know one another. Things are progressing, but I still haven't figured out if I want to go out with him once school starts, but I've got to decide something soon. I don't want to lead him on, if you know what I mean. Harry considered that. He didn't know girls did things like that, but considering Fred and George were her brothers, he shouldn't be overly surprised she'd try to pull one over on Ron. And when he did think back on it, she did sound a bit vague when mentioning Dean on the train. Still, this was an unexpected development. He didn't know what to do. Harry had been silent long enough. Ginny decided to go on. She wished she knew what he was thinking and feeling. Maybe you can help me decide. She gave him a moment to say something. He didn't. What's Dean really like? Since you've roomed with him for 5 years, you can tell me about him, can't you? Now Harry felt trapped. On the one hand, he wanted to tell her Dean is all wrong for her, that he was a better choice. On the other hand, he considered Dean his friend and he didn't really want to say bad things about him. Maybe there was a middle ground. I'm not sure what to say. I guess he's an average bloke. I'm a guy, what do I know about these things? That's not a ringing endorsement. Still, he is asking me and I've no one else asking. Harry's mind went blank. He couldn't figure out how to say what he really felt. The mantra was even gone. All that came out of him was silence. After a few moments of looking at Harry for a response and seeing a blank look, with a hint of fear, she decided she had a little more time. She also decided it was time to be a woman. Well, I guess I do have one more day to think about this some more and look for other options before I have to tell him yes. Good night, Harry. She picked up her letters and started off to bed, but as she passed him on the couch, she dragged her hand across his arm and shoulder to make sure he knew this was not a dream. Harry froze at the touch and stayed where he was without moving long after he heard her go up the stairs. That was it, he could have said something and she would have been his. Damn, he'd really messed things up. No wait, she said one more day. Tomorrow, could he do it tomorrow? He fell back against the couch in feelings of helplessness. He hadn't even been able to get a single sound out, so how was he supposed to ask her out? He got up, turned off the lamp, and went to bed hoping the sky would fall and save him. The sky did not fall during the night, it was a nice sunny morning. Harry got up and did his exercises, running and all. He kept trying to work out how to tell her how he really felt, but he kept coming up blank. Being Sunday, Mr. Weasley didn't go to work, so it was a relaxing morning. Harry found Ginny looking at him from time to time and it scared him to the point where he wanted to run and hide. His strategy of trying to be near her was totally forgotten. Bill and the twins came over for lunch, or brunch as the twins called it, suggesting they had stayed up very late the night before. After lunch it got a little better when Ron suggested a family game of Quidditch after he talked his father into joining. That would give them 4 on a team, a keeper, a beater, and 2 chasers. The twins kidded him like he'd lost his mind as they could only count 7 players. Ron told them they needed to learn how to count again because Hermione could play keeper just fine. She rewarded him with a very nice smile, which caused him to blush and the twins to look at each other and grin with glee. Keeping the same basic teams as before, Ron and Ginny added Fred as beater and Bill as another chaser. Harry and Hermione added George as their beater and Mr. Weasley as their other chaser. While still competitive, it was a much more friendly game, and a closer game. Ron's team came out on top 25-22. Harry had the presence of mind to at least give a small bow to Ginny in acknowledgement of her team's win. Ginny graciously returned the bow. That evening everyone gathered in the living room and talked about the turmoil at the ministry, how Fudge might be sacked soon. Even the teens cared and threw out theories to be discussed. Harry was feeling almost normal when they got up to go to bed. That feeling changed when Ginny caught his eye and nodded towards the couch. Harry gulped mentally and nodded. Ginny mouthed, 12, at him, which he noticed was in 1 hour. So he tried to be normal by doing his exercises then slipping into bed. While he had a herd of unicorns running through his stomach, Ron apparently had no such problems and was soon lightly snoring. At 11:45, he couldn't take it any longer and went downstairs. He didn't light the lamp but sat in his place on the couch in the dark. It seemed safer that way for some reason. He also sat sideways on the couch with his knees up and his arms wrapped around them. The fact that this was how Ginny sat the first time he'd come down and found her went unnoticed by him. Ginny came down at the appointed time, though it had been close as Hermione had wanted to talk and Ginny was afraid it was going to go on so long the girl wouldn't be asleep by 12, but by Ginny feigning tiredness, Hermione had finally shut up and gone to sleep. Lighting the lamp, Ginny was surprised to find Harry already there in the dark. She couldn't decide if that was good or bad. Sitting sideways on the couch, again cross-legged, she looked at him to gauge how to approach this. She was a bit tired of the waiting game and wanted an answer, even if it was no and try again in another year. The look on his face held sheer terror. This was going to be bad, she felt. "Hi Harry, how are you feeling?" She got a nervous, "Fine." This was so last year. She wanted to run screaming. The confident boy of 2 days ago was gone. What could she do? Then a fragment of her conversation with Hermione in the garden came to her. "Harry, we talked about families the other night. What would you say is the most important thing in a family?" "Love." The fact there was no hesitation in his answer surprised Ginny. This must have been something he'd thought about, perhaps a lot. "I think I'd agree. Did you know there can be other kinds of love?" This was roundabout, but she was feeling desperate to find out the truth and didn't think he'd answer a straight-out question about how he felt about her. Now there was hesitation from him. "Yeah, I guess." "You guess." Just when she thought she had him figured out, he surprised her. "How about in dating? I mean, families have to come from somewhere. I suppose, well, if..." He trailed off, sounding lost. She felt like she was having to pull teeth. "But why an if?" "If what, Harry?" Well, if, they can work it out, but how does it really happen? Ginny couldn't decide if she was getting anywhere or not. How does what happen, Harry? How do they decide they're right for each other? Surely he wasn't that clueless, was he? She thought. They talk about it. How did you decide to go out with Cho last year? I didn't. He looked down as he admitted it. She asked me, and it was a disaster. Ginny nodded. All right, this was making a bit more sense. He didn't understand love, probably not girls, and his one try in a relationship was a disaster. Not a good choice here, Weasley, she thought, followed closely by, but I want him so bad. So tell me, Potter, if you fancied a girl, wouldn't you tell her so? There, it was time for the truth. Yeah, I guess I could, if I could figure out if she likes me, but how are guys supposed to know? Now Ginny wanted to bang her head on something. How many signals had she sent him? And how many sisters does he have? And how does he define love? The little voice in her head asked. She couldn't decide who was thicker about girls, him or her brother. Maybe all he needed was some education, she could hope. Well, Harry, girls can show interest in a number of ways. I'd say the more ways they show interest, or signal it, shows you how much they care. Makes sense. Okay so far, but what kind of signals? He sounded genuinely interested. Depends on the girl. For some, it's writing notes or letters. Getting dressed up for the boy can be another. Getting him things, or doing special things for him. Sometimes it's whispering in his ear, extra even senseless compliments, or extra touches on the arm. Flirting comes in many forms. She stopped to try and think of some of the things she'd done to try to get his attention. Or doing silly things around him? He asked. She smiled. Sometimes, though that's more typical of a crush than romantic desire. Looking at him a lot, and blushing when getting caught is also a sign. I've even seen fighting for no reason as a sign. A smile came to his face for the first time tonight. You mean like Hermione and Ron? I've always thought that was a sign between them. Ginny gave a soft laugh. Yes, definitely so between them. Between us too. That stopped the laugh in her throat. Oh my, that was why she was fighting with him during the Quidditch game. How could she have missed it? Ginny was speechless. Hearing her pause as if afraid to answer like he was, Harry finally understood. He knew what he wanted, had wanted for some time if he was honest with himself. Now he just had to do it, and that triggered his mantra. I am a Gryffindor. Do you like me, Ginny? There it was, he was asking her about feelings between them. Progress at last. Careful, Weasley. Keep it simple and don't spoil it. Yes, Harry, I like you. His heart soared. It was true then. Wait, there was a major problem. What about Dean? Do you like him? Damn, he wasn't supposed to think about that. Dean is a nice enough guy, but we don't really have anything going, so I'd prefer a nicer guy who really liked me to ask me out. I'd go out with him. If that was not enough of an invitation, she did not know what was. What did he have to lose other than making a complete idiot out of himself? I am a Gryffindor. Would you go out with me, Ginny? He looked her in the eyes steadily for the first time that night. Those were the eyes she always wanted to look into. Yes, Harry. She smiled at him while her heart was turning flips. He asked me, finally. She saw him lean forward and wondered if he wanted to key her. Then she saw his hand move and it went to the middle of the couch, palm up. Smiling, she leaned forward too and put her hand in his larger one, and she put her other hand out too. He understood and reached forward and held her other hand. She was all smiles as she said, see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Other than it about killed me. No, it was easy. His grin wouldn't leave his face. She wanted to laugh at that, but didn't want to destroy his hard-won confidence either. Now all I have to do is decide what to put in Dean's letter. Besides. No. Well, it does seem polite to say a bit more than that. I mean, we will see him around and you do room with him. That gave her an idea. What would you suggest I tell him? Or if you don't know, how would you prefer to hear? No. Harry thought about that. Yeah, I can see where you should say more than, go away. He gave a nervous laugh, which Ginny matched with a giggle. I guess a basic it's not working for me as well as I thought might work. She nodded. That did sound good, a bit plain, but perhaps best. She had thought about something along those lines anyway. One more, do I mention you? This was one Ginny really didn't know. Apparently Harry didn't either, as he had to think about it for a while. Yes, I think so. Dean's been there as long as I have, so he knows about you liking me before. I'd worked that in, say I finally came to my senses or something. Thanks Harry, that helps. She pulled herself up and, still holding his hands, she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. She would have really preferred a more lingering kiss*, but it didn't seem like the right moment. Good night Harry, have sweet dreams. I know I will. She slowly let go of him and again trailed her hand up his arm as she walked up to her room. Lighting her wand, she wrote a quick letter to Dean. She'd send it off in the morning. Putting it down by the side of her bed next to her journal, which would have to wait until tomorrow for an entry about tonight, she fell into a blissful sleep. Harry was so struck by what he had done, it took him a few minutes to start wandering back to his room. He too fell into a blissful sleep, the first night in many without a nightmare. Ginny woke up slightly later than usual the next morning. It must not have been overly late, as her mum had yet to come to get her up. She smiled to herself, thinking of late last night, or really early this morning. I'm Harry Potter's girlfriend, she practically sang in her head, so Hermione saw a big smile on Ginny's face when she rolled over in bed and sat up. The sixth-year girl was already dressed. She was sitting on her bed reading a book. Ginny thought she looked like she was waiting for something or guarding something. Both would have been correct if Ginny could have read the girl's mind. Couldn't sleep last night, Ginny? Hermione's voice sounded so innocent. Maybe a little at first, why? Ginny also tried the innocent act. I woke up not long after I went to sleep last night and your bed was empty, and you took a long time to return, and when you did come back, there was another set of feet on the landing a couple of minutes later. It was time to come clean. Hermione was her most supportive friend in the matter of pursuing Harry. I was downstairs talking to Harry. Of course there was no reason not to drag it out a bit and have some fun. And I decided it was time I knew the truth. Did he like me, or was I going to have to wait another year or more on him? It was hard for Ginny to keep a straight face, all her joy wanted to burst out. And a note of exasperation was creeping into Hermione's voice. Ginny reached down and grabbed her letter to Dean. Read this. She handed it to her friend, who snatched it out of her hand in frustration. Ginny had to purposefully keep herself from bouncing. Watching Hermione's eyes move quickly back and forth as she read the short letter helped. Ginny, she squealed, it finally happened, didn't it? She couldn't help it anymore. She started bouncing as she nodded yes and let her smile grow its biggest. Harry and I are finally dating, she sighed with contentment. And you want to know what the sticking point was? Hermione nodded her head. He already wanted to ask me, but he didn't know if I liked him, as if I hadn't sent enough signals. Arg. So you had to explain it to him? Yeah, it was basically just an education thing. Once I explained what some of the signals were, and did a little blackmail with I've got to tell Dean something if only someone else would ask me. Hermione laughed at that, then he asked quickly enough. There's one more really important thing you have to do, you know. Confused, Ginny asked, what? You've got to get Harry to pass that education along to Ron. Both girls laughed at Ron's expense. After she was dressed, Ginny went to see Ron about borrowing Pig to send the letter to Dean. The door was open slightly, so she assumed they were up and she opened the door the rest of the way. Ron was still in bed, but Harry was standing by his trunk in his jeans and no shirt, that was being searched for. She stood in the doorway and stared, deciding she liked the new Harry in many different ways. Ron noticed her. What do you want, Ginny? Harry turned to look at her and smiled. She did her best to ignore her thoughts about Harry for a moment so she could think more clearly. I need to borrow Pig to send a letter. Can I? To send a letter to who? Ron was not being overly cooperative. Harry saved her. You can borrow Hedwig. She could use the exercise, and it might help get the point of your letter across too. She was confused for a moment before she realized he meant that Dean would recognize Hedwig. Thank you, Harry, that's a good idea. He walked over to Hedwig's open cage and put out his hand for her to come to him. Then he held her while Ginny tied the letter on. You better get used to her, girl, she'll have other letters for you too. He stroked the soft feathers of her head. Hedwig pushed back against his hand, as if saying that was fine with her. When Ginny had finished, Harry took his owl to the window and let her go. What did you mean by that? Harry had completely forgotten about Ron. What? That Ginny will be using her to send other letters. Why would Ginny do that? There's plenty of owls at school, Ron said, pointing out the obvious. Harry looked at Ginny to see who would tell him. Ginny smiled at her boyfriend. Let me, I have plenty of blackmail material. Then to Ron, Harry and I are dating. What? SSSH, and you will not tell Mum or Dad? We will tell them when we're ready. When did this happen? Her brother asked suspiciously. Some of us don't stay in bed as much as possible, Ronald Weasley. In fact, you're lucky Mum hasn't come up to drag you out yet. With that said, she winked at Harry and threw "Breakfast, Harry" over her shoulder as she left the room. The teens were almost finished with breakfast when 4 owls came through the open window, forcing everyone to grab for their juice glasses to prevent spills. 3 of the owls had 2 envelopes each, the last had a single envelope. Our scores! Hermione shrieked. They all untied their letters as quick as they could, and the room momentarily filled with owl wings again as the messengers all left. The 3 older students each opened the envelope with the Ministry of Magic seal first. Ginny waited on hers, she knew it was only the book list. Well, Hermione? Ginny asked. I got all 10. 8 outstandings and 2 exceeds, those were in astronomy and care of magical creatures of all things. She seemed a bit miffed at that. Harry? Ginny asked. 7 out of my 9, mostly exceeds, except for defense, I got an outstanding in that. Harry noted that E in potions. Only Tonks. Forewarning on the changed standard kept him from getting depressed. He could still become an Auror if he wanted to. Obviously you got an outstanding in defense, Ron said and rolled his eyes too. 7 for me too, mostly exceeds but no outstandings. Good one, Ron. Harry really meant it. I'm proud of you, Ron. No one had heard Mrs. Weasley come in, but the owls must have attracted her attention. The envelopes with the Hogwarts seal on them were now opened. Hermione's and Ron's also contained a prefect badge. Harry's had no Quidditch captain badge, but he was not surprised as he'd essentially told Tonks he didn't have time for it. Ginny also pulled out only a book list. The fact of no extra badge was not lost on her mother. Ginny, you didn't make prefect. The expectation was obvious in her voice. All the heads turned to Ginny. There's no badge, so I guess not. The disappointment on her mum's face was obvious too. Ginny didn't seem to be too concerned though. As her mum walked away, Ginny mouthed, later, to Harry who was still looking at her, as he knew she probably had the highest grades in her class after what she had revealed to him the other night. Late that afternoon, it was all 3 of them who found out why Ginny didn't have a prefect badge when they were outside talking. I knew that I might be picked for prefect, Ginny told them, so I went to Professor McGonagall at the end of last term and specifically requested not to be picked. I told her that I did not feel I had time to take on the prefect duties and do as good a job with them as needed and as the younger students deserved. When my 7th year came, I'd accept head girl if the staff so chose, but not prefect in my owl year. Professor McGonagall was disappointed but quite understanding, much to my surprise. Hermione and Ron were both astounded, but Ron seemed to be the most upset. Ginny, I can't believe you turned that down. You deserved it and should have taken it, he told his sister somewhat forcefully. I disagree, Harry calmly told them and surprised them with his disagreement. While she does deserve the honor, I know her studies are important to her so she has good reasons. Besides, it's not that big a deal anyway. I mean, I would have liked to have been a prefect too, until I saw all the extra work the 2 of you had to do, not to mention what I had to deal with last year. So this was one of those things that looked bad at first, but turned out to be the right thing in the end, at least for me. Also, knowing how much importance Ginny places on her grades, I feel it's a good decision for her too. You're just saying that only because you want more time with Ginny, Ron accused him. Harry continued to be very calm. That will be a nice side benefit, but I really meant what I said before in wanting Ginny to succeed at her goals, and this seems like the best decision to make that happen. Ginny had said nothing during the argument, but only watched closely. The new Harry had returned and replaced the old Harry from the last day or so. The inconsistency in his transition would have been fascinating if it hadn't put her through the emotional ringer last night. Tuesday morning Molly told the kids they would be going to Diagon Alley the following day, but the real surprise came when Hermione opened her copy of the Daily Prophet to see the large headline, "Fudge Sacked." The article talked about a very long meeting of the Wizengamot yesterday that didn't end until very late in the evening. The result had been a vote of no confidence for Cornelius Fudge, followed by the appointment of Amelia Bones as Minister for Magic. It was hard to say who was the happiest about that, Harry or Hermione, each for very different reasons. Wednesday morning, Tonks came by the burrow to help Molly take the kids to Diagon Alley. Since she got there a little early, Tonks pulled Harry aside out onto the porch where they could talk in private. "Harry, I have a piece of news you need to know about." Harry's look became one of concern. "It's not anything bad, but you need to know." Taking a deep breath he nodded for her to go on. "Sirius's will was opened yesterday by a solicitor in Gringotts, and while Remus gets some gold, you're named as the recipient of all the rest." Harry was speechless. "There's a slight problem in that the ministry has tied the estate up so it can't be dealt with due to Sirius's convict status. So it's in legal limbo at this time, and it will probably stay that way until the ministry can sort out what really happened 15 years ago, or we find Peter Pettigrew. The good news is that all of his accounts, while untouchable, will continue to accumulate interest, and you are considered the trustee of the house until the final ruling is made, well actually me since you're still underage. Basically, the bottom line is nothing changes from the way it is now. Understand?" Harry was trying to absorb all the information, but his emotions kept getting in the way. "I think so. Though to be honest, I'd trade everything just to have him back." He had to blink hard to keep the water in his eyes and not trickling down his cheeks. Thinking hard, he tried to rewrap his thoughts about Sirius and put them back on the mental shelf. They were still too painful to deal with. Tonks saw his pained look and put her arm around him and pulled him into a sideways hug. "I know, Harry, me too. But you know what? Even though we go on with life, we'll always have a part of him with us." Harry nodded and had to wipe his eyes with a finger. "If you ever want to talk about it, you know you can always come to myself or Remus, right?" Harry told her. And Tonks. She looked at him as he continued, "Be sure you talk with Remus about all this, I want you to be okay too. Don't you worry about me, I'll be fine. I know, but I want you to be more than fine, and I think Remus does that for you." As the point of his words hit her, she told him in an outrageous voice, "You rascal." Laughing, they both went back inside. Harry noticed that she hadn't denied what he'd suggested. Ginny had noticed Harry and Tonks talking outside. He'd looked a little sad for a while, but then came in happy. She liked Tonks and thought the aura was good for Harry. Of course, Ginny wanted to be good for Harry too. She thought she could help him with his difficult times. She hoped he would let her, as she had noticed he'd had troubles letting people get close to him in the past. That he looked great dressed in his black jeans and a black t-shirt with his green boots was a nice thing for her, or as Harry said, a nice side benefit. The only problem at the moment was her mum. Eventually she'd tell her they were dating, but Ginny didn't think it was a good thing to tell her now. An idea slowly came to her and she examined it while they waited to Flo to get their supplies. When Harry walked away to talk to Ron, Ginny quickly went over to Tonks and whispered, "Harry and I want to spend some time together today, will you help us with Mum?" Tonks shrugged and told her, "I will if I can." When they had flowed to the leaky cauldron, Ginny put her daring plan into action. After her mum had arrived and was nearby, Ginny turned to Harry and with a mischievous look and a very sweet voice asked, "Harry, would you be so kind as to escort me around today? It would be terribly nice of you to help me seeing as you don't have to buy any books." Harry wasn't sure what to do, then a wink from Ginny helped to clue him into play along. "Sure Ginny, it would be my honor to escort you and help where I can." Hoping it was the right thing to do, Harry stuck out his left arm a little and Ginny reached up and grabbed it and steered him towards all the shops. They walked by a very stunned-looking Molly Weasley, who didn't say a thing to them. When Tonks came by playing rear guard, Molly walked next to her and hissed, "Escort. Do you know what's going on with those two?" Harry didn't say a thing about it, but I think it's quite sweet. You don't see many young people do that anymore, do you? Tonks smiled at the older woman. But she's only 14, Molly. If memory serves, she'll be 15 in a few days, and she's definitely the young lady. You've done a good job raising her. That she knows the customs is a tribute to you. Tonks was serious in her comments, but she also recognized that Molly was overly protective. So if Harry seemed to want to go along with this, she was going to see that he had the chance. Besides, she liked Ginny and thought she'd be good for Harry. She thought Ginny might be just the spice in life that Harry needed. Now Molly was giving her a look like she'd lost her mind. Relax, Molly. I'll be watching him like a hawk all day. Besides, he's so clueless around girls it's amusing to watch. You really have nothing to worry about. Molly's look said she didn't agree. Hermione steered them all to the bookshop first. Harry stayed with Ginny and carried all her things for her. He also made sure no old diaries came home with them. Madame Malkin received them and happily worked to get 4 sets of robes quickly. Harry caught Ginny going to the second-hand robe rack to see what was there. He put his arm around her shoulder and steered her back to be fitted for new ones. "Harry," she argued quietly, "Mum didn't give me enough money for new ones." "Doesn't matter. I'll make up the difference, or better yet I'll get them and you can use that money for something else you need." "You don't need to do that, I can make do with the used ones," she protested. "Ginny, I'd expect this from your brother, but not you." That got a fiery look from her. "Don't worry about this. If you must spend the money, buy me a present, but I'd like it if you spent the money on yourself for once. Maybe some more of this nice perfume you're wearing, or a new journal, or whatever you've been wanting and haven't been able to get." She'd lost the fire, but still wasn't sure. "Harry, we've only just started going out together. Are you really sure? I know that my girlfriend would accept presents from me when I give them to her because she knows she deserves it, not because she's trying to take advantage of me." Madame Malkin came over to them next, having finished with Hermione new robes and adjusting Ron's second-hand robes. When Ron moved away, Harry quietly told the proprietor, "I'll pay for both of us." Ginny had new school robes and 1 new dress robe for the first time in her life. By this point, Ron couldn't take it anymore and had to drag everyone over to Quality Quidditch Supplies to ogle the new Firebolt too. "Whatcha think, Harry? Want one?" Harry had been thinking that very question since shortly after he saw it in the catalog. "It would be nice, but no, Ron. I don't really have a need for one or want it." Ron looked at him as if he'd gone insane. "I already have a Firebolt, Ron, and it was a special gift from a special person." He turned around to find Ginny and join her. He found her looking at the clean sweep line. "You left the Firebolt to display awfully quickly. It is nice, but it's not for me. I can't get one of these either, at least not now, but it would be nice to have a decent broom when I go to the team tryouts instead of having to use a school broom." He agreed with that. "Would you like an original Firebolt like I have? I think you'd do well on that." "Sure, Harry, but even though they're cheaper now that the twos have come out, they're still expensive." "Maybe for Christmas," she said as she ran her hand up the handle of the Clean Sweep 11 in front of her, "then I'll have it for the last half of the season." "Or maybe your parents will get you one for your birthday," he suggested. "I doubt it, but one day I'll have a decent broom." She was so wistful in speech and beautiful in how she looked at the quality broom, he wanted to buy it for her right there, but after the incident with the robes, he held back. He didn't want to push her and have her think he was throwing his money around. "One day, Ginny, I'm sure you will. Where do you want to go next?" "Lunch sounds good. I bet Ron will agree with me too," she joked with him and grabbed his arm to walk with him. It took a few minutes to pry Ron's eyes off all the new brooms, but soon they were walking back to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. On their way, they passed by a jewelry store. The girls stopped to look in the window. Harry wondered if maybe something from here would make a nice birthday present, but what to get? Ginny, do you like gold or silver jewelry better?" She gave him a shy look. Thinking of birthday presents, his eyes went wide and she laughed at him. "That was an easy guess. Gold to answer your question. I think it goes better with my complexion and hair." Thanks, that's good to know. You're welcome. By the way, good job. That's a very important thing to know about your girlfriend. She made a funny face at him to let him know she was teasing him. They sat next to one another at the big table. The food was almost as good as Hogwarts, Harry thought. He also noticed that Mrs. Weasley seemed to be looking more at him than anyone else at the table. He quietly mentioned this to Ginny, who fortunately had a good view of her mum. Actually, I think she's watching me, or maybe both of us, she whispered so others wouldn't hear, while sitting normally so it didn't look like an intimate conversation. I'm hoping to slowly get her used to seeing us together, so when we break the news to her, she won't make such a big deal out of it. How about your dad? He'll be fine. He likes you. Well, Mum does too. They both think of you as their unofficial seventh son. Mum still sees me as a 10-year-old little girl. I don't. Harry raised his eyebrows up and down a few times. Ginny had just taken a drink and choked on it. He pounded her on the back to help her breathe again. When she felt normal, she turned to him and told him, "Thanks," and very softly purred, "And thanks, though your timing could have been better." Harry smiled at her and considered himself lucky that she liked him. As they were about to leave, Tonks came over and stood behind the couple and put her hands on each of their outside shoulders and her head down between them. Very quietly she asked, "So are you two an item or just working on it?" Harry was surprised, but Ginny immediately whispered back, "Are you asking as Tonks or his godmother?" "I'm asking as your co-conspirator." "In that case, yes, we're dating." Harry nodded his agreement. Tonks smiled and whispered, "Good." Then in a normal voice, "Don't you forget what I told you, Harry." "Yes, Mum," he played along. Molly seemed none the wiser. After the shopping, it was another night and another nightmare. Harry wasn't sure why he'd had a nightmare, but he wished he could do something about them. Perhaps something different was needed, so he grabbed the journal Ginny had given him and a pen and went downstairs. Ron was still blissfully ignorant of Harry's night meanderings. He had just gotten started when he felt more than heard her entrance. Giving it a bit of thought, he decided it was her slight perfumey scent that gave her away. He liked that scent, which joined him on the couch in its customary place. She smiled at him, finally using it. "This is my third entry, I'll have you know." Harry paused writing and looked at her with a puzzled look. "Why do you call it a journal instead of a diary?" Harry thought he saw a sad look flash across her face for a brief moment. "That's Bill's influence." She appeared to be gathering her thoughts so Harry didn't interrupt her. "When we went to Egypt the summer after my, difficulties, I was still having a lot of nightmares. It was Bill's idea that I needed to face my fear and conquer it, so he bought me my, journal. He said that while it might look like a diary, this one was a journal and that he personally guaranteed it was safe to use. He had even charmed it so that it could only ever have one owner. No one before me, and no one after me. Bill even sat with me while I wrote my first few entries so I'd know everything was all right." Harry found that interesting. That was very nice of him. "Yeah, it was. Bill really helped me to recover faster. I don't know how he knew that would help, but it did." Ginny stopped and took a deep breath to clear the memory, then she looked up at him. "You don't seem like you're in a bad mood, so just insomnia instead of a nightmare." She'd have sworn she heard a small scream. She was becoming more attuned to them. "I'm trying to deny the nightmare at the moment while I write about it. Nothing else has stopped them, so I'm trying your therapy," Harry told her. The scenes from the nightmare strongly came back to him as he thought about the nightmare again. She saw a pained look cross his face. "That sounds, desperate or something." He didn't answer her and he hadn't continued writing either. "Want to tell me about it? You sort of did the other night and it looked like it helped you," she suggested. Harry slowly looked up from his journal to her. Her hair was messier than normal, from sleeping he assumed, but there were the same bright eyes looking at him. There was also no judgment waiting on him, just interest in him. "You sure? Was it going to be this easy?" She thought. "If it will help you, Harry, I'll do almost anything for you." "Almost anything." She gave him a reassuring smile. "There are some things I wouldn't do because they're not me, but I trust you not to ask me to go there." A slow nod was the only response she got. His face didn't even change, nor did he answer for a minute. Then he looked down and idly started running a finger along the seams of the couch. It always seems to start with me running down the long corridor that never seems to end, until I'm suddenly in the spinning room that won't let me out. I'm screaming for Sirius. I know I need to save him, and a door will open and the room will throw me through it. Now there's all the shelves of balls. It seems like no matter how hard I search, I can't find the right one. He was so quiet. Ginny was having a hard time hearing him, so she moved over to the middle cushion next to him to hear better. He didn't seem to notice. Just as I managed to finally find the right one, there's Voldemort and he starts chasing me. No matter what door I go through, there he is, and Bellatrix Lestrange too. She's always taunting me and calling me Baby Potter. As I run from room to room, I find one of you fighting something weird. It's strange. He paused and looked up at her. It's different from dream to dream, but normally none of you start the dream with me, but I always find you all there somewhere. He looked back down. No matter what happens in the middle, it always ends up in the veil room. Normally it's Sirius who goes through to disappear forever. A few times it's even been you, Ginny. As he looked up now, she could see tears coming out of his eyes and around his glasses, though his voice hadn't changed. Once it was everyone I care about, marching through the veil as if they were going to a picnic or something. Now she heard the sobs start to come. It was breaking her heart to hear this coming from him. Moving forward a bit more, she reached out to him and drew him in and laid his head on her shoulder, rubbing his shoulder and head like a little child frightened of a storm. She tried to comfort him. Ginny didn't know how long they sat there, but eventually he started talking again, though he didn't move from her embrace. As bad as that is, sometimes the dream continues to the worst part of the whole night. When I was upstairs fighting Bellatrix and Voldemort really came and Dumbledore fought him, the last attack Voldemort did was to possess me. Ginny's hands froze. She hadn't known. Oh God, it all hurt so bad. The evil presence was so unbearable. I wanted to die. I begged for Dumbledore to kill me, kill us both. At least I'd get to go be with Sirius, and Mum and Dad. The sobs started anew. While Ginny's possession wasn't like that, due to the nature of the diary artifact instead of by a real person she assumed, she didn't know how he stood it all. Does it still hurt? Yeah, all the time. There's always a dull ache in my scar now, though it's worse at times when it flares because he's very angry or very happy. That wasn't what she had meant, as she was wondering if there was a problem from the possession, but that was interesting to know. Then again, maybe the aching scar was from the possession. She wondered if anyone could really know without getting rid of Voldemort. She wondered aloud, it's a shame the prophecy was lost, perhaps that would have given us a clue as to what to do. That started the sobbing again, and it was a reaction she hadn't expected. After a few minutes, he seemed to regain his composure. She hadn't let him go, and he continued to lean against her and loosely wrap his arms around her, seeking comfort. Doesn't matter, he finally said. She was about to reiterate that it did matter for potential clues. I know what it says. Dumbledore told me. She looked down at the top of his head in surprise. How would he know? He was the one who heard it, from Trelawney of all people. He gave a bitter laugh for a few seconds. I guess I should tell you so you can really know if you want to be my girlfriend. It has a high price. His voice was still bitter. I can bear it. Tell me. She went back to gently stroking his hair and head. That seemed to help him as she felt him relax slightly. He quoted the prophecy word for word. He'd thought about it a lot over the last couple of months. From his point of view, there were only two interesting parts. Either must die at the hand of the other, and he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. So can you deal with that, Ginny? His voice grew harder. Can you deal with a boyfriend who has to become a killer? She held him tighter as a few tears started to silently spill from her over his difficult position. This explains so much. How did he keep it together and not go insane? But how to answer him, because it was obvious he was waiting for one. Harry, I can always deal with you, I can always love you. She hoped that would penetrate his thinking. But a killer, Ginny, it hadn't penetrated. She had to find a real answer for him. Harry, if you're in a fight because he comes after you, and you end up killing him in self-defense, does that really make you a killer or only someone standing up for himself? He didn't answer. She wondered if this was penetrating. Maybe she could go one step farther. And Harry, what if during the fight he threatens someone you love, maybe me? Her ego didn't want to go here, but maybe it would help him make it more real. Would you protect me? Would you protect innocent lives? It took him a while to answer, but she finally heard him say, yes, to protect others. What was it about him that he would do things for others that he wouldn't do for himself? Yet another reason to love him. Then if something happens to him while you're protecting others, you're not a killer. You're a protector, Harry. She whispered, you're my protector. The embrace continued so long she thought he had fallen asleep when she heard, I can do that. How long had it been, she wondered? 5, 10 minutes. He had been thinking it through, choosing who he would be. I know you can, Harry. I believe in you. She felt his arms tighten on her for a few seconds in acknowledgement. Now if I can only find out what the power is. That startled her. Very gently she asked, you don't know. His head shook. No, on her shoulder. This was going to be hard, she thought. Dumbledore says it has something to do with love, he told her. He said it's the strongest power there is, and Voldemort doesn't have it. But how does love conquer him? Harry finally pulled away from her and sat back up, though he seemed to have trouble looking at her. I don't know. Dumbledore couldn't answer either. Ginny wasn't sure what to say to that, other than, I'll help you search, Harry. I'll be there for you. The tears had stopped and an almost smile came to his lips, but not his eyes. Thanks, Ginny. Reaching out, she squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone. I won't, Harry, but shouldn't you tell Hermione and Ron? They can help you search too. They care for you too. He seemed lost in thought for a moment. You're right, but not now. It was hard enough with you. Okay, Harry, when you think the time is right. He nodded. Answer me one question about you before we go back to bed. Did this help you, to talk about it all? Looking in her face, seeing the caring, the tear tracks where she had cried with him, feeling her hand on his. Yes, I do feel better. The burden does seem a little lighter. She smiled what he thought was a very caring smile. Then we need to do this more. I like you anyway you are, but I like it best when you're happy. Now his smile did reach his eyes. Thanks. Come on, let's get you to bed. With that, she stood and helped pull him up. Turning off the lamp, they both walked upstairs together for the first time. At the landing, she gave him a hug and whispered, I'll always be there for you, Harry. His hands on her back and squeezing her as he returned her hug felt so good she really didn't want to let go. Still, they couldn't stay that way, so she let go and felt him pull away too, and without another word they both went to their own rooms. As Ginny crawled back into bed, she realized they had been dating for 3 days now, and they still had not really keyed. For reasons she couldn't explain, that was fine with her, it just hadn't felt like the right time yet. She hoped it was fine with Harry. However, maybe she'd dream about their first key tonight. The next morning, Ginny got up before Hermione. Picking up some clothes, she went for a shower and to get dressed. As she got there, Harry was just opening the door and coming out. Hi, how ya doing this morning? She wanted to add an endearment or two but wasn't sure if he would be comfortable with that yet. Great, I feel rested and I just finished my morning workout. Then he lowered his voice, and I can't tell you enough how much last night helped me. He was now leaning against the doorway, his t-shirt looking almost tight, and that wonderful smile of his was gazing down on her. He looked awfully great to her. She smiled back at him. I'm glad, Harry. Also, I meant what I said too. I'll always be there for you. The happy look didn't leave him, but he asked, always is a long time, Ginny, how can you know that after 3 or 4 days? I didn't mean it like that, she backpedaled. Like what, Ginny? He was in such a good mood that teasing her seemed like such fun. He's got to be flirting with me, she thought. He can't be serious, can he? You know, I meant as long as you need me. He took that in and seemed to nod a few times as if he was giving that deep thought. And if I need you for a very long time, will you stay that long? She couldn't help it, her eyes just opened wide in surprise. What did she say to that? It didn't sound like flirting, but they had been going out for only 3 days. The happy look was still there, still a smile, maybe playful, maybe not, but those green eyes of his were searching hers. "If you need me, I'll be there," she said in a small voice. He started nodding a few more times as if processing that and putting it away for safekeeping. "We'll see," was all he finally said before he walked around her to let her have the bathroom. Going inside and locking the door, she began to wonder what she had just promised to. There was nothing specific, and yet, she couldn't help but feel that was a special moment, maybe a turning point. As she went through her bathroom routines, it occurred to her that Harry never did anything halfway when he put effort into something. Whether it was running the DA, defense work, flying, whatever, he always went all out. His decision to change was having very concrete results. She had no doubt his challenge to Hermione was going to be very real. And now, it looked like he was thinking about her in a very definite way. Even by the time she left the bathroom, she wasn't sure if she should be thrilled or scared at what it could mean, because she didn't know if she was ready to be totally serious and this be her last relationship. Breakfast was very normal with the four of them, except that Ginny had moved around the table to sit next to Harry instead of being across from him. That allowed him to lean over and whisper to her, "Do you mind if I spend the afternoon with Ron? Just the two of us guys. I feel like I haven't gotten to do that for a while." Ron and Hermione were sharing their differences of opinion about whether arithmancy was akin to the subject of divination, so no worries about being overheard by them. She whispered back, "Okay by me. Could be good for Ron too. Do you mind if I spend tomorrow afternoon with Hermione? Just talking about things. I don't want to lose that friendship either." "Why ask me?" She shrugged. "It's up to them, mostly, but I'll be ignoring you for a while. I'm not a clingy girl." "Yeah. Don't ignore me for a long time, but we'll still have eating times in the evenings." "Yes we will. Thanks Ginny. Do I get Saturday?" She whispered teasingly. "Are you two done over there?" It was Ron. Harry wasn't even aware his two friends had stopped arguing. He blushed a bit at being caught, but he wasn't worried either. "I was just telling Ginny that I thought you and I ought to have some fun this afternoon. What do you think?" "Just us?" Ron looked and sounded surprised. "Yeah, toss the quaffle, whatever. Let the girls go do their own thing. You up for it?" Harry challenged him. Yeah, sure, whatever." The morning was spent degnomming the garden, but the afternoon found the two boys with brooms in hand and the old quaffle being kicked around like a football as they walked to the makeshift pitch in the clearing. "I know we don't have a full Quidditch team yet, but what do you think our chances are going to be like this year?" Harry threw the question at Ron. "Hard to say. You know, I kind of expected to see the captain's badge in your envelope." Ron kicked the quaffle on up ahead towards the field. "Nope. I don't know whether I would have been picked or not, but like Ginny, I made it clear I didn't want it." Ron stopped walking. "Are you daft?" he almost shouted. Harry couldn't help but smile at that. "No, but I know I'll be really busy, just like Ginny." "Don't get me wrong Ron. If I had the time, I'd take it in a heartbeat." "Oh well, that's all right I guess. So who's the captain going to be you suppose?" "Katie." "Yeah, I expect. She's got Newt's coming up, but I would think she'd still want and take it." Harry was guessing, but it seemed reasonable to him, and Ron too as he didn't argue. "I wonder if I'll make keeper again this year." Ron sounded almost depressed. Harry was surprised at that. "Why wouldn't you? You played quite well once you got going." "Thanks Harry, but I know that's not completely true. I've thought a lot about it and when I'm honest, I was inconsistent." That was the word Harry would have used too, though he wasn't going to say it. But there was something he wanted to say to his friend. "You can get more consistent if you want to." "If I want to? What kind of talk is that?" Harry sighed. "If you want as the talk of experience, Ron." Before his friend could respond he continued on. "Look, I've done a lot of thinking about life this summer. Probably the most important conclusion I came to was that you not only have to recognize there is a problem, which you've apparently done, but you have to make the choice to do something about it. Once you do that, doing it is so much easier. But it's that noticing and choosing that's so hard." Ron thought about that and started slowly walking towards the field again. Harry continued with him. With a very introspective voice Ron asked, "Tell me Harry, what do you think I need to do to get better?" You have the skills, Ron, his friend told him with emphasis. Then with more gentleness, all you really need to work on is you believing in yourself. When you do that, you play very very well, but when you lose your self-confidence, that's when it becomes hard for you. The keeper under discussion picked up the quaffle this time instead of kicking it as they had come to the edge of the field. I know, that's the sad part, I know it's my confidence. So what are you going to do about it then? Don't know. Harry wasn't sure what to tell him either. Then Ron gave Harry a most intensive look. You want to know what I really wish though? Just between you and me, mate. Tell me. Harry was curious as to what Ron was going to say. I wish I could do everything you can do, I wish I was like you. It was all Harry could do not to laugh, it was so ludicrous. No you don't, Ron. The redhead looked like he was going to argue. No, you really don't, because if you were like me, you'd have all my problems too, no parents or family, aching scar, and Voldemort after you too. They are a part of being me. A stunned Ron looked at him. I never thought about it that way before. I don't want to be just a sidekick, I want to be special too. Harry felt for his friend as he realized Ron had lived in the shadows of others all his life, first his brothers, then Hermione and Harry. Ron, you are special even if you don't realize it. I don't want a sidekick, I want a best friend and you've been that to me. Really, Harry confirmed, and I know it's not easy being my friend, that takes a special person. Ron soaked it in. Thanks, Harry, no problem, what are best mates for? Harry swiped the quaffle from his friend's hand. Now come on, let's get you some more practice so you know you can do it and we can win another Quidditch Cup. As they mounted their brooms, Harry had another non-Quidditch thought. Hey Ron. Yeah, you know that having self-confidence applies to more than Quidditch, don't you? Harry had to work to keep a straight face. I suppose, but what specifically? Girls, especially brown-haired girls. Harry kicked off and flew at the ring and scored. Ha, 1 point for me. No fair, Potter. Let me get up there and then let's see you get one past me. Harry smiled. Yes, a confident Ron would be a good keeper, and a whole lot more. The late nights were eventually getting to Harry, so he begged off a late-night meeting with Ginny that night. The next morning it hit him that it was Friday and the 9th at that. Ginny's birthday was in 2 days and he had nothing to give her. As he got out of bed and dressed in his exercise clothes, he remembered what he had felt like giving her earlier, the only problem was getting them in time. Mail order might make it, or it might not. What he needed was to go there himself. What he needed was a runner for his errand, which caused him to smile. Quietly opening his trunk, he searched for his catalogs. Finding the "don't need" stack he'd buried there weeks ago, he quickly found the one he wanted. Flipping through it, he found what he thought she'd like, and he saw something else he thought she might like too. He carefully tore those pages out. The other catalog he wanted he couldn't find. Searching the bedroom, he finally found it on Ron's nightstand. Typical, he thought with a smile. What he wanted in there was on page 5, so he slowly tore that out and put the catalog back. Pages in a small bag in hand, he went outside for his run. No one else seemed to be up, which suited him perfectly. In a loud whisper, he said, "Dobby, please come, I need you." The small elf popped in. "Oh, Harry sir," he said excitedly. "SSSH. Dobby." He tried to hush the house elf. "I don't want anyone to know you're here." "Sorry sir." He apologized much more softly. "Harry Potter sir calls and I come. I am so happy to see you. What can Dobby do today?" "Dobby, I need you to go to Diagon Alley as soon as it opens. Here's my bag of gold. I need you to buy some presents for me. Have them gift wrapped, okay?" "Yes Harry sir. How will I know what to buy?" "Here." He pushed the catalog pages to him. "I want you to buy these 3 things. He pointed them out. "The hard part is that I want you to put the wrapped presents and my bag of gold back into my trunk upstairs without anyone seeing you. Can you do that?" "Oh yes, Harry Potter. House elves can do many things without being seen." "Good. Now, how long do you think this will take you? If the stores have the items, I can be done in a few hours." "Great. Pick them up for me. I don't care when you put them in my trunk. whether today or tonight, but I'd like them there by this time tomorrow. Can you do that? Easily, Harry, sir. Good. Then off with you before anyone comes, and thanks Dobby, you're a big help. Dobby is always happy to help his Harry Potter. The elf popped back out. Smiling, Harry began his push-ups. During breakfast, he picked his next victim. Hermione, would you spend the afternoon with me? That got looks from both her and Ron. I thought it might be nice to spend a little time together as friends, you know, before we get too busy with school. Sure, Harry, what did you have in mind? She asked. Oh, sit under a nice shady tree and talk. Another flying lesson if you'd like. Whatever. Harry shrugged and looked at her as he bit into his toast. All right, she said slowly with a most interesting look on her face. Harry decided he had presented her with a problem she didn't have a solution for. It amused him. After lunch, he grabbed his broom and suggested to Hermione that they have another flying lesson, and then they could rest afterwards. She agreed. They worked on a little more speed as well as turns. After about half an hour, Harry could tell she had had enough even though she hadn't said anything about quitting. They went into the house and found a pitcher of aid and a couple of glasses, which they took outside and sat on the porch swing. Ron and Ginny were nowhere to be found. Harry assumed them to be in their rooms or playing chess in the living room. You're flying a lot better, Hermione. Thanks, Harry. You're really a good teacher, you know. Harry blushed. Really you are. Not only in flying, but also with the DA. I've also seen you with some of the younger students in the common room explaining the lessons. You should think about being a teacher. It was strange, that idea sounded funny and fun at the same time. Could be fun, but I had thought about being an Auror. You'd be good at that too. Maybe you could teach at the Auror school and do both. That's something I hadn't considered. I'd also thought about trying to be a professional Quidditch player and give up being an Auror altogether. Why, you know so much about defense, Harry, it seems like it would be a shame to waste it. I can understand you saying that, but when you've got a Dark Lord after you, assuming I survive, I'm wondering if I will have had enough of dark wizards and witches to last me a lifetime. He had been thinking about this off and on over the summer, but at the moment it was still only a fleeting thought. I never thought of it that way, his friend told him. I'm not sure I agree, but I can understand. Have you ever thought about going back to Hogwarts and teaching there? Or being headmaster? That caught Harry by surprise. I suppose I could teach defense, but headmaster? Really, Hermione? Dumbledore isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Harry, they don't let new graduates become headmaster, she said with exasperation about his overlooking the obvious. Go be an Auror for a while, play Quidditch, be a wizard and gain experience. Then go teach defense for a few years and become headmaster after that. Harry laughed. You make it sound so simple, like I'm planning homework or something. Well, it is just another plan, longer term of course, but I believe you could do it. He sort of nodded as he thought about it. You do have one potential problem though. Besides Voldemort trying to kill me. He said it like a joke. Harry, please don't joke about that. No, I mean you'll have to convince Ginny to live in the castle. If Harry had been drinking anything, he would have choked, and nearly did anyway. You're jumping the gun, aren't you? I mean, we've been dating less than a week. Hermione smiled very sweetly at him. All right, Harry, then whomever you marry, but her look said she believed it was going to be Ginny. They talked about a number of other things. In this setting, Harry really enjoyed the time. It also showed him something that he wasn't sure how to deal with, but he thought he should. As the afternoon wound down, Hermione mentioned they should go in and help with dinner. Harry decided he should just go for it. I am a Gryffindor went through his brain. Hermione, before we go in, can we talk about one more thing? Sure, Harry. She looked like patience personified. First, I wanted you to know that I've really enjoyed this time with you, and in many ways, I'm sorry we haven't done it before. Though to be honest, I'm not sure I was grown up enough before this summer to fully appreciate it, he admitted. Thanks, Harry. I've really enjoyed today as well. I hope we can have more of these too. I am a Gryffindor. Today you've shown me a new Hermione, and if I can be really honest, I think Ron would like this Hermione too if you'd let him see you this way. What do you mean? I'm my normal self. He could tell she was watching him very closely. I mean, you've been really relaxed. If you noticed, we've even disagreed in our discussions, but it hasn't been like it was in the past. I know that some of the change is me, but some of it is you too. You've been more relaxed, patient, or something, today. Am I making sense or sounding incredibly foolish? Hermione thought about that, which Harry considered a good sign. You make it sound like I argue just to argue. I don't know about that, though Harry had thought that before, but I will say that sometimes you correct others in a way that what you're trying to tell us gets lost in how you say it. To be honest, I've shared more thoughts with you today than I'd planned, but it was so easy to talk to you they kind of just popped out. Her head jerked back slightly as if trying to look at him differently. I'm not sure what to say. I can understand. You're taking this much better than I thought too. I'm usually so bad at this kind of stuff I figured I couldn't explain it in a way that would sound logical, and I'd get my head bitten off for being a git. No, I understand what you're saying, though I think the normal way to say it is the message gets lost in the delivery, she told him. Yes, that's it exactly. Harry was elated at her understanding. All right, Harry, I'll think about it and watch myself for a while and see. She did look thoughtful. Since you're giving out advice, got any for me about how to get Ron educated like Ginny educated you? She gave him a coy smile. Harry laughed. Other than using a beater bat on him. Hermione gave him a shocked look even though she knew he was kidding. Maybe. Ginny explained to me that you had told her to live life and I'd come around eventually, or something like that. A very loose paraphrase, but correct in concept I suppose. I might suggest you take your own advice. He told her. I'm not saying to go out and purposely find a bloke to date, but if one comes along and asks you, and he's decent enough, go out with him. Ron will eventually find his self-confidence, and I am trying to help him find it, believe me. I'll consider that too, but I don't think it applies in this case, she told him in her normal authoritative style. Why's that, Hermione? You remember what happened with, or should I say is still happening with, Victor Crumb. He still won't let that go and gives me grief over it every time the subject comes up. You have a point. When it comes to Ron, I'll try to help you where I can, he volunteered. I know, Harry, and I do appreciate the various little things you've been doing. I have noticed even if Ron hasn't. I think he has noticed you, he just doesn't know how to express himself. Harry wanted to add, like me, but he only thought it. Anyway, I'll help where I can, but I'm so clueless about girls. In reality, you're probably on your own with him. If you have a plan, I'll help, but you should take all my advice about dealing with him as possibilities, not as plans. Fair enough, she smiled at him. Harry helped her up and they went into dinner. Hermione was very quiet all evening, usually looking like she was somewhere else lost in thought. When Harry woke up Sunday morning, it was the 11th of August and he was feeling pretty good despite his nightmare last night. It had been pretty mild compared to normal, so he'd had plenty of sleep. His nightly meeting with Ginny had also been quite short as she'd been tired. They hadn't talked for more than about 15 minutes before he'd given her a hug and sent her to bed. As usual, he got up and changed to go out and exercise. Pulling his clothes out of the trunk, he saw the end of the big present he'd gotten for Ginny sticking out from under some clothes. Dobby must have put them there the night before because they weren't there when he went to bed Friday night. Bill and the twins came over as usual on Sundays. After his run and morning shower, he came down the stairs to see Ginny talking to Bill. She was facing away from the stairs. That allowed him to sneak up behind her and whisper, "Happy 15th birthday," in her ear. Her hair practically slapped him in the face. She whirled around so fast. The smile on her face was a joy to behold. Thanks, Harry. Bill watched the scene with amusement. A bigger smile came upon him when his mum called everyone to breakfast and Ginny didn't sit in her usual place but sat next to Harry. To the normal person, she acted no different, but Bill wasn't the average person. He loved his little sister and thought he knew a lot about her and her habits, and changing seats at the table was not something she would have done lightly. He'd have to question her or Harry a bit later. Because it was Ginny's birthday, most of the events centered on what she wanted to do, which meant that after lunch there was another family Quidditch game. While the teams were the same as the week before, the result wasn't. This time Harry's team won, though it was only 25-23. Ginny graciously bowed to Harry at his team's victory, though she did tell him, "Enjoy it, Potter, you won't be so lucky next week." Though she had obviously been teasing, Harry was quite serious when he replied, "I know, that's what I'm afraid of." No matter what she said to him, he wouldn't elaborate. After Ginny's favorite dinner of meatloaf, the presents and cake came out. She got fluffy quills, a pack of 4 colors of ink, several nice jumpers from her parents, and various other nice gifts, but the one she really wanted, she saved for last. Harry's gift was about the size of her hand and slightly heavy actually. There were any number of things that could be in there, but she was going to have to unwrap the silver paper to find out. Under the paper was a black velvet box. Jewelry was always good in her book. Opening the box, she found one of the most beautifully wrought gold necklaces she'd ever seen. It was similar but more ornate than the one she'd seen in Diagon Alley last week. "Oh Harry, it's beautiful." It looked like spun rope but more intricate. She carefully pulled it out of the box and felt the weight in her hands. She wondered if it was solid gold, it was so heavy. Putting it on her neck, she wished she had a mirror. Fortunately, Bill had anticipated that the moment he saw the necklace and conjured a hand mirror for her. The rest of the evening was spent in talking and much frivolity. As the teens went to bed, and Bill was about to flow to his flat, across the room he saw Harry whisper into Ginny's ear just before they went up the stairs. He then remembered he'd forgotten to ask them if anything special was happening. Deciding that nothing much would probably happen in a week, he left for home. Harry noticed that they seemed mostly alone when he and Ginny were starting up the stairs, so he leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Meet me at 12:30 if you want your real birthday present." She looked at the clock and saw that was a little more than an hour from now. Not having a clue as to what he meant considering the necklace was plenty nice, she told him okay as they went up the stairs. Maybe she'd get her first real key *, which would be a nice present. Ginny wasn't concerned anymore about hiding her late-night rendezvous with Harry from Hermione, but she preferred to have them as discreet as possible. It was hard waiting for the appointed time, but she managed by writing about the day's events in her journal. Hermione was either asleep or pretending very well by the time she needed to leave. The living room was dark, so she lit the lamp. Harry was already there sitting in the dark again. This time, it was obviously a happy Harry. The second she sat down he asked her, "Did you really like your necklace?" "Yes." She spoke softly but her excitement was very evident. "Good, I'm having to guess at what girls like." Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a small square box, also wrapped in silver paper, and handed it to her. "I found this and thought you might like it too." It was all she could do to not display the emotion she actually felt, and to reach her hand out and take the box from him. Sure, she'd known him for almost 5 years, but they'd been dating only for a week as of tonight. This innocent-looking little box scared her as she remembered her thought about Harry always going all out in anything he did seriously. Fumbling fingers unwrapped it and sure enough it was also covered in black velvet. Right, so she'd thought about being with him for years, but surely it couldn't be. Looking up at him she saw his face beaming at her and she about melted. She'd have to trust him. Opening the little velvet box, she looked down at it and let out the breath she hadn't been aware she'd been holding. Like it wasn't better than her necklace, so his comment about her real present puzzled her, but it was special and very Harry. "It's lovely." Carefully, she pulled out a green lightning bolt-shaped pendant about an inch long that was set in a gold backing which gave it a thin gold edge. Holding it up next to his face, she saw it also had 2 jags in it, unlike his scar, and was almost the same color as his eyes. "It's jade. I don't know if you really want it or not, but I thought it would give you something to sort of," he searched for a word, "mark you, I suppose, as mine. That is if you don't think it's too silly." She smiled at him and told him, "No, it's very sweet, of course I'll wear it." As she took her necklace off to thread the pendant onto, she mentally laughed at herself for thinking the small box had contained a ring. Where had her brain been? Stupid girl, she thought. Slipping the necklace back on, she wished she had that hand mirror now, but Bill had sent it back to the magical energy it had come from. Looking around the room, she saw a small mirror on the wall and went over to it. Her robe wasn't a pretty thing, so she tried to ignore it, but the necklace and lightning bolt made even that old garment look good. Then she saw Harry come stand behind her and she felt his hands on her shoulders as he also looked into the mirror with her. "I hope that's good enough to keep all the other boys away from you," he whispered to her. "But so you know, I'll fight them all if I have to because the most beautiful girl there is mine." Ginny turned around and felt his hands slide down to her waist as she turned, now standing neatly in his arms. "No other boy has ever told me I'm beautiful." She gazed up at him. He looked down at the feisty slip of a girl in his arms. She felt so right there. Like he was, the word home seemed to fit. Was she the reason he felt home whenever he was here? Without even realizing what he was doing, he did what any normal 16-year boy would do when holding a beautiful girl in his arms. He let himself drift down to her and they keyed for the first time. Ginny could hardly breathe, she was so giddy on the inside. She had no clue how long it had lasted, but keying him had been everything she'd ever dreamed of. As they broke apart, she sighed and leaned her cheek against his shoulder and his hand came up her back and rubbed between her shoulder blades. It was so good here in his arms, like he was made for her. Pushing back just enough she could look him in the eyes again, she really did purr, "Thank you, Harry. Of the 3 presents, that last was the best." He smiled that melting smile at her, but she didn't have to worry about going weak in the knees now. He was holding her close and she felt safe from falling. To make matters better, he leaned down and gave her a much shorter but still satisfying key. "I guess we'll have to see whether you like that or your real present better. I love the pendant and the necklace, but the key was the best, I think." A low chuckle came from him. "The pendant was a small something I ran across in the catalog and thought you'd like." "No, Ginny, your real present is over here." She suddenly felt lonely as his arms left her and he walked over to the chair in the corner and reached behind it. When he turned around, he held a long thin box in bright red foil paper. To a muggle, it might have looked something like an oddly shaped trombone case, but Ginny knew instantly what it was and a gasp escaped her. "Harry, you shouldn't have. You can't get me one of those, it's far too expensive." "Yes I can, Ginny, you deserve it and I know you want it." "Duh, of course I want one, but that's not the point." "Yes it is, well mostly. The second point is that I want you to have it. It's a gift, and you can't refuse the gift without hurting the giver's feelings, you know." He gave her a grin. That was a low blow indeed. She knew he was right, she'd have to take it now. Of course, she really did want one, that just made it worse. Slowly she reached out and took the package from him, treating it most reverently. Hermione would have laughed had she seen how Ginny handled the present, unwrapping it slowly and lovingly. Even the case was beautiful to her. Harry held out his arms to hold it for her, to sort of act like a table, so she laid the case there and with great care and feeling, she opened it on its hinges. As she saw it for the first time, it took all she had not to scream in delight. Her eyes went wide and her head shot up to look at Harry watching her. In a scandalous voice, she told him, "You shouldn't have." But her meaning was quite clear. This broom was hers and nobody was taking it from her, unless they pried it out of her cold dead fingers. Other than missing some wear marks, it was an identical brother to Harry's broom. She didn't care that it was last year's premiere model, because she now had her very own firebolt. Pulling it out of the case, which Harry leaned against the wall, she felt and appreciated the smooth handle. It was almost surely her imagination, but she thought she could feel its power just from holding it. It was gorgeous. Without thought and with the broom still in her right hand, she threw her arms around Harry and gave him a very lingering key to say thank you. When she finally pulled away, all he could say was, "Wow," in a stunned manner. Seeing the glee on her face, he told her, "I think I need to go buy a whole bunch more brooms for you." She laughed and hugged him. "Thank you, Harry, you really know how to make a girl feel special." Harry squeezed her whole body tight for a second in his hug then asked her, "So which of the presents is the best one now?" "You really want to know?" she asked with laughter in her voice. "I'm sure it's obvious from your reactions, but yes." As she was about to answer, her broom, looking into his eyes, gave her a different answer. I think the best present is the one I've been wishing for years, getting Harry Potter. That surprised him, but he let it go. I could hold you all night, Ginny, but we really better get to bed. I suppose. I better hide this wrapping paper too, at least until tomorrow. Why until then? Once I ride the broom, the paper's not going to matter. Her face suddenly fell. Oh my, that's going to be a problem. What's going to happen when my parents see this broom? Mum's going to go crazy. It's a present, no big deal. She gave him a, you don't understand, look, but said nothing. She put the broom back in its case and picked up all the wrapping paper, as well as the small jewelry box. With everything in her hands, she walked back up to Harry and quickly stood on her toes and gave him a quick key. I meant what I said, Harry. The presents are wonderful, but you are the best. She let him turn out the light and they went back upstairs to their own bedrooms. Harry went to sleep quickly and blissfully. Not a nightmare found him. His brain was too busy reliving his first real key asterisk, the mishap, with Cho didn't count as far as he was concerned. Ginny put all her stuff away in her closet. Lying down, she realized she was far too excited to sleep. A journal entry was definitely in order, then she could dream of more keys. She also wondered if it was possible to key while flying on a broom. That gave her a case of the giggles, which she had to suppress as she started her journal entry. The next day, being a Monday, they were busy all day. It was like her mum had saved up all the chores for several weeks for them. There was no rest for the weary, but most importantly, no free time that day. Now that they were dating, Ginny was sure Harry did this on purpose, but he again switched places with Hermione and helped her mum fix dinner. Two important circumstances came together to help her though. 1. It was the 12th of August, so the summer sun would still be up for several more hours. 2. Her dad had come home a little early, so they'd be eating a little early, which would give her more time after dinner to do something fun. A specific fun she had been thinking about all day and had not mentioned to anyone, except for a few whispers to Harry. Taking only long enough for dinner so as not to get into trouble, the two of them rushed upstairs as soon as dinner was done and got their brooms. They went back down, but out through the front door to avoid not only her mum, but Ron and Hermione as well. Harry suggested follow the leader to give her a chance to get used to the broom. She eagerly agreed. Harry took it easy at first, giving a few pointers about the broom's handling characteristics when they hovered between tests. It wasn't long until Ginny seemed to be in full control and then Harry stopped holding back and started really having fun. Ginny couldn't believe how incredibly well her new broom handled. It was an absolute joy. And chasing Harry, that was thrilling. That boy did know how to fly. While they were trying to stay out over their little practice field, eventually they got carried away and started doing bigger and more daring feats. It was then that Molly Weasley looked out her kitchen window in time to see and hear two things go zooming around the house and in front of her window so fast she didn't know what they were. Ron was almost done with putting the dishes up when he saw the flashes and heard the zoom zoom of two high-speed objects, the sounds he normally only heard while watching a Quidditch game, and the players flew next to the stands. He looked over at Hermione to find her looking at him, so it wasn't his imagination. He'd almost have sworn he'd seen Harry go by as if testing his firebolt, but that didn't account for there being two of them. Then it happened again, going the other direction this time. What was that? His mum said. She put down the plate she was holding and walked out the back door, wand in hand. Ron and Hermione followed, being curious as well. Mr. Weasley was still in the living room reading the paper and blissfully unaware. They had barely walked outside when they saw two flyers zoom up and do an inside loop, going upside down briefly at the top. It reminded Hermione of a roller coaster in a Muggle amusement park. Then the flyers did a turn into a tight corkscrew downward for a few seconds before they leveled off maybe 20 feet above the ground and started coming back towards the house. It was then that Molly realized the second flyer had long red hair. As they came around, she stepped out towards them and yelled, "Ginevra Molly Weasley. You get down here right now." Harry came to stop right in front of the three people on the ground so suddenly that it almost took Hermione's breath away. Ginny was still a little unsure and took an extra 5 feet, landing slightly beyond him. Taking in the look on her mum's face and her stance of hands on her hips, she became truly afraid for the first time in a long time. Her mum rarely used her full name anymore. Ron went bonkers looking at the broom in her hand, which looked just like Harry's firebolt, but Harry obviously had his firebolt in his hand. He was mystified and wondered where she had gotten it. Mrs. Weasley instantly went on the attack. Ginevra Molly Weasley, what do you think you are doing on that broom? And just where did you get a broom like that anyway? Ginny's broom was obviously not one of the family brooms. Ginny knew this moment would come when she'd received the broom last night, but she couldn't think of a thing to say that would satisfy her mum. While her mind searched for an answer, she heard Harry speak up. It's my fault, Mrs. Weasley. Molly looked in surprise at Harry, but with firmness still in her voice. That's nice of you to try to stick up for her, Harry, but Ginny is the one that needs to answer as she's the one in trouble. I'm sorry, but if someone should be in trouble, it should be me, because I gave her the broom as a birthday present. Her look changed to one of incredulity. Why would you give her such a dangerous present? It's no more dangerous than any other broom, Mrs. Weasley, and you already have quite a few in the shed, he pointed out as politely as he could. That's not the point, she thundered. None of them will go that fast. I really don't think we ever went much over 80 miles per hour, and Ginny could probably even get Mr. Weasley's broom to go almost 80 if she tried hard enough. He thought it best not to mention the firebolt's top speed was well over 100 miles per hour. But it's dangerous. For Ginny, it's actually safer than being in the kitchen. So far he was succeeding in keeping his voice very even and reasonable. Hey, Potter, Ginny started but was interrupted by Harry. Really, Ginny, I've watched you with a knife on the vegetables. You're much better at handling a broom than you are at handling a kitchen knife. Ginny was about to object, then paused to think about what he said. The fury left her and her face brightened. Thanks, Harry, that's very sweet of you. Ginny, her mother sounded outraged, being able to cook is much more important than flying on a broom. Not to me, her daughter told her quite seriously. Really, Mrs. Weasley, Harry spoke back up to take the focus away from Ginny. It's not inappropriate. I know you'd have given her a broom if you could, like you gave Ron one when he made prefect last year. It's my gift to a person who has a very real need for a good broom, that will give us the best chance at winning the Quidditch Cup this year. Molly looked back and forth between the two and finally stormed into the house. That means she's going to go talk to Dad, Ron commented. He was struggling between being happy for his sister and being jealous of her. Sure, Harry had bought a large number of small things for him over the years, but never a premier broom. The jealousy was being suppressed so far, but just barely. Well, Harry, Ginny said with resignation, you've just seen the warm-up to a good Weasley row like I told you about. The main part is coming next. Do you mind if I try to explain it to them? Harry asked. Then if I fail you can take it from there. Be my guest, his girlfriend told him. You've done a pretty good job so far actually. Beware though that she's really winding herself up into a real dither while she's talking to Dad. The four of them went back into the house too. Ron and Hermione started back on the dishes, the other two decided to help them. Arthur Weasley soon appeared. Ginny, Harry, would you join us in the living room? Of course, Dad, Ginny replied for both of them. She looked at him and took a deep breath before walking to her doom, or so it felt to her. Hermione looked at Ron. I wished we had some extendable ears. Ron couldn't believe straight-laced Hermione had said that, but after a moment he replied, I have to agree, this was going to be a good one. The young couple went in and sat on the love seat that faced the couch they normally sat on late at night. Arthur shut the door and walked over to the big couch and joined his wife, who was still looking like her temper was about to get the best of her. Harry, Arthur calmly started, Molly tells me you bought Ginny a firebolt. Would you please tell me why? Certainly, sir. Harry knew that politeness would be a key to winning over Mr. Weasley, and if he could do that, he thought, or rather hoped, Mrs. Weasley would follow soon. As you know, Ginny played on the house Quidditch team last year. She was handicapped by having to use a school broom. So in the interest of wanting to make sure we had the best chance of winning the Quidditch Cup again, I decided to get her a good broom. Also, I wanted to get her something nice, something I knew she really wanted. Isn't that an overly expensive present? Arthur asked. Harry assumed her dad considered winning the Quidditch Cup important since he hadn't said anything against that. No, not really. It only cost 390 galleons, which is a real deal considering it was over 500 galleons when mine was purchased. Molly's eyes started to bug at that amount. But it's far too expensive. It's really not a problem for me, I have plenty, Harry said very matter-of-factly. As long as she doesn't try to take advantage of me, which I know she never will, I don't care about spending something like this on a gift here or there. But, Molly started again, but Harry interrupted without thinking about it. Your family has done so much for me, why can't I give gifts that I want to give? That's more than a gift, she was still fighting, though not as hard he noticed. Harry wondered what Mrs. Weasley considered it then, but decided this wasn't the time to ask that question. Instead, he decided to say, a gift is decided by the giver, and I think she's worthy of the gift. She's a very good flyer and I think she should develop that skill to her full potential, Harry argued. But Harry, it's. Molly was searching for another tack that he hadn't covered. Harry decided if he had to face the music, he wanted to get it all over with. Mrs. Weasley, did you do this for Ginny's other boyfriends too? That halted her on the gift questions. His implication was not missed. I've always thought of you as our seventh son, but boyfriend. Ginny is too young for that. Her tone was back to firm. It was all Ginny could do to hold her tongue at that comment from her mum. When did you have your first boyfriend, Mrs. Weasley? He asked innocently. Molly started sputtering, not being able to believe he'd asked that. She was 14 but he didn't need to know that. Unbeknownst to her, Arthur was fighting a smile and losing. That gave Harry courage. Mrs. Weasley, I promise I'll never do anything to hurt her, and I'll do everything in my power to protect her from whatever comes along. That got Ginny fired up. I don't need protection. Harry didn't believe that, but he assumed an agreeing face. No, you rarely do, but it is nice to have someone to watch your back, he said with a caring smile. Ginny lost her objection and smiled back at him and without thinking about her parents, leaned into his arm. Molly was surprised at her daughter's behavior, as it seemed to confirm her worst fear that someone was taking her baby away. Harry looked away from Ginny. Mrs. Weasley, if it would make you feel any better, you should know that while I know money can't buy happiness, I'd have given everything in my vault to have grown up in your family. It's the only place I truly think of as home. He honestly meant it and his face showed it. Molly didn't know what it was about Harry that did it to her. Probably his circumstances in losing his real parents, but she had a very soft spot in her heart for him. Not being able to stand it anymore, she got up and went over and wrapped Harry in a big hug. When she let go, she was sniffling, so she left the room to find a handkerchief. The crisis diffused, the teens got up to leave, but before they could leave the room, Arthur spoke up. Harry, the young man turned to see her father looking at him as he would at his own son. I will hold you to your promise about taking care of our daughter. Yes, sir, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, whether you had heard it or not. That seemed to satisfy him because Arthur smiled and nodded. The two walked back into the kitchen. Finding it empty, they went back outside. I can't believe how well that went, she told him as they walked over to Ron and Hermione, who were sitting on the porch steps waiting, having left the kitchen when Molly went through it to go upstairs for her handkerchief. Yeah, agreed Ron, I can't believe it either. I've never seen anyone talk Mum out of a tirade before. Harry only shrugged. I'm happy it's all out of the way, and that they know about us, he said as he turned to Ginny. She smiled in agreement and reached out and grabbed his hand. That made Harry feel even better. How about a bit more flying, Ginny? You could ride behind me if you want. There was no hesitation. I'd like that. Ron, he turned to his friend, maybe you could take Hermione on your broom to give her another flying lesson. You know, to make her feel better about being up in the air. Ron looked at him like he was speaking in a foreign language. That would be nice, Ron, Hermione said in a wishing voice. Though it took Ron nearly 10 seconds to respond, he finally sheepishly agreed. The 4 teens on 2 brooms flew for the next half hour until it got too dark. At the end of the evening, one couple went on inside, the other couple paused outside the door for a private moment and a quick key. The last 3 weeks of the summer went quite well for the teens. Because of Mrs. Weasley's watchful eye, Harry and Ginny purposefully avoided snogging, knowing that soon they'd be at school and wouldn't have to worry about her. Instead, they spent most of their free time talking, which deepened their relationship more than either of them could have anticipated. Harry quickly got to the point that it was hard to imagine life without Ginny in it in some way, while Ginny removed the emotional wall she'd erected to protect herself from Harry not paying attention to her over the years. More and more as the summer finished, Harry started turning to Ginny for her thoughts first and asking Ron and Hermione second. In addition to their frequent late-night meetings, Harry finally talked Ginny into joining him on his morning runs. It had taken a week to get her to warm up to the idea. She said she didn't need all the other exercises, so she helped him count all of his, and not so secretly enjoyed watching him to do them. That embarrassed him quite a bit, which in turn made it hard for him to reach his goals because he kept laughing when he caught her doing it, but Ginny enjoyed teasing him that way. One event in the world did reach the Burrow and dampened all the happy feelings for a short time. On Monday the 19th of August, the Daily Prophet reported that not only had the Dementors broken out of the control of the Ministry and left Azkaban, but there had been a massive outbreak as well. Nearly 20 known Death Eaters were now on the loose again. There was much discussion about the problem, but everyone seemed to agree Hermione's summary was the most insightful. It's really most unfortunate. In addition to having to recapture a number of dangerous and experienced Death Eaters, it also increases the number of ways they can send terror out into the world, and that's going to be difficult to guard against. Within a few days though, the event was mostly relegated to the back of their minds. A few last days of fun before school started seemed much more important. To Harry and Ginny, nothing was more important than the time they got to spend talking and getting to know one another. Harry began to think this must be what love was. Ginny already knew. Sunday the 1st of September was a happy but chaotic day at the Burrow. Most of the teens had packed all but their last-minute things the night before, the exception being Ron. So while he ran around after an early breakfast to get all his stuff together, the others sat downstairs with their trunks and chatted eagerly about the upcoming year. At a little before 9, Tonks arrived in a large car, which she said it was for security purposes. Harry opened the door to allow Hedwig to fly to school and then he was ready to go. Tonks pulled out her wand and shrunk all the trunks, and Hedwig's cage too, to half size to make packing the boot of the car easier. That gave Harry an idea. After all, he did know the enlarging spell. Tonks, can you shrink them down smaller? Sure Harry, but why? They're easy enough to handle now. Well, yeah, but if you shrink it down to be small enough to fit in my pocket, I won't have to bother with carrying them through the station, onto the train, and find space for them. It could stay there until I got to my room where I can enlarge it back. He thought that plan sounded logical. Sure, if that's what you want. Need anything out of it before I do? She enlarged it back to normal size. He thought about that, then opened his trunk to pull out one school robe that he'd need once he got there. That was easy enough to carry. Can you go ahead and shrink the cage? I can put that in the trunk first, then I only have one thing to worry about. So Tonks cleaned the cage with Scourgify, and then shrank it down. Finally she shrank the trunk until it was the size of a walnut, which Harry picked up and put into the pocket of his jeans. The others saw what Harry had done with his trunk and decided it was a good thing and had Tonks shrink their trunk too. With that out of the way, the 5 of them plus Mrs. Weasley got into the back of the car that had an enlarged interior, and they drove off to King's Cross to meet the Hogwarts Express. When they got to the station, they saw Mad Eye near the magical column entrance. He was securing the outside of the portal. When he saw them, he waved Molly over to talk to her. The teens knew the routine so they followed Tonks through. On the wizarding train platform, Tonks thought it all looked all right, so she sent them onward to board the train while she stood by the portal on this side. Ron and Hermione walked side by side talking about the upcoming prefect meeting, while Harry paused for a moment to grab Ginny's hand. He saw her smile at his obvious public display of their relationship, before he heard a snigger from behind him. Turning he saw Tonks making the noise. You two are so cute together. Harry couldn't decide what to say to her, but Ginny responded for him. Thanks Tonks. I know I like it. Her boyfriend blushed slightly but kept silent. "Go ahead you two, your friends are getting way ahead." The couple turned and started walking towards the train. Without telling the other, both were keeping an eye out for Dean Thomas, wondering how that meeting was going to go. Near the halfway point to the train, Harry saw a handful of Death Eaters suddenly appear spread out in a semicircle around the edge of the platform in front of them. The slight stumble and no cracking sound made Harry think they had portkeyed in. His wand came out and he pushed Ginny slightly to the side as he jumped a bit himself so as not to be a standing target. Sure enough, red jets of light went streaming towards where they had been. Harry erected a shield and started trying to shoot back at the Death Eaters, all the while staying on the move. As he turned and scanned for a safer place to be, rather than in the middle, he noticed that he was encircled by at least 20 Death Eaters, but he didn't have time to count. He also noticed that Ginny was moving around, but she seemed to stay near him and they formed a V to protect the others back. As he shot another stunner, he turned to their blind side to see a purple spell coming for Ginny. He jumped to the side and flicked his wand to try to interpose his shield, but he missed and the spell hit him on the left side of his chest and traveled to his side. It was like liquid fire and he was in agony. He didn't remember screaming, but he must have, because as he hit the ground on his back, he saw Ginny turn and lunge for him. A few seconds later, his chest began to hurt with a completely new pain. As Ginny was firing spells and hexes as fast as she could, her shield was taking a beating from all the spells raining on it, and it was about to fail again, she was sure. Suddenly she felt like she was tripping for no reason, then she seemed to hit something she couldn't see. While trying to recover her balance, she heard a scream in her right ear. Turning that way, she saw Harry hit the ground and realized it had been his scream she'd heard. Then she saw his chest. Not knowing what else to do, she dropped her wand in panic as she dove for him, skinning her hands and ripping a hole in one knee of her jeans as she hit the rough platform. All she could think to do was to slap her hand directly over the hole in his body that was spurting out blood almost like a fountain. "Harry," she cried out, "no, you can't die and leave me. I love you and want you to stay with me." She saw him look at her with his glasses askew and weakly heard him say, "I love you too, Ginny, I always will," before she watched him pass out. Not caring about herself anymore, she put her head down and started to cry, big tears that clouded her vision. She never saw the brief glow of light under her hand, nor did she see the golden dome form over the two of them. When the fight had started, Tonks went into full aura mode. Her shield came up, stunners were flying at every white masked figure she saw, and all clumsiness left her. The first few were easy, they didn't know she was there. However, a few saw her and then she was kept busy. As she got rid of the last one near her, she heard a scream and looked over in time to see Harry hit the ground, then Ginny diving for him. Several spells went over their heads where they had been standing. She knew the next set would aim at their position on the ground and they wouldn't be able to dodge. Only one option presented itself to the aura though, and it would be tough. Dropping to her knees to make herself smaller, she cast a dome shield over the two students and then she did her best to hold it as long as she could, praying that help would come quickly. The spell was hard enough to do on your own person, but to cast it at a distance was very draining and usually an act of desperation, which she felt. It also left her unprotected. Watching two spells hit her shield and bounce off, she wondered how much longer she could hold it when she saw nearly a dozen auras apparate onto the platform just as Mad Eye came through the portal. At their arrival, the Death Eaters who were still standing all disappeared within a few seconds. Letting the shield dissipate, she struggled to her feet and ran a little wobbly to her godson and his girlfriend, who had a bloody right hand pressed to his chest and two wands in her left hand now. Through her tears, Ginny saw a fuzzy Tonks run over and look down on them. "Tonks, he's hurt so bad, there's so much blood I can hardly hold it in." Seeing Harry down like that in a large pool of blood with a highly distressed Ginny who was usually unflappable, Tonks decided he had to have help now and she didn't care about all the rules she was about to break. Seeing Kingsley Shacklebolt not too far away, she shouted at him, "I'm taking Harry to St. Mungo's." Conjuring a piece of rope, she turned it into a portkey. Shoving one end of it into Ginny's hand with the wands, she gripped the rope and Harry too while she activated the portkey. landing in the middle of the emergency area of St. Mungo's. Tonks screamed, "I need some help now." An older healer who was walking nearby came over immediately. "What's wrong?" Tonks looked up at him as she continued to kneel by Harry. "He's been hit by what looked like a cutting spell and he's lost a lot of blood." The healer called a colleague and a nurse over so the four of them could carry Harry to a room while Ginny kept her hand over the wound. The younger healer was putting blood replenishment potion down Harry's throat, while the older one worked on the wound. Harry's T-shirt was already in shreds so it was just torn away. The line down his side was easy to fix, but when the healer had Ginny move her hand, he couldn't heal the wound. The blood was still pumping out of his chest so the man quickly put Ginny's hand back, which did temporarily hold the blood in. The older healer turned to the younger one. "Most interesting, Chester. Never seen anything like it, Lawrence." Ginny and Tonks both looked at them with fear for Harry. The older healer looked up to Tonks, but before he could say anything, the door to the room burst open. Tonks' aura instincts kicked back in and she shot a shield spell out so fast the person who was trying to run and hit the shield and bounced back out. The younger healer turned to the nurse, "Close the door and make sure no one comes in." Tonks took the shield down so the nurse could leave and close the door after herself. Only Tonks had recognized the intruder as she bounced out, Molly Weasley. Trying again, the healer introduced himself. "I'm Lawrence Davies, and this is healer Chester Gray. This is a very interesting wound. The less damaged part did seem like a cutting curse had caused it, but are you sure that's what it was?" "No, healer Davies, I didn't see the spell," Tonks told him. "Did you, Ginny?" The girl gave a weak no, still deathly afraid for Harry. I'll have to think about this then." Tonks was forceful. "Does he have the time with the wound unhealed?" "That's part of what's so interesting. It seems that as long as this young lady keeps her hand there, his body can deal with it." He did yet another diagnostic spell on Harry. Same as before. A few bruises and minor cuts are all that's there, except for the large hole in his chest. It just missed the heart, so he was fortunate there. The blood is coming from a major artery there, but as long as she keeps pressure on it, that closes the hole in the damaged artery and so the rest of his body gets blood. For some reason, the standard healing spell that should fix that doesn't work. He also looked at Ginny and realized she was hurt too. Doing a diagnostic spell revealed mostly superficial damages, still he healed her cuts while he considered the problem. "They're all better, young lady?" Ginny Weasley. She had found most of her voice now. "Yes, thank you. Well, except for my hand, it still throbs." "But I just healed it," he protested. "No, my other one, the one on Harry." "Really? I wonder. Chester, get a sterile pad. Let's try something." When the clean pad was brought he held it near her hand on Harry. "Now Ginny, here's what we're going to do. I want you to lift your hand and then I'm going to put this pad on the wound. And I want you to use your other hand to hold the pad down. Understand?" Ginny nodded. Healer Gray looked at his colleague like he'd lost it. "I know Chester," he said, "but do you have a better idea? She can't keep her hand there forever." Chester didn't, so they tried it. In the new arrangement, blood only trickled out of Harry's wound. "Good enough for the moment," Davies said. "Chester, more blood replenishment potion for him." Looking at Ginny's hand, he found that it indeed had a major gash in it. He'd suspected beforehand that she had no wound there at all and she had only been feeling Harry's blood pump. He cleaned the hand with a quick spell, and then tried the standard healing spell on her hand and it too failed. Fortunately for her, that wound bled very slowly, so it was not life-threatening. The two healers looked at each other. Gray only shrugged, but Davies looked very thoughtful. "Well?" Tonks finally asked. To be honest, all the standard healing textbooks would give up at this point. That's not an option. It was Ginny, not Tonks, that had shouted the objection. Healer Davies looked at her, not bothered in the least by her outburst, though Gray's look showed he thought her to be rude. "I know. I won't give up because I know who this is, and though I don't believe everything I read in the paper, I know enough about him to know that he could be the chosen one. If he is, I want to do my part by helping him to be able to do his part." That gave the older healer shocked looks from the other three, but no one said anything. The healer picked up Ginny's hand again and re-examined it very closely. Looking at her and yet looking through her, he spoke as if far away. "I wonder, coming back into the present, He refocused on Ginny's face. "Do you have your wand?" She nodded and carefully reached down to her pocket and pulled 2 wands out, one of which she handed to Tonks, who recognized it as Harry's. "Good, for the moment, lay your wand on the bed next to him. I want to teach you a spell." She was puzzled by this, but did as she was told. Davies gave her the trigger word and showed her the motion, as well as having her wave her hand several times until he was satisfied. "Pick up your wand, and when you're ready, I want you to pull back the pad with your left hand and then do the spell. I know it will be hard to do when you see the blood coming out, but you must ignore it and do the spell as quickly as you can. Understand?" Ginny nodded, but Tonks had a question. "I trust Ginny, but since she's never done this spell before, what happens if she gets it wrong?" The healer smiled. "That's one of the beauties of this spell. If it's done wrong, nothing happens. No buffaloes, as Flitwick used to say in class." Turning back to Ginny, he did his best to give a comforting smile. "All right, Ginny, I know you can do this. You've shown yourself to be an exceptional young woman, so I know you'll do this correctly. One last piece of advice. Don't think of this as working on Harry. Think of this as an exercise in your transfiguration class. That will help you. Go ahead whenever you are ready." Ginny looked at the healer. He was old enough to be a grandfather, and looked like he would be a kind one too. Taking his words of encouragement, she thought about sitting in transfiguration class and working on a mouse. She didn't want anything to happen to the mouse, but it was only a mouse. She mentally went through the motion in her mind one last time. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the blood dripping from her wounded hand, she pulled the pad back and tried not to focus too hard on what was in front of her as she did the spell. When her wand came to a rest, she looked closely at Harry, as did the other 3. Blood still came out, but it was a very slow ooze. "Excellent, Ginny," the healer told her. "Now do the same spell one more time, that should finish the job." Hopeful, she again did the healing spell. Everyone looked and noticed the blood had stopped oozing. It merely sat there, as the wound was still open. Curious. "All right, Ginny, a new spell for you." He showed her a different one. When she'd done it, they noticed the hole had filled itself back in and there was a very thin layer of skin there now. He smiled. "Again, Ginny." Again there was progress to the point the skin over the wound was as smooth as the skin around it, though still quite pink, or maybe a light red. "Good work, young lady. I'd say he owes you 1, or maybe 2, because if you hadn't put your hand on the wound as fast as you did, he would have bled to death. However, he'll get to return the favor later." "Huh? When he wakes up later, I'll teach him the spells and have him heal your hand. In the meantime, let's wrap it up. That will hold you since your hand is not bleeding profusely like his wound was." "I don't understand, Lawrence. How did you know that would work?" Gray asked as he started to bandage Ginny's hand. Looking at Tonks and Ginny in what appeared to be an apology, Davies said, "I didn't, but the facts made it similar to a case I once read about long ago. As we had nothing to lose if it did nothing, while everything to gain if it worked, it seemed reasonable." He turned to look at the girl again. "Ginny, I'm afraid I don't have the answers to the questions you and Harry will be asking each other soon about all this. However, I will promise you that I will research it in my off time and get back with you as soon as I can. I'll even come visit you. It would be nice to see Hogwarts again, as well as Poppy. She used to be one of my students at the school for healers." By that time Healer Gray was finished with Ginny's hand. "I'll get someone to move him to a room. You'll need to stay overnight as well. With a changing screen in the room, you can stay with him if you like." Davies told the girl, who nodded that it would be fine. "When your parents show up, I'll explain what happened and that you'll be all right. Please, don't tell them about the healing problem, not if it will get better soon." She saw a questioning look on his face. "My mom will have trouble handling it." "While I'd like to do that for you, the law says I must tell your parents since you're underage," the healer explained. "If you must, then please talk to my dad alone, and explain my wish, and be as vague as you can." He smiled at her. Truly an exceptional young woman. No wonder the young man liked her. "I believe I can do that." Looking to Tonks, "I also need to talk to someone about Mr. Potter. Do you know how I would get in touch with his guardian?" Tonks smiled at him. "You're talking to her now." Davies laughed. "How convenient. Someone will be here soon to move him to another room. He should wake up in time for dinner." He looked back to Ginny. "I'll come by and we'll deal with your hand then. Assuming that goes well, I believe the 2 of you should be able to leave tomorrow morning." As there were no questions, the two healers went out the door. Ginny and Tonks exchanged a look of relief at Harry being healed. A few minutes later they all went to another room, this one for sleeping overnight, and it had 2 beds in it. Ginny's parents were not to be found, which suited Ginny at that moment. Harry was taken to the back bed and the changing screen was erected between the beds. The nurse helped Tonks get him into some pajamas. Ginny was also given a set and allowed to change. She'd just finished and was sitting up on the bed very comfortably when her mother came rushing to the room, but stopped and came through the door very slowly. Her father was there too. Ginny managed not to laugh at her mum's caution. "Oh Ginny, are you all right? I was so afraid for you. If Alistair hadn't been talking to me I would have been there for you." "It's all fine, Mum. I'm doing pretty well and I'll get to leave tomorrow morning. I've got to stay overnight so they can make sure, and so I can watch over Harry." "Watch over him? He has Tonks here, and look what happened when you were with him. I don't think he's so safe to be with Ginny, even though I do still like him." "Mum." Ginny was barely holding her temper in check. "Yes, I'm going to watch over him even with Tonks here because 2 wands are always better than 1. As for what happened when I was with him, I am almost sure that the spell that hit him was aimed for me. So if it wasn't for Harry, that spell would have hit me in the back and you wouldn't have found me in the hospital." Molly looked stunned. "Molly, she's probably right," Tonks tiredly said. "The nurse told me just before you got here there were nearly 20 people injured on the platform, not just these 2. Fortunately no one was killed, and while Harry apparently did receive the worst wound, the same slashing spell was used on others. They got lucky and didn't have it hit them in the chest." She had failed to mention that Harry and Ginny did seem to be the focal point. Molly didn't need to hear that, at least not right now. Ginny saw the worried look on her mum's face, but at least she'd stopped arguing. She also saw Healer Davies step into the doorway. "Mr. Weasley," her father turned. "May I have a quick word with you?" When her mum looked like she was about to get up too, the healer added, "It's nothing special, Mrs. Weasley. Why don't you stay with your daughter? I'm sure she'd appreciate that. Your husband can fill you in when he returns in a minute." Molly looked torn. "I would like it if you stayed," her daughter told her, though the reason she wanted her to stay was not what her mum imagined. But that seemed to make up Molly's mind. Her mum nodded and sat back down. Arthur patted her shoulder before he left with the healer. They walked down the hall a little way to an empty waiting area. "Mr. Weasley, I'm Healer Davies and I worked on your daughter and Mr. Potter. First, please don't worry. She'll be fine, as will the young man." Arthur's relief was visible. "I'm keeping them here overnight as a precaution, and because I want to do another exam later this evening, so they might as well stay here." "Why do you need to do another exam?" Here the healer had to walk a fine line between his patient's wishes and the law. They were affected by a rather unusual spell that no one knows. "I fully believe we've taken care of the problem and reversed it, but I really prefer to be safe now rather than assume and be sorry later. It's my nature as a healer." "I see. They really will be fine. I would be extremely surprised for them not to pass the exam this evening and then be able to leave early tomorrow morning. In fact, they'll probably be upset at being released in time to make their first class," he joked. Arthur laughed with him, more in further relief than because he found it funny. "2 small things before I let you return. Your daughter was concerned about how your wife would take all this and didn't really want much shared beyond that fact that she had some bumps and scrapes which we've taken care of." Arthur raised an eyebrow at that. "I don't want to intrude into your family, but I thought you should know so you can determine how to work with her desire." "I see. I don't understand what would be so difficult for Molly, but the 2 of them have been having problems seeing eye to eye lately." The healer chuckled. "Having had 3 daughters myself, I understand. It's part of their age as they finish the growing up process. I think that's true in this case too. What was the other thing?" "I need you to take your wife to dinner or tea this evening when I do the exam. Ms. Tonks will not be there as well. I need to ask them a few questions about how they feel about the injuries, and I've found that teenagers generally don't give me complete answers when their parents are there. If you're uncomfortable with me being there alone with them, I can have Healer Gray join me." Arthur thought about that for a moment. "I can do that if it will help." The healer left and a very thoughtful Arthur Weasley slowly walked back to his daughter's room. When he got there, he decided that it would be good for Ginny to be at Hogwarts for a while. It took Harry nearly 4 hours to wake up. During that time Tonks was always there, sitting in a chair at the foot of his bed, wand in hand at the ready. Remus had come by for a few minutes to check on both of them and almost got hexed when he walked in. After he got her to agree to go home to shower and change clothes after Harry awoke, he told her he'd leave Mama Bear alone until then. She almost hexed him again, but he was glad to see a smile on her face when she threatened him. Remus promised to return that evening long enough to allow her to leave and clean up. Ginny was the first to notice he was awake. She'd been lying on her side watching him, and though she didn't know how, she knew he was awake and sat up quickly to get a better look. Tonks saw where she was looking and looked over in time to see him start to flutter his eyes. Harry. Tonks rose and stood by the head of the bed. Ginny got off hers and walked over too. Who hit me? They heard him croak as his eyelids tried to stay open but didn't seem to want to. The two women looked at each other and grinned. Molly and Arthur came over to join them. Ginny picked up his glasses and put them on him. As he finally got control of his eyes, he looked around and saw everyone there, and he saw a very unfamiliar surrounding. What happened? You had a little accident with a few Death Eaters, Tonks told him. You're in St. Mungo's, but you should be able to leave and go to school tomorrow. Looking around again, he caught sight of the long red hair and put his hand out to her. Are you okay? Yes, Harry, nothing, a few healing spells and a good rest won't cure. Somehow he knew that was the truth, and yet he knew there was more she hadn't told him. Finally he saw a tear streak going down one cheek. Why the tears, Ginny? Oh Harry. She couldn't take it any longer and all but bawled all over him. You were hurt and it was so close for a little bit. I've never been so scared in my life. Is that why my chest feels so sore? Yes, he tried to think back to what happened at the platform. It had all taken place so fast, not only starting without warning, but he thought the whole fight took maybe a minute at most. Playing it through his mind, he suddenly remembered the last few seconds. No Ginny, the scariest part was seeing the spell come at you and I couldn't get my shield there in time. Ginny didn't say anything to that. She just stood there and held his hand. Sensing she wasn't going to let go anytime soon, her father got one of the chairs in the room and put it next to Harry's bed for Ginny to sit on. Her look was one of deep gratitude as she sat down and stayed there the rest of the day, whether he was awake or napping. Her mother looked on in concern, but for once didn't say anything. As it neared time for dinner, Healer Davies returned. He asked the three adults to come out into the hall. There he told them that he was about to do the follow-up exam and suggested they go get dinner themselves, or perhaps some tea. Tonks asked about waiting down the hall where she could still see the door, and that was cleared. Molly was not happy with it though, and the healer finally had to insist, though he promised a summary when he was done. When the adults had left them alone for the first time that day, Harry looked at Ginny. How are you really doing? They'd told him the details of the fight that morning after he'd been up a while. I'll be fine now that I know you're going to live. Oh Harry, I can't believe how hard that was to endure. Seeing you laying there with so much blood coming out of you. Hey, I'll be fine thanks to you and your quick thinking, but that's not what I was talking about. You still have a bandage when everyone says my injury was worse, and I've never seen Madame Pomfrey not able to heal a basic cut. She decided she was going to have to tell him. Harry, something happened during the attack. No one seems to know what spell was used that hurt you so badly, but your wound didn't want to heal. My hand is the same way. Then why aren't I still bleeding? Someone healed me. Ginny gave him a very tender smile. I healed you. You? But you're not a healer. I know, that's part of what's so weird. Healer Davies couldn't do it, but when he taught me the same healing spell and I did it, it worked. He thinks that if you do the healing spell to me, my hand will be healed too. Yeah, that is all weird. I wonder why that is. Ginny didn't get to answer as the healer came in at that moment. Ah Harry, it's so good to see you awake. I'm Healer Davies. Are you feeling better? Mostly, as long as I don't have to move too much, that hurts. Yes of course, lots of strain on new tender flesh, the healer explained. You will have to be careful for the next 3 to 4 days. No stressing your body in any way, and that includes Quidditch, which I hear you're very good at. Thanks. Harry liked the old man. If he had a grandfather, he'd hope he was like this. Now, if you'll unbutton your top, I'd like to see what wonders your body has accomplished in the last 7 hours or so. While the healer patiently waited, he turned to Ginny. You don't mind seeing his bare chest, do you, Ginny? He asked with a smile. Ginny blushed furiously and managed to eke out a small no. I didn't think you'd mind. Now Harry was blushing. Davies did a diagnostic spell with his wand and hemmed to himself. Yes, very good on the inside. The body is healing nicely. The outside is looking much better, not as red. He peered very closely at the wound. Curious, but I'll come back to that in a minute. Your turn, Ms. Weasley. She showed her hand to him and he removed the bandages. As he did, it started its slow bleed again. Yes, no change I see. But, let's try to fix that, shall we? Mr. Potter, where did they put your wand? Ginny retrieved it from the table next to his bed for him. Fine. Hold on to that for him, please, my dear. Now, here's the spell I want you to learn. A couple of minutes later, Harry felt quite comfortable with it, and performed it on Ginny's hand. The bleeding immediately stopped, though skin did not grow back. Amazing, the older man said. Now here's the second spell for you to learn, young man. A few more minutes later and Ginny had light red but smooth skin covering the palm of her right hand again. Now to return to my earlier question. May I see your hand, my dear? She offered it to him and he held it by her wrist, then slowly pulled it in her towards Harry until her hand was again over the wound area on Harry's chest. Moving and twisting it slightly, he seemed to be looking at something very interesting. Yes, I think so. Do you see it, Ginny? I think so. The colors make it very hard though. Oh, what do you see? The handprint is quite clear to me. The big hole that was from the spell dominates the area in the middle of the handprint, but there seems to be another marking in the middle of the big hole, like a hole in a hole. I suppose I'm not surprised, though I can just barely see the outline of the handprint. The smaller hole, as you call it, is not visible to me at all. What do you see, Harry? Harry tried to look down. What she describes, but it's harder for me to see my own chest. Other than the big mark from the spell that hit me, how did I get the smaller mark and handprint? Honestly, the two teens said yes in unison. I don't fully know, admitted the healer. However, I do have an idea. I read a very old article long ago that described a medical case with a few similar facts. The only reason I remember it was because it was so odd. Apparently two people had formed a bond with each other. The odd part, and why I remember it, was their bonding wounds, if I can call them that, would not heal unless they were healed by their bondmate, or whatever you want to call the other person. Unfortunately, that's all I can remember being mentioned, which isn't much to go on. But sir, Ginny questioned, surely people exchange blood all the time. You make it sound like this is extremely rare. You are correct in both statements, young lady. That means there is something else happening that isn't known. And as we do live in a world of magic, that's going to make the catalyst hard to pin down. The most obvious guess is multiple spells hitting you simultaneously and interacting in an unknown way. But as I told Ginny earlier, he was looking at Harry now. I'll research this and see what I can come up with. If you have anything strange happen to you, or to the both of you, I'd like to know when I come visit you. If you feel it's an emergency, feel free to have Madame Pomfrey get a hold of me here. All right? They agreed. It seemed the reasonable thing to do. Now, I've got a few questions for you. You don't have to answer, but it might help me help you. So if you don't mind, would you tell me how you feel about today? They spent the next 20 minutes discussing the day, their thoughts on it, on getting hurt, what it would be like to face their friends, especially those who'd been hurt too. When they'd finished talking, Davies told them, I'm happy with your progress. You both could leave first thing in the morning as long as nothing unusual happens to either of you during the night. As the healer stood to leave, Harry stopped him with a question. Healer Davies, why did you ask us all the other questions? No one has ever done that before. He smiled at them. Call me strange, Harry, but I believe a person is more than just a body. They have a soul, if you will, what many people call a heart, and what most think of as their brain or mental self. Many healers just treat the body and send the patient on their way again when the body is healed. However, I believe your mental self counts too. I wanted to know if your mental self was going to be all right. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Potter, I believe you'll be all right, and you too, Ms. Weasley. You've both had some hard times, I can tell by your answers, but you're also handling it. You could probably do better, but you'll be fine. I might suggest you talk about things that bother you to someone else you trust. That helps more than you realize. The teens thanked him and he left. Going out the door, the healer saw the three adults down the hall looking at him. Even Tonks appeared anxious to his eye. Unsurprisingly, Molly was the one to ask how they were. "They're doing quite well. It's simply amazing what a young body can do with some rest. As I explained to them, especially Harry, no physical activity of any kind beyond sitting in class for the next 3 to 4 days." "What about the questions you asked them? What did they say?" She was the worrywart, he decided, and could see why Ginny had difficulty with her, as her father had said. "I'm happy with what I heard. They appear to be coping quite well. I did encourage them to talk to someone they trust when they had any doubts or problems." "But what did they say about today?" "I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley. As her parent, you are entitled to know what's happening. I've just told you that, but the details are confidential." As she was about to interrupt again, he was a bit more forceful. "I'm quite serious, madam. If I told all the confidential things I hear, that would get out and others would never talk to me again, which would severely limit my ability to help them." At that point, Arthur put his hand on his wife's shoulder and squeezed. "Thank you, Healer Davies, we understand." Molly shot him a look that said she did not understand because it was her daughter. "They may leave any time after 6 tomorrow morning, assuming they feel up to it. Good evening." He strode away from the strong-willed woman as quickly as dignity allowed. Meanwhile, back in the ROM, and as soon as the healer had left, Ginny looked at Harry quizzically. "Harry, have you felt any differently lately, like having any extra feelings?" "How do you mean?" "I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I'm more aware of you. Also, I'd almost swear I can feel questioning coming from you right now. It's very small and I have to think or feel hard for it, but you're there. And earlier, I knew you were awake before you opened your eyes." Harry thought about that. "Maybe, when I first asked you what was wrong with you, I knew you were telling me the truth, yet I also knew you weren't telling me something. Think something hard and let me see." He watched her close her eyes and a look of peace came over her face. He was about to close his eyes and search when a deep feeling of love filled him. "Oh, Ginny, that's amazing." She opened her eyes and looked at him. "Is that how you really feel about me?" She got a very big smile and slowly nodded. "I felt this feeling of love I've never felt before in my life. Okay. Try this." Harry closed his eyes and thought about flying, specifically when they were playing Follow the Leader on their firebolts for the first time. "Yes, happiness or maybe joy," she told him. "What were you thinking about?" He told her. So not thoughts really. See what you get with this." She thought of a memory. Ouch. Hurt feelings or anger. So feelings, not thought. "I think so," she told him. "That was when Mum and I had our row about me growing up. Harry, I'm not sure I want anyone to know about this. It's so personal." "Yeah, I know. You think this is a result of the spell earlier today?" "Not sure what else it could be." She thought some more. "Well, maybe not the spell, but maybe it triggered something." "What did he say?" "A catalyst." "You think it triggered something that was already there?" "Don't know. I think we'll have to wait for his research." "You know, Harry, I can't wait to get back to school so we can have more time alone to talk like this." "Me too, though I can think of something else that will be easier when we get there." He grinned at her. She grinned too and leaned forward and kissed him gently on the lips. Harry and Ginny were still enjoying the time alone, whispering to each other when the adults returned. Though Harry's top was pulled too, it was still unbuttoned. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, as Mrs. Weasley seemed to be trying to look at his wound, so he buttoned his pajama top. Mrs. Weasley also made a big deal about Ginny's hand now that it was uncovered. When asked why it had had a bandage on it before, Ginny smoothly answered, to protect it for a little while. She felt a bit uneasy about telling the half-truth to her mother, but she didn't want to stir up trouble right now. As Ginny returned to her bed a few feet away, the two teens were both thinking, "Tomorrow, at the other." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.